literally, the berserkers, they used to call them dile, which means crazy, okay? That's our K-hive. They have been training themselves. They've been locked away in the mountainside, slapping fucking rocks, okay? Absolutely, just slapping rocks completely naked, training themselves so that they can destroy the MAGA sickos. And if there is one force to be reckoned with on the internet, within the Democratic Party's constituencies, it is the motherfucking K-hive. They go balls to the fucking wall.
Kamala Harris wants to vaccinate your children in the ass to make them all autistic and homosexual. She's working with the deep state. Come, more like Kamala Harris. She wants to make you never come again, but not in a puritanical good Christian way, but in a weird, freak-like liberal kind of way. Welcome to the Cum Zone.
They go balls to the fucking wall.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday, July 23rd, 11:16 a.m., and I'm right on fucking time, lads. Not too early, not too late, just right on fucking time. It's Newsday Tuesday. And Kamala Harris is about to go live. Very excited about this dynamic, uniquely charismatic individual. We'll see what her first fucking rally looks like as P and not just the VP. Is Joe Brandon dead? We're going to be looking at that. We're going to be looking at that today. We're going to look at conspiracies. But, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let me tell you, okay, a lot has happened since yesterday. End of the broadcast after a short news day at around 7:30 because I had to do a podcast called Chapo Trap House. Some of you may know it. Some of you may love it. Some of you claim that I steal all my talking points from them, in spite of the fact that I am live 24/7 and oftentimes say the exact same things before they say it, but it's all good. It's all good, baby girl. We're still alive. We're still alive regardless. Anyway, so, hey man, we all steal jokes. Yeah. Where was I? What was I saying? Oh yeah, personal news-wise, I did the Chapo Trap House episode last night. I hope you guys enjoy it when it comes out. Don't know if it's out yet. It's kind of whack to be on Chapo because, like, then that's an episode that I can't listen to. You know, as a fan of the pod. As a fan of the pod myself, as someone who like listens, even though it's weird because I'm friends with them and talk to them in the real world, it's always it's always a shame when I go on the episode. I'm like, oh fuck, now I can't like listen to this episode. Now I have to like add something else to my podcast diet, you know? Listen to NPR, pussy. I mean, I am. Always. Anyway, folks. Yeah, there was a China Fatah Hamas Palestinian faction reconciliation moment that happened, a little thing that was pretty cool. But yeah, I was doing the damn thing. I was doing the VP slots yesterday, and obviously I had to, you know, step away from that for the pod. Woke up this morning, ran some drills, played some ball with Will, actually. Will is alive, everybody. He made a miraculous recovery from his self-suck incident. I balled with him a little bit earlier in the morning, and then he was like, Farley was being a bit of a bad boy. He was like, he's a bit of a drama queen, for those of you who don't know. And he was barking a lot. So he was like, I gotta go. So I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll run some drills. Here's one of those ass drills that I've been running. Okay, to get more explosive, to get more explosive, to have more control over my spin moves. You know, it's ass regardless, and I don't mean like double entendre as in like my ass is big. I mean literally like it's ass. It's not great. But yeah, your cheeks are sweaty. Yeah, it's 100 degrees out, man. What do you mean? Of course. Got inspired by your 2v2 match with Lud. Yeah, no, that's what it is. And not because I've been doing drills nonstop anyway. So, take care of your skin. I actually do something that I normally don't do, which is like I've been using sunscreen. So like that's, you know, that's new. Your drill Rex for learning the dribble with a weaker hand. I mean, I personally, I look up drills online. And that's what I do. I try to do like, I mean, I was making jokes on here anyway. Like, it's like, terrible footwork, zero explosiveness, watches TikTok drills, fails to do them, still good cardio though. But yeah, that's like that's what I'm doing. There's a channel called Good Drills on TikTok that I follow sometimes. And I like it. I like their drills. Haas, when you're growing out the beard again, brother, it is 80 degrees out at like 9 a.m. when I'm playing basketball outside. I'm not growing the beard out anytime soon. Like, will you go to the Capitol to protest BB? I presume not. No, I will not be going to Washington, D.C. tomorrow, which would be crazy if I did, but no, I'm not. So, classic libtard chat sending me Brandon body doubles to be like, oh, it seems to be that he is alive. Sure, bud. Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to believe that. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, Reuters national poll showing Kamala Harris at 42+4 over Trump. Kennedy with 8 points from Ipsos. I just want to tell you, like, I don't want to do too many I told you so's because, like, I feel like half of the fucking stream is just me being like, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. Just wait. Just stick back. You know, grab some popcorn. It's Mamala time shit. But like, just wait. Just fucking wait. Like, wait and see. This doesn't also mean that Kamala Harris is going to be a good candidate. Even, oh, fuck. I just lost my tier list. Oh, never mind. It's fine. So, I know there's a lot of momentum for Kamala. Some Kamala momentum. Obviously, she has a lot of weaknesses and she has a lot of issues that I personally, I have a lot of personal ideological issues with her. But when I'm talking about the election, I usually am putting on my election, like I'm putting on my Steve Kornacki hat. You know what I mean? No, it bears repeating. When you aren't saying I told you so, you reference your takes from years ago to reinforce your consistency. Yeah. Speaking of takes from years ago, obviously we're going to look at Kamala Harris and her weaknesses and whatnot. But anyway, let's blast off because time is of the essence here. Okay. Okay. Where the fuck? Oh no, I lost my tweet. Picked up donut for lunch. Hell yeah. Dude. We're gonna watch the Mamala rally. We're gonna see what the fuck is up. We're gonna see what's fucking popping with that. Let me blast off and let's get to it, okay? First live appearance. Secret Service Director Bales. GOP in panic. VP tier list. And more. Get in now. Do you think the Fatah-Hamas unity accord would actually yield benefits for Gaza? I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction. We'll talk about Sonia Massey as well. Don't worry. That's on the docket too. Okay. Anyway, here it is. Let's blast off. Let the people know. Spelling error in your title. Sorry for being annoying. I don't really care. What is the American Communist Party? Come on, dog. That's like, if there is one thing that's even like more insignificant than like YouTuber drama that people will constantly chirp at me for not covering or whatever in the midst of like one of the most significant, one of the most interesting, one of the most significant elections in modern American history, it's fucking the new American Communist Party created by like weirdos that with a cryptocurrency scheme attached to it. Okay, I'm good, man. I'm good, big dog. MAGA communism, it will rise up one day, I promise. I'm always thinking to myself, what does my communist movement need? And it's racism. I'm always like, you know what this fucking communist movement needs, dude? A little bit of racism, a little bit of fucking anti-materialist thinking, some spirituality. Hey, I posted your Discord and Twitter trying to find your old TYT video using a stream from 2015 Instagram, and your community has been no help. Reposting the screenshot, cropping out the most important part. What is this? Why are you trying to find it? I don't fucking know. I've probably deleted it. 2329 dead in Ethiopia? What? What does racism have to do with the ACP? The fuck? Question mark? I mean, there's like MAGA communists. What are we talking about? Like, are the dudes, some of the foundational members of the fucking... Stop! We're not having this conversation. I'm not talking to fucking cranks, okay? I don't even regard PSL on the election front. You are not going to catch me dead talking about some shit like this, okay? I personally love having these conversations. It's just not the fucking time or the moment right now, okay? Crank talk is not going to happen right now. You almost got me. You almost got me. You almost got my fucking ass, dude. You almost caught me slipping. Stop it. This alone is going to be enough for them to be like, see, he's afraid of our mobilization and our movement. So like, you're definitely shadow banned. Didn't get the notification today or yesterday. It's because I It's because I start my stream at like random fucking times, and if it's just don't worry about it. It's the smart notifications, okay? They're shitty. They're shitty. The Adelsons are crazy. Her spokesman, Andy Aboud, denied a recent report that Dr. Adelson was urging Mr. Trump to publicly support an annexation of the West Bank by Israeli government in exchange for her backing. Dude, they're such freaks. It's awesome. I think this should be the Israel election. Because if Kamala Harris actually leans in, either because it's like on partisan grounds or because she has like an ideological separation from the rest of the party, which I don't believe the second thing. I believe the first thing because it's smart politics. Making this an Israel election would be Reagan landslide levels for the Democratic Party. You could literally put the most unpopular person, like the most unpopular person in the Democratic Party. You could put Jimmy Carter up there. And if Jimmy Carter was like, well, I'm the guy who's 100 years old, and I think that as the oldest guy, I was there when Israel was there. I made Israel, and I think Israel should stop bombing Palestinians. Reagan landslide. Americans would be like, oh, great. Okay, I know who I'm fucking voting for. I don't give a shit about foreign policy, but if the Republican Party is talking about foreign policy and the Democratic Party is talking about foreign policy, and that foreign policy specifically Israel, which is not necessarily foreign policy, but basically domestic policy, oh my Lord. I'm telling you right now, if they fucking did that shit, dude, if they did that shit, Reagan landslide. Okay? Reagan landslide levels, like I'm talking every state votes for the Democratic ticket. Every state in the fucking union. Because ultimately, people don't fuck with Israel like that, okay? I thought Americans support Israel. No, on the issue of, especially not now, but especially when it comes to the issue of like unlimited funds to Israel, like they don't care about the moral quandary that Israel presents in terms of like melting brown children. Okay, Americans don't give a fuck about that. We melt brown children on a daily fucking basis. We're the brown children melting factory. But Americans don't like billions of fucking dollars going to an objectively arrogant foreign state that is like not just like consistently showcasing their arrogance and entitlement, but also their sense of superiority, and actually having American politicians capitulate to that entitlement on a regular basis. You think the dumbest, most racist Republicans don't see that shit? You're wrong. Okay? The only people at the end of that equation that will still be unironic dick riders will be the ultra-Zionists, like ultra-Orthodox, and more importantly than that, a much larger constituency of ultra-Zionist Christian evangelicals that have this like biblical reason for why they're fighting for Israel. Beyond that, you will not see a single fucking person go, no, that's a great idea. We should give them unlimited funds. We should continue to give them unlimited funds as they fucking dog walk our presidents, as they dog walk our politics, as they get to do whatever the fuck they want. I'm already seeing that shit with the Mike Johnson. Like Michael Penis came out and was like, if anybody dares speak out against Benjamin Netanyahu, we have additional sergeants of arms in Congress. Okay? We have additional sergeants of arms in Congress. It's like, bro, that's a foreign national. Like, that's literally a fucking foreign leader. Okay? Even if he wasn't doing genocide, which he is, the fact that like we are giving additional assurances. Aren't the ultra-Orthodox usually very anti-Zionist? No. Some ultra-Orthodox are, Neturei Karta and some of the others, are anti-Zionist. Some ultra-Orthodox are ultra-Zionist, okay? It depends. But like the notion that we got fucking a foreign leader, okay? Like, doesn't matter what country's foreign leader. But the notion that we have a foreign leader coming into the United States of America and being like, hey, guess what, dude? Like, I'm going to fucking talk my shit and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to give me unlimited funds. Fuck your roads. Fuck your healthcare. Fuck your education. You're going to give me the money so I can keep blowing up children. I think most Americans see that and go, I don't want to think about this anymore. Please, can we wrap this shit up? Like, that's what the normal American position is. The normal American position is literally, the normal American position is just like, I don't want to think about this, man. This is fucking weird. Like, it's weird. It's weird. What the fuck's going on? Why are we this invested? That's why I also say, like, this kind of attitude is also causing anti-Semitism to rise up in the country. Okay? It is crazy. Most Americans are not thinking critically. They're not like, well, this is an important asset for American imperialism. Like, Israel is an unsinkable military aircraft carrier. Like, they're not thinking about it like that. They're going, it's the Jewish nation. They say they're the Jewish nation, and they literally have, like, everyone not dare defy the Jewish nation's wishes, so they become fucking anti-Semitic from that perspective. Anyway, let's listen to what Mamala has to say. We're tuning in. I said she has no Riz yesterday, and many people yelled at me. Hopefully, this is her first campaign appearance. There's more people here than before. I think we've seen a lot of momentum for Kamala from young people, new people, just like specifically people that are excited that there's a new person on the ticket that's young. So we're going to be looking at that right now, and we're going to see if she can actually deliver. I don't have a lot of confidence considering, you know, I remember her 2019 campaign, but we'll see. You were being a little too hypercritical yesterday. No, I wasn't.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Wisconsin. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It is good to be back. Thank you all very much. Can we please hear it for Leah and her extraordinary story and leadership?
I saw the 1834
do
poll.
God's work. They teach other people's children, and God knows we don't pay them enough. Let's thank Him. And it is so good to be here and be back with so many extraordinary leaders, including my friend, the great governor of Wisconsin, Tony Evers. He's here somewhere. My dear friend, Senator Tammy Baldwin. And you know, I had the privilege of serving with Tammy when I was in the United States Senate.
There's no
And
captions,
she is
chat.
always fighting for the people of this state, and I know that the folks that are here are going to make
Do we
sure
have a live link with captions, chat? Maybe there's a live link that has auto captions on.
Yes, we are going to elect her back to Washington, D.C. It is so good to be here also with Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, Attorney General Josh Cole, Wisconsin Secretary of State Sarah Godlewski, Governor Sarah Rodriguez, Attorney General Josh Cole.
Good. This one has
Wisconsin
captions.
Secretary of State Sarah Godlewski, County Executive David Crowley, Mayor Cavalier Johnson,
Bro, she's
and the
just
great
flexing.
State Party Chair Ben Whitler.
Bro, she's just flexing. She's like, look at all the names I can remember. This is a flex on both Donald Trump and Joe Biden, by the way. Like, no memes. She's basically flexing on both Joe Biden and Donald Trump right now by demonstrating that she is capable of reading and remembering people and reading names.
As many of you know, our state campaign headquarters are in this city. Yes, and there's a reason for that. The path to the White House goes through Wisconsin. Yes, it does. And to win in Wisconsin, we are counting on you right here in Milwaukee. And you all helped us win in 2020. And in 2024, we will win again. Yes, we will. So, Milwaukee, I want to start by saying a few words, and I could really speak at length, but a few words about our incredible President Joe Biden. It has truly been one of the greatest honors of my life to serve as Vice President to our President Joe Biden. Joe's legacy of accomplishment over his entire career and over the past 3.5
All right, you're done glazing, Joe. No, wrap it up. Wrap this part up. We don't want to hear it.
In one term, think about it. In one
We don't want to
term,
hear about Joe,
as
Kamala.
president,
We don't want to fucking
he has
hear about
already
Joe.
Surpassed the legacy of most presidents.
I can't be
who
alone
served
in this.
2
Wrap
terms
that
in
up.
office.
Wrap that shit up. Never do it again. Don't ever do it again. You're done. You're done with that. You're fucking so done with that.
And I know we are all deeply, deeply grateful for his continuing service to our nation. And it is my great honor to have Joe Biden's endorsement in this race.
It's so dumb if she basically runs with like, I'm continuing Joe's legacy over and over again.
So, Wisconsin, I am told as of this morning that we have earned the support of enough delegates to secure the Democratic nomination. And I am so very honored, and I pledge to you, I will spend the coming weeks continuing to unite our party so that we are ready to win in November. So, friends, we have 105 days until Election Day, and in that time, we've got some work to do. But we're not afraid of hard work. We like hard work, don't we? And we will win this election. Yes, we will. So as Leah told you, before I was elected vice president, before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abuse women.
Yeah, she's gonna talk about like this
fraudsters.
This is a solid way to be like, listen, as a prosecutor, I was not locking up black moms for truancy, and I wasn't actually fucking doing all the cop shit that you hate. I was doing cop shit that's good.
I know
Okay?
Donald Trump's type.
I'm telling you right now, if she fucking angled that for Netanyahu, which would never in a million years happen, but in a world where like she goes, listen, when I was a cop, I was actually a good cop and not a bad cop. And misleading claim says Harris jailed. I'm not even talking about the marijuana thing. I think it was like 49 people total that was actually jailed for marijuana possession. And regardless, it still doesn't matter. It's still fucking dog shit. And we don't even know if they were actually all black or not. But it doesn't matter. That's not my point. She's saying the same shit as yesterday. I know. She's angling. Okay.
As Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest
She needs to be angling the top cop shit in a very tricky. This is a very tricky narrative, okay? Because of her, obvious demographic background, she has a significant advantage for black and brown voters, especially going up against the Republican Party. In the primaries is different, but when you're going up against like the Republican Party, then all of a sudden you have this opportunity to galvanize the base of support from black and brown communities. Beyond that, the cop shit actually probably plays well to the white voters who would be afraid of her as a black woman. The +9 educated white men demographic that went back to Trump immediately after the Kamala announcement in the suburbs. That's an important fucking constituency, okay? That she is going to be able to win over by being like, I was a cop. I prosecuted fucking offenders, sex offenders, shit like that. So basically, that does a decent way to deflect the many different avenues of attack that are going to come against Kamala Harris, specifically as a top cop, okay? Because that's going to happen. Republicans are going to cynically talk about how she was a horrible prosecutor, she was a bad cop, all this shit, okay?
And he is trading access in exchange for campaign contributions. A couple months ago, y'all saw that a couple months ago at Mar-a-Lago, he literally promised big oil companies, big oil lobbyists, he would do their bidding for $1 billion in campaign donations. On the other hand, we are running a people-powered campaign. And we just had some breaking news. We just had the best 24 hours of grassroots fundraising in presidential campaign history. All right? And because we are a people-powered campaign, that is how...
No, you're saying grassroots in air quotes. 60% of the new donations that came through, 60% of the donations that came through Act Blue were first-time donors. And yes, the Act Blue donations are actually individual campaign contributions. So those are rich people, poor people, doesn't matter. Those are actual individual donors. We're not talking about the PAC money. With the PAC money that she gets, it goes up to like 250 million or something with like the people that said that they're going to actually pay into the campaign. But the 80 million, the almost 80 million in donations come from individual donors.
But to get ahead.
There is a max cap of $2,700 on that front.
Where no child
So no matter how wealthy you are, when you're doing it through the Act Blue portal, those numbers are maxing out at 2.7. That's it.
A union.
Do you understand? So like even the wealthiest American, when they're donating as an individual donor, can only donate $2,700. That's like the maximum. A lot of people don't know this though. I love this. Okay, good. This is good.
We believe in a future where every senior can retire with dignity. So all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. Because here's the thing we all hear.
Do you think Kamala will actually get the minority vote? Yes.
Is strong. America is strong.
Yes, dude. Of course. Like, what do you mean?
Donald Trump
Joe Biden was getting it. Why wouldn't Kamala Harris get it? Democrats will get. Democrats will always win. These communities, like that's.
Will weaken the middle class. Like, we know we got to take this seriously. And can you believe they put that thing in writing?
Olayemi put a great video about why she thinks Kamala's dead on arrival. Worth a watch. We'll see. I'll watch it.
When you read it, you will see Donald Trump intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and make working families foot the bill. They intend to end the Affordable Care
I just joined.
Act.
Have you said all that you want to say about Sonia? No, I haven't said anything about that yet. I just started and Kamala went live. We'll talk about that later.
To deny people with pre-existing conditions. Remember what that was like? Children with asthma, women who survived breast cancer, grandparents with diabetes. America has tried these failed economic policies before, but we are not going back. We are not going back.
I will say, remember what I told you? I like Biden's message, but I hate the messenger
We are not going
because he was dead. So like, it's still the same message and the messenger is not dead. So it's objectively better. Having said that,
back.
It's still not there yet, but it's getting better.
Ours is a fight for the future. And it is a fight for freedom. Generations of America's, generations, and we have to remember this. The shoulders on which we stand Generations of Americans before us led the fight for freedom. And now, Wisconsin, the baton is in our hands. We, who believe in the sacred freedom to vote, will make sure every American has the ability to cast their ballot and have it counted. We, who believe that every person in our nation who should have the freedom to live safe from the terror of gun violence, will finally pass red flag laws, universal background checks, and an assault weapons ban.
Kamala doesn't read as a boomer, Chad. She's 59.
Who believe in reproductive freedom,
but she doesn't read as a boomer at all. She's very like youthful.
Will stop Donald Trump's extreme abortion bans because we trust women to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do.
Kamala Harris is 59 years old, and she literally doesn't look a day older than 40, which is wild.
And when Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms as President of the United States, I will sign it into law. So, Wisconsin, ultimately in this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country and to your point, do we want to live in a country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law? Or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of this moment. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We each have the power to answer that question. And in the next 105 days, then we have work to do. We have doors to knock on, we have phone calls to make, we have voters to register, and we have an election to win. So, Wisconsin, today I ask you, are you ready to get to work? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Definitely a lot better than yesterday's speech. Definitely a lot better than yesterday's speech. You can see the energy reflected back in the crowd. Obviously, it's a little bit different than fucking a Wilmington office full of like sobbing campaign staffers that just found out that they most likely won't be able to secure their cushy position in the upcoming White House versus a crowd of people who are very excited to not have a corpse running. I will never forgive and I will never forget how much the fucking media tried to act like damn near every Democrat, almost every Democrat that's like under the age of 78 was not begging to replace the fucking ticket with anybody. Okay? Kamala Harris is far from the most charismatic, telegenic, and uniquely revolutionary Democratic Party candidate. And yet, the fact that Kamala Harris has brought out this much momentum for the Democratic Party is proof enough that like virtually everyone wanted this. And of course, it happened in an undemocratic fashion. Ironically enough, it was the Democratic Party for the first time in my lifetime actually operating like a party. Actually operating like a party. And I fucking told you this. I told you that the Democrats were going to respond positively to any change whatsoever. Okay? Any change whatsoever. People were begging for it. And it only happened, and I can't believe I'm saying this, because of fucking Big Dog Pelosi. She fucking busted that shit out, dude. Big Dog Pelosi and the actual establishment Democrats were like, we can't do this. They saw the polls. They were like, no, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. What the fuck are we doing? And they actually did something very surprising. Okay? They actually acted like a party, not to rat fuck Bernie, as chatters are pointing to, which is, you know, correct. That is when they acted like a fucking party, like Labor in the UK, kind of. But this time, they acted like a party to actually abide by the wishes, like the stars aligned in a very unique way, where the voters' wishes and the donors' wishes and the Democratic establishment's wishes aligned. It was a very weird moment. I've never, in my lifetime at least, ever had this much agreement with fucking Nancy Pelosi and like the Democratic Party's like big ticket donors. Think about that. Okay? And of course, the momentum from this change completely eviscerated the Republican RNC message, like I told you it would happen. It is, oh my God. It was like, it literally just, all the fucking cards fell in the exact same way that I told you it would happen. Okay? Nancy Pelosi this week, oh, it's the LeBron tweet, right? Yeah. 100%. No, she is. She's the GOAT. Nancy Pelosi came in and just basically said, fuck that shit. Okay, we're not doing that. And I told you it would be perfect to do it right after the fucking RNC. Deflate every fucking call for unity that was already fake to begin with, because Republicans cannot hold themselves back from being unimaginable monsters, okay? They love being monsters. They love being pieces of shit. And they immediately went back to bully ball. That's the only road they know. They went back to bully ball like that. They were like, unity? Fuck unity. Joe Biden is dead. Kamala Harris is pussy. We have to investigate it. How much damage has her pussy taken from taking abortions? Like, Mountain Dew makes you racist. I drink Mountain Dew, guys. Diet Mountain Dew. It's making me racist. Democrats call me racist because I drink Diet Mountain Dew. It's like, dude, what are you guys doing? They're fucking crying to the referee. They're crying to the referee every goddamn day. They're like, oh, you can't do this to us. You can't actually play ball. That's not allowed. You're supposed to be pathetic fucking losers, destined for L after L after L. What are we doing here? That was the reaction from the Republican Party. And it is wild to me. It is wild to me. Because what did you expect? You wanted this to happen. You didn't have a fucking contingency plan? That's what I say to the Republicans. You don't have a contingency plan? You demanded Joe Biden was demented. You demanded he drop out for literally 4 fucking years. Fox News was the only news broadcast out there that said, Joe Biden is demented. Joe Biden must drop out. Now, obviously, they were saying it for political reasons, but they were not wrong. They wanted it. And now that they got it, it turns out they got caught with their fucking pants down. They're pissing against the wind. They're like, oh my God, we got everything we fucking wanted. And it turns out we didn't want this shit at all. Turns out we were not ready for it at all. Like, Joe Biden had a likelihood of dying, like a higher likelihood statistically than any other president of dying while he was in office. Okay. And you did not have a contingency plan. You did not have a contingency plan. The Democrats themselves did not have a contingency plan. That's why they went with Joe Biden and an uncharismatic person like Kamala Harris as the VP, because they wanted to make sure that Joe Biden, while saying he was going to be a bridge candidate, was never actually going to be a fucking bridge candidate, right? We obviously saw that when Brandon was like holding on for dear life with that old man strength, gripping the fucking candidacy for weeks on end after everyone realized that he was dying. But it is shocking to me that the Republicans, who in my lifetime are actually like who used to be the winners, okay, ruthless killers and winners across the board, in spite of their horrifying, unpopular, cruel policies, they used to love winning. They used to do everything they can to win. And now all of this Trump populism has like completely broken the brains and rewired the entire Republican Party. Now they're just fucking losers who whine all the time. Constantly whining about Donald Trump losing. Constantly whining about how he actually didn't fucking lose. Constantly leaning into conspiratorial thinking. And it is crazy to me. It is crazy. It is shocking to see this shit. I really think it's that they gave it a name that sounds like a bomb villain scheme. It's just called a new mandate for leadership. No way it breaks through the same way. If it was just called a new mandate for leadership, no way it breaks through the same way. Huge spike in awareness and rejection of Project 2025. Okay. I'm sorry, but the Bush era GOP coming up with shit like Project for the New American Century and saying things like we're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality was absurdly supervillain coded, but it went hard as fuck. These guys just lack aura. No, I think that the think tanks have always lacked aura. The think tanks always lack aura. The Republicans are having a hard time with their right-wing populism, and TikTok also plays a pretty significant role in beefing up certain narratives, so much so that like it has a capacity to change the actual discourse. TikTok, YouTube, and independent outlets constantly covered Project 2025. We've been talking about Project 2025 for like the past 6 months to a goddamn year. Okay? There's videos of me out there from 7 months ago, 8 months ago, talking about Project 2025. Ironically enough, my own personal opinion is that Project 2025 is not indifferent to the regular Republican Party, but the difference is everyone's talking about that shit. So of course people pay attention to it and go, oh, I don't want that. Okay. I don't want that at all. I don't like that at all. Did you see Dark Hassan's political commentary?
Okay.
Oh, fuck. All right. We'll do that in a second. Are you saying Trump ruined the Republican Party? No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. The Republican Party, if anything, Newt Gingrich played a bigger role in ruining the Republican Party than Donald Trump. Because Newt is one of the guys most responsible for culture war issues. Okay? Like changing the dynamic from like trying to at least present your best foot forward and say we're the fucking cut taxes party to like to being the party that personally was invested in just culture war shit. Okay? Trump simply accelerated that to its logical conclusion. He took it to the next step. He was like, oh, instead of talking about potential national security compromises that immigrants might face if they come into this nation, let's just say they're rapists. Like, there's just, you know, why would I hide the real thing that I'm trying to say? Okay? And basically that's what happened. And that's what they've been going off with. Now, a lot of old heads will remember this, and some new heads might know this if they're like at my level of, you know, at my level of political autism. But Mitt Romney, when he was the leader of the Republican Party running up against Obama, wanted to be pro-immigration. The Republicans were like, maybe we should restructure our narrative around immigration. Donald Trump took that and flipped it. He was like, what are you, fucking stupid? Absolutely not. They're rapists, they're drug dealers, and some are very fine people. Famously said that. And then everyone was like, oh my God, I love this narrative. Oh my God. Oh, it's my favorite narrative. Okay? He completely flipped the script on immigrants. Mitt Romney was trying to hit that like immigrants are the backbone of this country. We should, like, he was trying to do like potentially even Reagan style amnesty. You know what I mean? Like they were angling, they were seeing the demographic patterns change in places like California, in places like Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, and how important the youth Hispanic vote was in capturing these states and turning them potentially solidly blue, which had already happened in California, obviously. So he was like, him and the Republican Party was looking to change the narrative around overt white nationalist sentiment, especially when it comes to immigrants. Okay? Donald Trump turned around and was like, fuck that, YOLO. We're doing the wall. Build the wall, baby. And people love that shit. Okay? People fucking loved that shit. They loved it. Then they didn't love it when it actually turned into real policy. When they started seeing crying children, when they started seeing crying Guatemalan children wrapped up in that aluminum foil inside of these fucking facilities, they were like, okay, never mind. I hate it now. I didn't know it was like that. And then it was very unpopular. Because people are stupid in general. The American population is very stupid. I'm stupid. Everyone else is very fucking stupid. And let me tell you something, okay? Stupid people oftentimes wish that their policies that they're voting for are actually, going to lead to a better future than they are going to, right? And it's the same principle behind abortion. You had a lot of people in the Republican Party either overlook the realities of restricting abortion or outright demand it. And then when that fucking came down, all of a sudden people were like, okay, never mind. I actually don't like the fact that, blonde, blue-eyed girls in the state of Texas are dying because they can't get their fucking medical procedures done when they have an ectopic pregnancy, right? All of a sudden everyone was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't realize it was like that. I didn't know it was going to be like that. And that's on the Republican Party. And that's why this race is on top of the fact that Trump is polarizing, on top of the fact that he's like genuinely a toxic person for a lot of people, a lot of demographics, a lot of constituencies. Abortion is a Republican project, and everyone knows it, and everyone remembers it anytime they hear in the news about another person having a hard time, having medical complications because they can't get this fucking medical procedure that should be kept between a doctor and the patient, right? The reason why I'm explaining this is because, and I repeat this all the time, Republicans don't know the impact of their own policies. Republican voters, I mean, not the politicians. Politicians are demons. They don't give a fuck, right? But the Republican voters don't understand how violent and virulently racist the policies that they're demanding are. This is why Project 2025 normally would never be discussed in mainstream discourse. Think tanks come up with idiotic shit like this on a daily basis. Why are people talking about it? Because TikTok was talking about it. Because YouTube was talking about it. Because independent outlets were nonstop covering it. The Democratic Party dropped the ball. Independent media actually picked it up for them and delivered them a gift. They were like, listen, they fucking suck, but we are seeing this. This is a pretty good fucking thing to maybe focus on. Okay? Now, that's why Donald Trump is currently saying, oh, dude, I don't know what this Project 2025 shit is. Yo, believe me, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. I don't know what's going on here. Yo, chill. Everybody chill. Argued that life at conception meant going after IVF back in 2013. Dude from my hometown said they are two completely different things. No, they're not. And those people are fucking stupid. And half of the Republican Party is going after IVF. So that's the other thing, right? So why did I explain all this? The reason why the Republican Party is in a state of panic actually is worse than simply Donald Trump. Their problems don't start and end at Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an objectively weak candidate, possibly one of the best to run against, right? Especially because it's not 2016 anymore. Everybody knows what it looks like when he's president. Everybody knows what he did when he was president. Everybody's aware of all of his controversies, and they don't like him or they love him. But people have made their minds up, and he no longer has that like outsider, I'm anti-establishment, take a shot in the dark for me if you hate all the fucking liberal bi-coastal elites. He doesn't have that massive advantage, right? He doesn't have that no more. So now it's just a cult. And the cult could grow, but it doesn't seem likely because, like I said, people have made their fucking minds up over already. Like, he's already been president. People know what it felt like, right? So beyond that, though, the Republican Party still has the very same issues with populism and right-wing reactionary attitudes because there is a base of voters, the evangelicals and the fucking MAGA cult in general, which is reductive to say in this circumstance, but like post-Trump, there will still be like almost a Chavista style momentum in the Republican Party of like people who are following in the spirit of Trumpian politics. Post MAGA, post Trump, the Republican Party is still going to have these issues where there are going to be people who are like, no, we got to be right populist. And then there are going to be people who are going to say, no, we have to, we have to fucking, Twitter is cooking your ass right now. What is this? If JD Vance simply said Mountain Dew, it would have been fine, relatable even. That's regular Joe blue collar soda. What kind of sick freaks drink Diet Mountain Dew? Alienated everyday voter base with one line. Okay, fucking chill. I know Trump is claiming not to know about Project 2025, but is it still a concern? Fuck yes, it is. Fuck yes, it is. Are you crazy? Of course it is. Bro, Project 2025 is just the Republican Party. People think you have ties with Kamala. That's crazy. The only ties I have with Kamala is that I am just as policing as the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, I'm basically a top cop myself when I serve a 3-minute ad break to people who don't have a subscription. If you don't have a $6 subscription, if you don't have a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, basically you're like a black mother whose daughter or son is being truant. You're going to go to ad jail. Okay? Yeah. You are going to be locked away in a marketing hell where you are forced to watch 3 minutes of ads. Okay? Now, you can avoid that destiny. You can avoid that fate by subscribing or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? If you're lucky, you can avoid that. Maybe someone will gift you a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, though. It's coming for you. I still think making this an Israel election would be beneficial for the Democrats if they turn around, if Kamala is able to turn around and at least on the messaging front, spell out an entirely new direction. Okay? I will stand on that. If you want to win Michigan, I don't think that the Democrats have any singular shot of winning Michigan without changing course, even on the messaging front, without any fucking indication that they're going to change course on Israel. They will never win Michigan. They will never, ever win Michigan. Maybe after 4 years of like the Muslim ban and like Trump being genocidal or whatever, Michigan might turn blue again. But this election cycle, they will abso-fucking-lutely lose Michigan if the Democratic Party does not change its attitude on Israel. They don't care about Israel, man. Michigan does. You're wrong. There is a fuck ton of voters in the state of Michigan, especially in Dearborn. A lot of young voters, a lot of friends and family members of Arab constituents, Muslim constituents, Arab Christians, Arab Muslims. But in general, there is a shit ton of people in Dearborn that will not vote. Minnesota is another one that's actually very scary. Michigan is the one that cares the most. Minnesota is the one that cares the second most. I don't know why people don't understand it, okay? Anyway, I've seen Republicans on TikTok playing the moment from the debates where Tulsi Gabbard gets her on the policing record. It's so weird that they're suddenly acting like they care about over-policing and putting black people in prison. Yeah, I saw Republicans post my older Kamala Harris video when she was running in the fucking primaries against Bernie Sanders. And they're like, wow, Hasan is so based on Kamala. And it's like, dude, I'm literally calling her a cop. Like, I'm shitting on her because she was like kind of draconian, as cops are, even if they are reformist technically, right? And I don't think Kamala was. So, like, I'm literally, they're all of a sudden anti-cop. Like, what happened? But you have to remember, you know, especially online, most fucking Republicans don't give a shit. Like they don't care. They just like want a shit sling. What matters is it going to work or not? Okay? That shit slinging, that is. Leftists are so brain dead. And this is why we struggle to get things done? Wait, what do you mean? All I want to say is that the very MAGA office in Florida I work in is suddenly tongue-tied and sheepish now that Biden is out. Yeah. They got too geared up. They got too fucking geared up for a Biden matchup. They were so excited about the prospect because they were like, oh, he's so fucking old. These guys are such dumbasses. Oh, there it goes again. The Democrats being absolute idiots. The Democrats doing it again. Doing the dang thing again. They're just being dummies. They're going to have this carcass. Everyone's going to know he's a carcass by the end of this. He might even fucking die before the election. Okay? And that's awesome. They got nothing. They have nothing, dude. They have plastic straws. Supports massive corporate tax hike is awesome. Wanted to cap rent and utility payments, awesome. Back tax funded Medicare for all, awesome. Investigated fossil fuel companies, awesome. Go ahead, bro. Are you campaigning for her? Like the funniest part about it is that like even fossil fuel companies being investigated, you can angle as like, yeah, of course I'm going to investigate scary big corporations. Like, obviously, for this audience, this shit's a banger, right? 10/10. Would recommend, would do it again. However, even for a Republican audience, when you say wanted to cap rent and utility payments, like the only people who hate that are landlords. A much larger percentage of Americans than ever before are renters. They hear that and they go, oh, that's awesome. Anyway, Elon rate limited Kamala's Twitter account. Trump lover Elon Musk is already causing Kamala Harris problems. People are having trouble following Kamala Harris's campaign. Yeah, this actually is kind of scary. I will say this much. All of the fucking tech CEOs are dick riding Donald Trump. And with the exception of TikTok, because that's, you know, Chinese warriors, the strongest warriors out there, the CCP baby. With the exception of TikTok, all of these guys, and I guess maybe not like Twitch either. I don't think Amazon is like invested in Donald Trump as much. Like they're more of a 50-50 split as they usually are. But yeah, you're seeing a lot of these social media platforms like openly ride for Trump. Amazon did unban his account a couple of weeks ago. No, that's fine. That's different. Amazon unbanning Donald Trump, like Twitch unbanning Donald Trump's account is it was ridiculous that they banned him to begin with. It was like a silly PR move to do so when he was literally the president. And they never even punished me for watching Trump. And I've been watching Trump when he was banned nonstop. That would have been ridiculous. That was just a PR move by Twitch. But yeah, I am a little worried about the tech shit. Dude, the amount of right-wing ads I get on Twitter are fucking insane. Yeah. No, I mean, Twitter is like definitely... Does the average person even use Twitter, though? Seems like if you're on Twitter, you're already decided. 20%, I think, of the American public used to use Twitter back when it was actually a usable platform. It's no longer a usable platform, and it's mostly right-wing now, and bots. So I don't really know what, like... I mean, it's definitely... It wasn't real life even back then. It did have the capacity to impact real life because a lot of journalists used to be on it, and they would get their discourse off of Twitter. So in that regard, Twitter used to have the capacity to like at least motivate journalists and mainstream media outlets to cover certain things in a certain way. Like the Bernie Bros narrative was entirely built on Twitter. Entirely. It was because journalists and politicians were upset that like Bernie supporters were very active on Twitter and they were like annoying them, right? So they would just constantly chirp about that shit. But ultimately, it obviously was not reflective of real life, because like if that was the case, Bernie would have destroyed the primaries, right? Like it didn't work that way. Yeah. Also, red alert, Donald Trump has seen the polls and is now telling reporters he will debate Harris. I think it's going to be awesome. I think Donald Trump is going to try to pull some fucking Hillary Clinton ass bullshit on Kamala Harris. And I think he's going to look like a fucking asshole. 2 reasons why the Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump matchup does not align in the same fashion with Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. 1, Hillary Clinton had 30 years of conspiracies, some warranted, some unwarranted, but conspiracy theories built around her name. Okay? Everybody hated her. And the 2016 dynamic was establishment candidate versus anti-establishment. Donald Trump was able to present himself as an anti-establishment candidate. And Hillary Clinton was uncharismatic and very much an establishment candidate at a time when people were just like tired of that and wanted something different, wanted something new. Donald Trump no longer has that anti-establishment bona fide, because he was the establishment. He was the president, right? And he's the leader of the fucking Republican Party for 8 years now. People know what it's like when Donald Trump is president. So he doesn't have that like outsider aura any longer. But like I said, Kamala Harris doesn't have the same weaknesses that Hillary Clinton has. Kamala Harris does not have the same weaknesses that Hillary Clinton has, because Kamala Harris is not married to Bill Clinton. Kamala Harris did not have 30 fucking years of conspiracies, some warranted, some unwarranted, about, you know, maybe even an Epstein connection, shit like that. Like, Kamala Harris didn't have any of that baggage. In many respects, her lack of name recognition and her being like a lesser known entity kind of creates a blank slate for Americans to point to. That's the reason why Republicans are having a hard time grabbing onto what they can hit. And the only thing they can hit is what they can see, which is that Kamala is a woman, she's black, and she's Indian. Okay? She's a black Indian woman. That, in and of itself, is the only avenue of attack they have. And that's precisely why they're going to keep being like, she's a DEI candidate. Okay? She is a DEI candidate. She doesn't have children. Why isn't she having babies right now? Like, that in and of itself, like constantly fucking chirping about like how she doesn't have children and how you're fake if you have foster kids, or you're fake if you have stepchildren in a country where the divorce rate is like, what, 55% or some shit? You are the most delusional person on the planet when you're looking at half the country and going, you're fake, you're phony, you don't have real kids, you have no investment in the future of this country. And if you're a woman that hasn't given birth already, you also have no future in this country. Great idea, man. Great fucking idea. Like, looking at what's next. Are you going to start fucking talking about how, you know, people are fat and they deserve to die because they're fat? Alienate like the most American thing. Americans are divorced, they have stepchildren, and they're fucking fat. What else? That's the one thing that they haven't addressed yet. Like, they're hitting the Monty. They're hitting every high note on like what Americans are like, and just being objectively ghoulish towards, you know, largest percentages of the American voter base. So that's actually a massive problem for the Republican Party. Anyway, I have the VP part 2 today. We're going to do that later. Okay, I have that lined up and ready to go. I do want to address that Republicans are personally talking about Joe Biden being dead, which is like a fairly quick turnaround on that conspiracy, unless they get real active with it and have some fun with it. Okay? If they have some fun with it, I'm invested. You know what I mean? I'm on board. I think Joe Biden is dead. It's a body double. It's a clone. They cloned him. They cloned him. You're not beating the misinfo allegations with that line? Yeah, I know. We talked about it on Chapo as well. Or I think maybe we might have talked about it after Chapo. A lot of the stuff I'm talking about, we talked about on Chapo.
How are you feeling since you dropped out of the race, sir?
How are you feeling about Harris's campaign?
Can Harris beat Trump?
Can Harris beat Trump, Mr. President?
Yeah, can Harris beat Trump was the question at the end. The question's much more audible than what he had to say, but I think he was saying feeling well or to that effect. Nothing substantive.
Also, Biden will, of course, address the nation tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you to my GOAT for giving me content. I'm very excited about that. But, you know, as firm believers that Biden is dead, this community obviously will be watching to recognize that, to recognize the reality that Biden is AI.
Substantial from...
I've been in the position of those reporters where you're desperately trying to lure him over to speak at greater length, but it didn't work for them on that occasion.
Well, they do when they want to.
But yeah, obviously the excitement surrounding the Democratic Party actually replacing the carcass is going to lead to benefits in the polls immediately. Okay? Immediately. And it's happening already. I told you. Watch this space. I told you. Just wait. Okay? Just fucking wait. I told you a bunch of different things. One, that a lot of Americans were excited at like anybody else, anybody but Biden. That's number one. Number two, I told you that post RNC, if Joe Biden dropped out post RNC, the Republicans would be in a fucking state of panic because they have been too geared towards the old man, and it would completely rip apart the RNC momentum that they were looking to gain. Okay? I say this is a pretty solid pickup so far. This is a pretty solid pickup so far. And it's gonna most likely get better too. It's just Kamala can't fuck this up, especially when it comes to Israel-Palestine. She has to change course on two things, okay? Immigration and Israel-Palestine. Because all of the other stuff that Biden has done and Biden has said he would do, you know, that's solid messaging. As long as she can beef up her charisma, as long as she can like maybe dial in a little bit, lock in, and be more charismatic, the messaging on the messaging front, there are a lot of good policies in there. Okay? There are a lot of good policies in there. But there are two major things here. For Minnesota and Michigan, the Gaza situation has to change course, change trajectory in a dramatic way. That's going to be doubly difficult because it requires political bravery, which Kamala Harris, I don't think has, but we'll see. And it also requires Joe Biden to follow through because Joe Biden is still the president. Kamala Harris can say, I'm going to change course on Israel. Joe Biden still keeps doing, genocide Joe shit. That's not going to work, right? So that's a doubly difficult thing to do. All right? Every state that the Democrats have to win have had very significant uncommitted voting campaigns that were launched in a matter of weeks. If the Democrats are not paying attention to that, they are fucking dumb. And Democrats are dumb. And they're not exactly brave. But this brief glimmer of hope that I have seen from the Democratic Party actually behaving like a real party with an instinct for survival in this replacement of Joe Biden has caused me to maybe have a little bit of hope that they will actually follow through and maybe notice their weaknesses. On the immigration front, I am terrified. I don't think that they will change their narrative on that front, and I think that that is going to be a losing message for them. But on everything else, they're solid. This is why I kept repeating. This is why I kept repeating to you over and over again. The Democratic Party is not unpopular. They usually are, but this time it's different. The Democratic Party is not as unpopular as the Republican Party is, directly as a consequence of Roe v. Wade. Okay? Directly. And yet, Joe Biden is, or rather, Joe Biden was. That's why down ballot races were outperforming Joe Biden. But Joe Biden's stink was starting to hurt the down ballot races as well. That's when the Democrats came to their senses and there was a legitimate panic. Okay? That's why they had to move. I hope they recognize that this like slight popularity shift and the momentum behind a newer, more vibrant, more dynamic candidate is going to go away if they don't continue hitting hard. Okay? America seems to want to be strong on border/immigration. I've had this conversation a million times, and you can watch some of my other videos on this on my YouTube page, I think, because this is like it's too long of a conversation to have right now. I wonder if you believe what you're saying, dude. She said America isn't a racist country. I wonder if you believe what you're saying. I mean, considering that I think, at least a little bit talented enough to be able to do like political commentary on something that most Americans find to be fucking abhorrent, which is like leftist politics, I could just as easily, if not infinitely easier, do political commentary on the Republican side better than any Republican you've ever fucking met in your entire life. Okay? They got no riz. It's super easy to be a fucking right-wing commentator. The reason why I'm explaining this is because, you know, if I didn't believe what I was saying, I wouldn't be saying it. Or rather, if I didn't believe what I was saying, and if I was grifting, as you said, why wouldn't I grift in a much easier avenue where I would make a shit ton more money too? You think I don't have... You think I don't have Steven Crowder's fucking level of talent? Steven Crowder was like looking at a $50 million contract and going, I don't like this. This is a slave labor contract. When you're a fucking leftist, they don't let you smell money like that, okay? They don't show you any bands like that. There's no world. Come on now. Why is everybody dick riding Democrats now? Because people want to win, dude. People want to win. It's just like there's a lot of loss that they've withstood under the carcass regime. Okay? Beyond Trump, that obviously nobody wants except for freaks and the rabid MAGA cult. People are excited for the first time in a long time that this is like now a dynamic race once again. This is an interesting race once again. This is a race where the outcome is not like completely determined now. That's a stupid reason. Most Americans don't vote on like ideological boundaries anyway. 20% of Americans vote on ideological boundaries. 80% vote for the party that they always historically voted for. And even those who are voting on ideological boundaries are still oftentimes in the wrong. So it's not all that stupid. I agree you have talent, but if anyone else was saying this, I would argue that the right-wing grifter scene is too inundated. Left-wing grifter is free real estate. You're the only one. Brother, I don't think you understand. I'm not the only left-wing streamer. I'm not the only left-wing grifter in general. There are a shit ton of leftist content creators. The reason why I'm one of the largest content creators in this fucking country is not because I'm a leftist. It's because I do something a little bit more unique. I'm not like a fucking rabid freak in the same way that like right-wing content creators are. I'm not like a gross, sweaty fucking loser. HasanAbi Mr. Grifting Live, yeah. Speak on Chris Tyson or get stage 4 pancreatic cancer. You? What? Why so specific? Get stage 4 pancreatic cancer? That's like the wildest. That is the wildest way to wish death upon someone.
We're going to begin with the news.
Like, you didn't have to take the long way home. You could have just been like, kill yourself. You know what I mean? Like, that's so easy. Like, he Googled deadliest cancer. He literally had to Google deadliest cancer, go to fucking WebMD, and then find like that's some nerdy shit, man. All the Twitter accounts paid by Kick are calling you out, so you're gonna get a lot of that today. Calling me out for what? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not covering right-wing slanted fucking YouTube drama about like about a trans content creator on the Mr. Beast lineup because I'm a political commentator. This is the same shit that they did. This is the same shit that they did when like Cody Ko, leftists were yelling at me and they were like, man, I can't believe you're not covering Cody Ko. What are you hiding? And it's like, dog, are you fucking stupid? What do you mean? What am I hiding? I'm talking about the most heated political race of our fucking lifetime. A president, a former president running for president got shot 7 days ago. We forgot about it. That's how insane this cycle has been. 8 days ago. How convenient. I know. I set it up. I gave Biden COVID. I set it up in this way. I was like, you know, it's gonna happen. I set all of my traps in motion. Why have you not disavowed Cody Ko's Vegas DJ set? Were you there possibly? Yes. I was at Encore. Anyway. I was licking all the doorknobs at the White House. I was running around licking doorknobs at the White House with hopes that maybe I have COVID and then maybe Biden will get it too. All right, let's continue. Majority of states have pledged delegates to Kamala Harris ahead of the DNC. She actually got the number of delegates she needed as of last night to be the official nom. Let's take a look.
The Kamala Harris campaign kicking off and a quick start in this presidential race. At least 27 states have now pledged their delegates. CBS News estimates that the vice president already now has the support that she needs to officially become the Democratic presidential nominee next month. And it happened on her first full day as a candidate, which she spent visiting campaign staff in Wilmington, Delaware. President Biden also spoke to staffers over the phone, notably not Zoom, the first time we've heard his voice even since he stepped aside. Ed O'Keefe is near Biden's home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. Ed, good morning to you.
Tony, good to see you. We have finally heard from the president's doctor that his condition is significantly improved and he is expected to go back to Washington later today. As you said, we heard from the president finally. He talked to his former staff, said stick with the vice president, and help her win the White House. Walking into her newly minted campaign headquarters, Vice President Harris reassured staffers and reshaped the way Democrats plan to campaign against Donald Trump, highlighting her experience as a prosecutor.
I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who ripped off consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
And in his first remarks since dropping out, President Biden called in to thank staff, pledging his continued support.
I think we made the right decision. I'm not going anywhere, and I want you to know you've always had my back, and I promise you, I will always have your back.
And supporters now have hers. More than $100 million raised since the president's surprise announcement Sunday, more than 58,000 new volunteers. And she's keeping the team together, asking top aides like campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon to stay on, and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer to co-chair the campaign.
Vice President Harris has my full support.
Other top Democrats also jumped on. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi saying she has full confidence Harris will lead Democrats to victory in November.
Everybody's going to coalesce around the vice president, and she'll be fine.
But some, including Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, have yet to officially back her. While Senator Bernie Sanders is withholding support until he hears more about her agenda.
We need a presidential candidate who is prepared not only to stand up to the big money interest, but to fight for working people.
Now, one of the biggest questions, who might she pick as a running mate? Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro batted away questions it might be him.
That decision should be made free of any sort of political pressure.
So did Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
The only way I would consider something other than this current job is if I believed I could further help my people and to help this country.
And North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper.
I think it's really important that we do keep the focus on her this week.
Watching it all are Republicans who say Democrats have rushed to anoint
Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have endorsed her now.
Harris and push aside the president.
You got to persuade voters. You got to win their votes. You don't decide who the president is in smoke-filled rooms with billionaires and senior elected officials. You let the people decide.
That's a great take. Republicans famously, one, love democracy. Two, are angling for the Biden or busters. There are no Biden or busters. That narrative would have been more successful if Joe Biden was ideologically at odds with the establishment Democrats. If it was like a Bernie style situation, and objectively, even with Bernie Sanders, that narrative was not enough to sway enough votes for Donald Trump to win, regardless of what Democrats try to claim in the aftermath of the 2016 election. Okay? And it didn't work in 2020 anyway. Bernie Sanders campaigned both for Hillary Clinton, harder than Hillary Clinton did, and campaigned for Biden, harder than Biden ever did in 2020. So that is not a successful narrative in this circumstance when you're trying to be like, yeah, the Democratic Party, guys, you don't have a democratic process, actually. It's really fucked up. When 83% of Democratic voters are elated at this prospect, at this new swap, and further, $88 million in individual donations came in a 24-hour cycle after Kamala stepped into the ticket. That is insane. That's more than what Trump was able to raise after he got fucking shot, dude. You're out of your dang mind. Like, who the fuck are you talking to? What do you think about people saying the left is perpetually looking for misery because we are insisting on Harris demonstrating a more left-wing position on Gaza? There's two different arguments there. The moral argument, obviously, is that genocide is abhorrent. History will not look kindly upon those who are advocates for genocide, and turning a blind eye to ethnic cleansing is unimaginably cruel. Okay, that's the moral argument. Number one. But the strategic argument for the election also remains. You have to communicate to liberals that states that are must win for the Democratic Party, like Michigan, states that are must win for the Democratic Party, like Wisconsin, Minnesota. These are states that actually have had significant movement in their uncommitted voter campaigns. It was directly a consequence of Biden's inaction and Biden's direct defense of Israel's ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign. That right there means that there are a lot of people who will not vote if the Gaza messaging even doesn't change. Okay? So the Gaza position, when I talk about that, I'm not even talking about it from a moral perspective. You already know that. You already know what my fucking position is on Gaza. You already know how abhorrent I think it is that the Democratic Party's lack of interest in doing the right thing is genuinely putting them at genocidal status. Okay? You know that already. When I talk about Gaza, I'm tying it back to the election for liberals to fucking understand that there are a lot of people who are still going to refuse to vote. Maybe they were refusing to vote for an old man who's doing genocide, and maybe if it's a young woman who's doing genocide, they might be more willing, but there's still going to be significant margins that you cannot lose out on if you want to win these states. Okay? Especially young voters. I think you're overestimating the impact of uncommitted voters in the primaries. It is one thing to do it in a primary, another to do that in the general election. If anything, I think you're underestimating that because the real uncommitted voters just simply don't vote. You're wrong. And I said this even back then. Uncommitted voters that are voting in the primaries are uncommitted Democratic Party loyalists, like hardliners in the Democratic Party. You're talking about people who are so invested in the party's future and invested in politics, so much so that they're voting in the primaries. Okay? You're nuts. Also, Wall Street Journal is reporting that Harris plans to gut Biden's foreign policy and national security teams if she wins. Will be interesting. Replacing Sullivan, Blinken, and Austin is a very big shakeup. Oh. She could possibly take their line, and just because she's Biden's VP doesn't mean they agree on everything. It's possible for her to distance herself from him. I told you guys this earlier today. Okay? I told you guys this earlier today that the issue here is twofold, and it's a very complex dynamic. It's a very complicated equation. Why is it complicated? Because Kamala Harris has to demonstrate political courage. Kamala Harris has to demonstrate political courage, which I don't know if she has or not, and an ideological commitment to stopping genocide, which I'm not sure she has. Her track record certainly does not show that reality. She's been a solid AIPAC supporter, even though there have been some moments in her career where she has sidestepped away from the Democratic caucus's unimaginable dick riding of Israel. Minor moments, albeit still significant. Having said that, however, in terms of like Kamala Harris demonstrating political courage and willingness to change the administration's current discourse on Gaza, also runs into a separate trap, and that is Joe Biden himself. There's one thing we know about that demented old fuckbag. He is an unimaginable, unconditional, generational talent in terms of bouncing on Israel's dick, okay? He is doing Olympic level gyration like you've never seen, okay? So he might totally be like, yeah, I don't care what Kamala Harris is saying. I'm going to nuke Gaza. Like, you know what I mean? Like he's more of an ideological fanatic for Israel than previous presidents of Israel, okay? And it's pretty funny because regardless of him bouncing on Netanyahu's dick. Israel still likes Donald Trump more. Israel likes Donald Trump more than they like Biden, and certainly more than they like Benjamin Netanyahu. Anyway. So, in terms of like interesting prospects or a change in messaging, which is like too much hopium, and I don't want to talk about that too much. Like, I don't want to give you guys like false hope. Okay? I don't want to give you guys false hope. But there are some shifts happening that I like. Okay? Where is it? Here is Emma Vigeland. Wall Street Journal. Harris will meet 1v1 with Bibi, then skip his address. She's expected to tell him to stop the war and the suffering of Palestinian civilians. She likely won't keep Sullivan, Blinken, or Austin. Jim Zogby says she's shown far greater empathy for Palestinians than Biden. Harris' Middle East views will be in the spotlight this week when she and Biden will meet with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The plan is for Harris, dude, if she activates her cop gene, oh my God. Obviously, that would never happen, but it'd be fucking awesome. Imagine she just goes ultra instinct. She just goes maximum ultra instinct and arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. She's like, sorry, I'm a cop. Lord, forgive me. I'm back on my old ways. And it seems like you've done crimes, sir. She does not like him having a warrant and not being in jail. That's what I'm saying, dude. Holy fuck, Trump is meeting with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago. Looking forward to welcoming Bibi Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach, Florida tomorrow. During my first term, we had peace and stability in the region, even signing the historic Abraham Accords, and we will have it again. Just as I've said in discussions with President Zelensky and other world leaders in recent weeks, peace through strength agenda will demonstrate the world that these horrible, deadly wars and violent conflicts must end. Millions are dying, and Kamala Harris is in no way capable of stopping it. Guys, you need to understand something, and this is very important. What politicians say, especially when they're running for office, and what they do almost never match up. But what politicians say is very important, especially in terms of politicians who know how to read the room. Donald Trump has consistently presented himself as the peaceful dove even in this election cycle. I don't know how he's able to fucking pull it off, but this is him consistently taking advantage of all the chaos that has unfolded under the Biden administration. And if the liberals' argument here is we built NATO and Israel has a right to defend itself over and over again, this is going to lead to people going, yeah, you know what? I do want to believe that Donald Trump could possibly stop Israel's genocide. And even though he is like a fucking unimaginable, also simultaneously Olympic level dick rider of what? Olympic level dick rider of Israel. I think T Swift would be a terrible VP. What are you saying? I hate this. I hate this because, like, right now, all conflicts that are occurring are on Joe Biden. And if there is no, Harris is likely focusing on securing the nomination this week and will want to steer clear of any confrontation with Netanyahu, analysts said, not least so as to avoid opening herself up to any criticism that she's weak on Israel. Harris's relationship with Netanyahu will be very different than of Biden, who has sparred with the Israeli prime minister, but also has decades of experience with dealing with him. Her husband, Doug Emhoff, is the first Jewish spouse of a U.S. president or vice president and has been outspoken on the issue of anti-Semitism, particularly since October 7. A Harris presidency could lead to a shakeup of the Democratic National Security Team. Philip Gordon, her NatSec advisor, likely to play a central role. Gordon served as a top State Department official for Europe in the Obama admin and later worked as a senior White House official on Middle Eastern issues, where he was deeply skeptical of the plans to arm Syrian opponents of the Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Key Biden appointees, including National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Secretary of State Blinken, and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, wouldn't likely be extended in their current roles. Current and former officials say. Over several decades, the Democratic foreign policy establishment has been divided between those seeking a more assertive role for the U.S. abroad and others more skeptical of military force. The Clinton admin dubbed the U.S. an indispensable nation and undertook selective military interventions to quell ethnic strife in the Balkans, while the Obama admin was more cautious about the use of force and balked at providing lethal military assistance to Ukraine. I mean, they still did it. That's crazy that, like, Obama is the dove here for NatSec advisors. I mean, NatSec advisors maintain the most Hitlerian politics consistently. You know? You know what I mean? Obama did not provide military aid to Ukraine, only non-military aid. What? Obama did provide military aid to Ukraine. Am I misremembering? I think he did. I would love to come on to absolutely trash Shapiro. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about Shapiro later. I've ripped into him last night. I might be thinking of the aid that they sent to Ukraine under Trump that they had to I mean, they definitely had State Department very active in Ukraine during the Obama administration as well. Having said that, however, I think I'm mistaking it with the Trump administration, who was funding, because the Azov Battalion stuff that happened. Wait, what? Fact check. Trump distorts Obama Biden aid to Ukraine, calling himself tough on Russia. Former President Donald Trump lowballed the amount of U.S. military aid provided to Ukraine during the Obama-Biden administration. Comparing military aid in this administration to under President Obama, I was the one that sent the javelins, not Obama. Obama sent blankets. Oh my God, you guys are fucking literally... By March 2015, the Obama admin had provided more than $120 million in security aid for Ukraine and promised 75... Why do I listen to chat? Why? That's not lethal aid, that's radars and... It's still military aid, man. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Yeah, why? What are you talking... The U.S. aid offer came after Putin in 2014 annexed Crimea to provide support for separatists in eastern cities. Ultimately, between 2014 and 2016, the Obama administration committed more than $600 million in security aid to Ukraine. Dude, you know what's funny about this, by the way? You're literally fucking doing... You're literally doing the classic bait. Like, there's a reason why these guys call it non-lethal aid or security aid versus lethal aid. They call... shipping bullets lethal aid. Anyway. Where were we? What is this? Dave Rubin is backing out of deleting his accounts. I don't care. Fuck Dave Rubin. 2 years later, Trump delayed the release of congressionally approved security assistance to Ukraine, yada, yada, yada. Okay, never mind. As the battle lines hardened in Donbass, a small select group of veteran CIA paramilitaries made their first secret trips to the front lines to meet with the Ukrainian counterparts there, according to former U.S. officials in 2014. Yeah. Why are we... Wait, I'm confused. Why are we fucking talking about Ukraine right now? How do we get to Ukraine? What was the... I totally lost the fucking plot. Is it because of... Are we talking about Ukraine because of the top of the hour? Is that what it is? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And the only aid that you can get is in the form of a gifted sub that will allow you to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Kamala foreign policy. Oh, anyway, ultimately, like I said, Donald Trump is in a very advantageous position. Okay? And you will not be in an advantageous position at the top of the hour unless you are subscribed for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. But Donald Trump is in a very advantageous position. All of the fucking Ukraine shit is Biden. Okay? Is on Biden. Everyone analyzes it as though it was Biden's fault. Now, is that completely true? No, I don't think so, but it doesn't matter. That's the way people see it. Will Donald Trump be better than Biden on any of this stuff? No, that's obviously not the case, especially when it comes to Israel, but it doesn't matter because is that how people see it? No, that's the reason why when people look at polls, when people respond to polls on who would be better on Israel, Trump defeated Biden consistently, sometimes by fucking 20 points. That is insane. Part of that is because Trump is not the president, Biden is. Okay? The other part of that is because people have a genuinely negative opinion on Biden, especially as it pertains to Israel. This should hopefully get Democrats to recognize that they cannot continue with this unconditional loyalty and support to Israel. Okay? Especially if they want to win key states. Having said that, I'm not going to sit here and act like Harris is going to be this brilliant foreign policy peaceful dove advocate. Okay? Yeah, Trump's peace through strength line is repackaged Bush-era neoconservatism. Harris will run on similar neocon policies with a blue tinge. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm not going to like immediately start throwing daggers until I see her make some movement in either direction. But at least people are desperate for a bone, and if Kamala doesn't throw them a goddamn bone, it's not going to look good. It's not going to look good for her re-election. It's not going to look good for her election chances if she doesn't even change on the messaging front. Jeremy Ben-Ami, president of J Street, says the generational difference between Biden and Harris is a meaningful difference in how one looks at these issues. It isn't necessarily as much as a matter of policy as I think it is of framing. There's a frame for people in the generation of Kamala Harris and younger that is much more recognizing of the Palestinian side of the equation. No, Kamala Harris is still 59 years old. Okay? So, I don't know about that. 7 major unions just sent a joint letter to Biden calling on him to immediately halt all military aid to Israel ahead of Netanyahu's visit to Washington. SEIU, UAW, NEA, UE, APWU, Postal Workers, AFA, the flight attendants, IUPAT, Painters Union. Below is the full letter the 7 unions sent to Biden. They say recent reports only underscore the urgency of our demands. Large number of Palestinian civilians, many of them children, continue to be killed reportedly, often with U.S. manufactured bombs. That's great. That's great. Light a fucking fire under their asses. Okay? We shall see. What? You've mentioned before that NATO states went to war with each other militarily, right? Like Greece and Turkey went to war with each other before, right? Both were part of NATO in the 1970s. Yes. Yes, Turkey has also done more in terms of like getting into active conflict with NATO nations. I think they were at both NATO at that time. But yeah, no, Turkey's always played the role of a wild card in NATO because I think it knows its like importance, its geopolitical importance to America's interests, its proximity to the USSR at the time, and its proximity in general to Russia now, and also other like adjacent nations. So that's the reason why the United States allows Turkey to do whatever the fuck it wants usually. So yeah. Now, I do not know. I do not know how much Kamala will change her narrative on Israel-Palestine. But this is pretty wild from the New York Times. The pro-Israel donor with a $100 million plan to elect Donald Trump, Miriam Adelson, long operated in the shadow of her powerful husband. Now, after his death, she's playing in politics as a solo practitioner for the first time. The part that I want to tell you about is that this year, Dr. Adelson does not have a specific wish list for Mr. Trump, 3 people close to her said. In contrast to when she and her husband implored Mr. Trump to move the embassy. Her spokesman, Andy Aboud, denied a recent report that Dr. Adelson was urging Mr. Trump to publicly support an annexation of the West Bank by the Israeli government in exchange for her backing. But Shmuley Boteach, a rabbi and a longtime friend of the couple, said he believed Dr. Adelson supported the annexation and considered so-called land for peace deals to be land for war. That's a wild thing, by the way. Just immediate minus aura points for being fucking known as a friend to Rabbi Shmuley. Okay? That's how you know how invested this person is in just being a gross freak. Straight up. Like, can you fucking imagine, dude? Can you imagine being like, no, Rabbi Shmuley is my friend. Like, I'm perfectly fine with the media reporting in the newspaper that Rabbi Shmuley is my friend. Yeah. Even diehard ultra-Zionists that love Israel and want to kill every Palestinian straight up think Rabbi Shmuley is a harm, is a genuine, direct harm to their cause. Okay? They literally recognize him as like a person who is making everyone annoyed at Israel. And honestly, they're fucking right. Like anytime that fucker opens his mouth about Israel, it's like more people are becoming ardent supporters, ardent defenders of Palestinians. Anyway. But yeah, just so you understand like where these candidates are. But like I said, big crowds, big momentum, big movement for Kamala. Kamala momentum is happening. Libs say it's commencing. Sure. But here it is. VP vetting process begun. Shapiro, Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania. Roy Cooper of North Carolina. Mark Kelly of Arizona, the only senator on this list. And Andy Bashar of Kentucky were asked to submit materials for vetting. I do not see. Oh, what the fuck? Kaya. Quiet. Anyway, Ogles introduced articles against Kamala. Oh, dude, whatever. Who would be the best on that list? We're going to do it. I will go through them again. Okay? Don't worry. But let's get to the fuck are they doing? Let's get to let's continue on the stories
Today,
from
the
mainstream
vice
media.
president heads to Milwaukee for a previously scheduled campaign appearance that now takes on a whole lot more importance because it's our first sense of how she'll be as the candidate on the trail. Here in Delaware, there is a sense of bitterness about how this all ended for the president. One senior campaign advisor saying, remember, the president was always in this to defeat Donald Trump and to protect democracy, but that, quote, Democrats on the Hill and donors.
Hold on, we're going to go in and listen to Schumer.
There it is. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries do the damn thing and endorse Harris at the news conference.
We'll get back to you in a moment.
Great day for the Democratic Party and the country. Vice President Harris will soon be our nominee and will be elected president in November. We are brimming with excitement, enthusiasm, unity. On Sunday,
I'm about to do something super crazy, by the way. I'm trying a Dr. Pepper, 0 sugar, strawberries, and cream. I've never had a Dr. Pepper, a real one even. I've never had a Dr. Pepper 0. And I'm about to go dive head the fuck first into this possible delectable journey. We're about to see if it's good or not. This is my first interaction with Dr. Pepper in general. It smells phenomenal. I'm a big strawberry boy. I do like it. It's a little weird. It's a little weird.
President Biden showed the world what a great man he is. His true patriotism, his profound sense of decency came shining through. We all know it was not an easy decision for him. But just as he has done in his entire life, President Biden's selfless decision not to seek the nomination put our country, our party, and our future first. At his core, he's just an honorable man, a family man, a man of deep faith. We love him. We truly do. I'll have more to say on President Biden later this afternoon in my floor speech. But President Biden's selfless decision has given the Democratic Party the opportunity to unite behind a new nominee, and boy, oh boy, are we enthusiastic. Since President Biden's announcement, we've seen the Democratic Party swiftly coalesce behind Vice President Kamala Harris. When I spoke with her Sunday, she said she wanted the opportunity to win the nomination on her own and to do so from the grassroots up, not top down. We deeply respected that, Hakeem and I did. She said she would work to earn the support of our party, and boy, has she done so in quick order. Vice President Harris has done a truly impressive job securing the majority of delegates needed to win the Democratic Party's nomination to be our next president of the United States. The vast majority of my senators quickly and enthusiastically endorsed her. So now that the process has played out, from the grassroots bottom up, we are here today to throw our support behind Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm clapping. You don't have to.
Oh, God. Dude. God. Oh. Just no fucking charisma whatsoever, bro. You cannot find... I mean, I guess, like, the Republicans also suck, too, on this issue. The issue of Riz. But it's just, like, they are so objectively awkward and unlikable and so nervous all the time. It's crazy.
It's a happy day. What can I say?
Oh, God.
Together, we will keep and hopefully grow the Senate majority. And under future Speaker Hakeem Jeffries, we will win back the House. Democrats are moving forward stronger and more united than ever before. In just the last 36 hours, I have seen a surge of enthusiasm from every corner of our party, uniting behind Vice President Harris. An enthusiasm felt in every corner of the country, and it's contagious among Democrats. The volunteers, the small contributions, they're just pouring in ways even beyond our expectations. Now, we all know that Vice President Harris has a tremendous record to run on. And now begins the next chapter in our quest to make sure Donald Trump does not become president. Today, with one voice, we speak about the dangers he presents to working families, to our country, and to our democracy. We see very clearly how nervous the Republicans are about our new nominee. Well, they ain't seen nothing yet. Last night, Vice President Harris secured a majority of delegates. Today, in Wisconsin and across America, we begin our next chapter, and it will be our best yet. Vice President Harris will beat Donald Trump and become the next president of the United States of America. Applause. Hakeem.
Oh my God, bro. He just doubled down on the please clap. It's a news conference. Why the fuck would the press? I don't get it. Is there even anybody there that's like actively like watching to hear what he has to say? It's just the press. Why would they clap? What? Not trying to dictate the stream, but have you covered the centrist takes about Kamala yet? Genuinely asking, I haven't got to see much of the stream lately. What are the centrist takes on Kamala? I don't get it.
Thank you, Leader Schumer. Joe Biden is a patriotic American. Joe Biden is a heroic American. Joe Biden is a great American. Joe Biden will go down in American history as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. President Joe Biden has made the selfless decision to pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to lead us into the future. Kamala Harris and her candidacy has excited and energized the House Democratic Caucus, the Democratic Party, and the nation. Vice President.
All right, this is boring as fuck. There's nothing new going on, okay? They're just going, he's so selfless. His dick too large. His dick too fat. He did the right thing. It's like, it's just gaslighting, okay? Obviously, they have to say that to a certain degree because, like, they can't just be like, yeah, he sucks. I can't believe he didn't drop out. Because then it, like, kind of reflects poorly on the election campaign as well. Because, you know, criticisms of Biden reflect poorly on Kamala Harris because they're attached to one another, VP, president style. But it's just like, it's pretty funny overall that all media and everyone, like Van Jones is like crying on television. Chris Coons is crying on television. They're just like talking about this false narrative that Joe Biden is this historic person who's dedicated his entire life to making America great. And it just, I don't think anybody actually believes it. It's just some shit that basically fucking, you know, you hear and then you don't ever think about it ever again, even though history books will write about it as though he did the right thing. Yeah, he would have done the right thing if he just like actually had a solid VP from the start, knowing full well that he was going to step aside and fucking stepped aside gracefully, maybe even like after the midterms. You know what I mean? Only 10 Twitter tabs today. Light research day for you. Yeah, famously, I love this narrative that I do my research on Twitter. I like that it's coming back because like all of the quote unquote research that you're, you know, making jokes about is just poll numbers. Like, I'm sorry that I don't have it. Like, I don't have direct access to the polling data. And instead, you know, aside from like memes and shit, it's mostly just poll numbers and journalist breaking news, you know, and then other meme shit like Elon Musk. We're going to be talking about that. He did the right thing after Democrats threatened to beat him metaphorically. Dude, he did not. He did not do anything right. Yeah, real men read Wikipedia pages after they make up their minds about an active genocide going on and then try to desperately defend the genocide is good actually position. That's what real men do. And then they get fucking owned by dudes whose research actually, you know, are summarized in the Wikipedia pages. But hey, keep fighting that battle, baby.
Vermont Independent Senator and former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders, when you hear...
Please don't use the place where presidents and politicians can make direct information releases. You should use Wikipedia. That way you can do a Jubilee video saying that Biden can win 2 days before he drops out. No way. Did that actually happen? That's awesome. Fraudulent. All right, let's talk about Bernard Sanders.
You hear phrases like that DEI hire already being used, or you hear an Ohio State senator today at J.D. Vance's rally warning it would take a civil war to save the country if Trump is not elected. What does it tell you about what lies ahead in the next few months in this campaign?
Well, it's going to be a brutal campaign. I believe that Kamala Harris is going to be the next president of the United States. And I think, Anderson, she has a chance to win this election big if we can focus on the serious problems facing working families all over this country. Politics is not a game. It's not about polls.
It was actually a video on Biden should stay in. Oh my God. Solid political instincts. Solid.
Or misstatements. What it's about is what we can do to address the fact that 60% of our people are living paycheck to paycheck, while the people on top have never, ever had it so good. 50% of our seniors are living on $30,000 a year or less. I believe, President Biden believes, and I think the Vice President believes, that we should expand Social Security, raise those benefits to make it easier for the elderly to get by and pay for the prescription drugs that they need. We have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any nation on earth. And what we have got to do is do what we did in the American Rescue Plan, is make the child tax credit permanent. That's $300 a month per kid. We cut childhood poverty by 40%. We got to bring that back because it's really tough to raise a kid with the cost of child care and everything else in this country. You got workers out there making $10 an hour. Nobody can get by on 10, 11 bucks an hour. Got to raise that minimum wage to a living wage. If the vice president campaigns on an economic agenda, among other things, she's going to win and win big.
Have you talked to her since President Biden dropped out? And if so, what did you say to her?
Well, I did talk to her, but you know, those conversations are private.
I figured.
But again, I think, yeah.
Vice President Harris, though, has now been endorsed by at least 41 Democratic senators, 186 Democratic representatives, 23 Democratic governors. You've yet to endorse her. You'd previously supported President Biden staying in the race. Will you? What's going to take for you to endorse the vice president?
Well, I'm sure that I will, and I want to just chat with her, and I want to.
Why are a bunch of people asking me about Erewhon? Am I getting like Discord rated or something? What the fuck? There's like a bunch of people. A bunch of people have come in here to be like, Erewhon. There's a big community of people boycotting it right now, and they're really annoying. Bro, what do you mean? Boycotting Erewhon? That's just called making less than $350,000 a year. Okay? And as someone who makes more, I also tend to boycott Erewhon, because why the fuck would I go there? It's the same exact shit that you can get anywhere else, just upmarked. Yeah, guys. Oh, man. Yeah. I'm boycotting mega yachts. Okay? I need you guys to understand something. I'm bravely and boldly boycotting mega yachts. Okay? I think that it's... Like, what are you talking about, dude? Boycott... Yeah, I guess we're all boycotting Erewhon. I'm boycotting private jets. I have been on a private jet one time. Okay? Because it was a free ride that I could hitch. And I did it in 2015, I think, or 2016. And guess what? Ever since then I've been boycotting it, and I'm going to continue boycotting it. Canceled? I mean, yeah, people have yelled at me before. What is happening? Brave, thank you. Thank you for recognizing my bravery in this statement. I hope all Americans can come together All Americans, especially those who are coming from a working class background, can come together and join me in boycotting Erewhon. Is that where you got the fancy Dr. Pepper? You think Erewhon sells Dr. Pepper? Are you kidding me? Erewhon sells PhD pepper, okay? They sell their own version and is upmarked to oblivion. I'm
gonna make sure. Look.
Yeah. I'm boycotting Rolly watches, Audemars. I'm boycotting Birkin bags. Not gonna lie, the expression in this photo in the private jet is really funny. Yeah, that's this is from the David Dobrik vlog. The award show that I was presenting at, for those of you who don't know the fucking memes, the award show that he was presenting at hitched them a private jet, the Dobrik squad. And they were like, hey, I heard you're also at Coachella. Would you like to, fly to New York from Coachella? I was on shrooms. Bro looks so comfortable. Oh, I was high as fuck, dude. I was zooted. I was on mushrooms. I mean, of course, shiitake mushrooms. I would never do something illegal. Erewhon sells plastic bags for $80. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. I don't want to if you're broke, just say so. I just don't understand who that's for. Like, who the fuck is like, man, I was wondering if we could make plastic bags more expensive. Like, who is this for? Who is going, oh, dude, I want a plastic bag, but I want to make sure that it's $80. That makes no damn sense. Anyway, let's continue.
This is a consequential campaign. It is, when we talk about the future of the planet and climate change, we have to make sure that we elect the vice president. When we talk about economic rights, we got to make sure that we elect the vice president. I just want to make sure that her campaign understands that for too many people in this country, when they look at Washington, D.C., they feel ignored, they feel insulted, that people are not understanding what is going on in their lives. Life expectancy for working class people is 10 years shorter than it is for the rich. And working class people want a government that represents them and not corporate America. And I just want to make sure that the vice president, as I'm sure she will stand up strongly with an agenda that speaks to the long neglected needs of working families. And if she does that, she's going to win and win big.
Would you have liked to have seen, more of a, there were some, people who had talked about some sort of shortened primary process. Would you have liked to have seen more people having a chance to kind of throw their hat in the ring, debate these issues, talk about these issues, make their case, all the issues that you've just discussed to the American people?
Well, this has been a really weird election process. It goes without saying. I have not been overjoyed to see the kind of attacks against the president, President Biden, by the corporate media and by some of the wealthy donors. forcing him to leave the campaign. And I think a lot of that was just not right. But he is out of the race right now.
He had no problem endorsing Hillary Clinton in 2016. I have literally no clue why he's endorsing her. He also endorsed and fought hard for Joe Biden. I suspect the only reason why he's like holding out is because he wants to get assurances. Like, that's probably the only reason. Because I think that, well, no. The reason why he endorsed and defended Biden was not only because he's an old man, he literally would not even fight against Biden hard enough. Something that I yelled about endlessly. If you were here in 2019 and in 2020, you heard me scream about this over and over again. Like, dude, what are you doing? And he was like, no, Joe Biden is my friend. I like him. Stop calling him old. I'm old too. And it was just like very weird. And the meme at the time that someone actually said yesterday was that like when he first became senator, Joe Biden was like the only person nice to him, and he just never let that go. Like it's the school shooter that walks up to the one guy that gave him a Snickers bar and says like, don't show up to school tomorrow energy. He's just like, everybody hated me except Biden was kind of nice to me at first. So I will just never let that go. I will always forever defend him. But that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there. I think like there is obviously a reason why he's still holding out. And I suspect it's probably because like he got a bunch of assurances from the Biden camp and he wants that commitment to be reiterated to him. You know what I mean? Like, because Biden has on the messaging front, especially in this re-election campaign, we didn't really talk about it too much, but like Biden did adopt a lot of progressive measures in his policies, and I kept reiterating the position that like he was the worst messenger for it, but the message itself was solid. You know what I mean? Because it was. I mean, a 5% rent control cap instituted at the national level is not going to be something that they can do, but it's like a phenomenal way to try to run a re-election campaign, because it's the most significant, most consequential thing. Every renter is like, oh my God, I love that. I'm a renter. I hate how much rent has increased in the past couple of years. Putting a stop to that is phenomenal. You are addressing directly. Stop making jokes about the $55. Come on, we're talking about the policy. Okay. Like for those guys, for a lot of renters, like, you know, that's immediately a pocketbook issue, right? Immediately a pocketbook issue. But even the $55 joke that you guys are making low key is not even a joke. It goes, it basically is the same issue that I was mentioning, which is that he fucks up on the messaging because he is not the best person to deliver that message. He's too old. Bernie literally built Biden's cabinet. You would never get someone as progressive as Lena Khan appointed to the FTC chair with anyone else in power, and the NLRB as well. I think Sanders was a junior partner in the coalition. The progressives were a junior partner in the coalition for sure. And they did get a lot of FaceTime, I think, with the president. So they have this loyalty to him on top of everything else. And I think he wants like that same commitment. He wants that same commitment from Kamala Harris. That's what I'm thinking.
Kamala Harris is going to be the candidate, and I will do everything I can to make sure that Trump is defeated and that she is elected.
And just briefly, you know, several names have obviously been floated as possible running mates. Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, North Carolina Governor Dwight Cooper, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear. Do you have somebody you would recommend?
Look, at a time when we are moving toward an oligarchic society where a small number of billionaires exercise incredible power over our economic and political systems. I want
Verdict on Dr. Pepper. I like it.
a ticket which is prepared to stand up and fight for working class people. That's what I want. And there are a number of people out there who are prepared to do that. But that's who I would like to be part of that ticket.
This morning, the Republican
Trump campaign pivot strategy to take on Kamala Harris. So let's talk about the most charismatic man to ever do it. Okay. Let's talk about the guy, the man, the myth, the legend, Jedediah Donald Vance, also known as John Don Vance. Okay. I mean, my king, my goat, a man who was so unique, a man who was so unique to the political field that he found a new way to be racist to white people that actually resembled like the racism that you hear from like black conservatives like Candace Owens towards black people. Like he is Uncle Tyler for white people that live in the mountains, the mountain people, the Appalachian whites. Okay. Just phenomenal work. For those of you who don't know, J.D. Vance wrote a book. Okay. He wrote a book about how gross and disgusting and stupid the people living in the Rust Belt were. And then he sold that book, Hillbilly Elegy, to liberals. Liberals loved it. They were like, oh my God, how could this have happened? Can someone maybe from that background tell us about how disgusting and heroin addicted these hill people are? Okay. And then obviously that bestseller then turned into a Netflix movie. Okay. Why did it happen? Because liberals were like, how could these racist monsters, these hill people, vote for Donald Trump? How can we reach out to them? Maybe this guy will be the white working class whisperer for us. And his solution, of course, to these mountain people and their unique culture of defeatist attitudes and not listening to the right kind of Sigma Grindset podcasts was exactly that. They couldn't pick themselves up by their bootstraps, okay? And I think most people in the Appalachia region despise this man. This is him delivering a rousing speech in his hometown. Okay? Let's see what he had to say.
ticket adjusting to a political earthquake.
I was told I was going to get to debate Kamala Harris, and now President Trump's going to get to debate her.
Sources tell NBC News the Trump campaign and their allies have been preparing to face off against Harris for weeks, launching ads tying her to President Biden's handling of key issues like immigration and inflation, just hours after he endorsed her.
If you ever wondered how Joe Biden could get the border so screwed up, remember, he had help.
But President Trump lamented on social media over the
Bikers for Trump. This rally had a bunch of really cool moments yesterday that we covered. We'll look at the campaign ad in a second. Does anyone have the link of the guy that came before them that said if Trump is not reelected, then we have to have a civil war? There were three moments that I have to cover from that rally. Okay. One is him being like Kamala Harris is a welfare queen, which was awesome. Very cool message. Okay. The other was, hold on, let me see. I think Emma tweeted about it. But he said it in like a sneaky way, right? He said Kamala Harris is a welfare queen, but like also did it in like a very sneaky way so that he could be like, oh, here's first and foremost, here's the Ohio State Senator George Lang at the J.D. Vance rally.
Trump and Butler County's J.D. Vance are the last chance to save our country politically. I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country, and it will be saved. It's the greatest experiment in the history of mankind. And if we come down to a civil war, I'm glad we got people like Schmitty and the Bikers for Trump on our side.
He said we need to do a civil war, which is ironic because he's in Ohio, okay, which was objectively on the other side, the winning side, the last time around. But this time around, they'll get it right. Okay? Obviously, the unity narrative was like insane wish casting from not even like Republican analysts either, by the way. It was just like straight up from fucking a bunch of dummies on CNN. And it never happened. George Lang has since then apologized. Remarks I made earlier today at a rally in Middletown do not accurately reflect my views. I regret the divisive remarks I made in excitement of the moment on stage. I had a heated gaming moment, especially in light of the assassination attempt on President Trump last week. We should all be mindful of what I said at political events, including myself. I just got excited. And you know me, when I get excited, I start talking about civil war and how we need it. How we need it and how the bikers will help us win it. Okay, for the right side this time. R.I.P. to the Confederacy. Yeah, he said, my views are not my own. This was another phenomenal moment from J.D. Vance because it's like the least self-aware take you could have.
About our likely opponent, Kamala Harris, because, you know, she said a couple of days ago that I showed no loyalty to the United States, that I have no loyalty to the United States. Well, you know, I don't know Kamala. I served in the United States Marine Corps, and I built a business. What the hell have you done other than collect a government check for the past 20 years?
So that's pretty funny because, like, this is one of those, like, sneaky ways that you try to attack Kamala Harris and, like, be like, oh, she's a welfare queen, black woman, right? But you can always just fall back on, what do you mean? She's a government employee. That's simply what I was referencing. Okay? And dog, she was a senator, and then she's the vice president. You are currently a senator, and you're trying to be the vice president. And also, where do you think the checks for the Marine Corps are coming from? Like, if she's a fucking government check Andy, so are you. Like, what are you talking about? You're literally applying for the position she currently holds, and you're like, yeah, that's right. These goddamn people living on the government dole. Also ironic, considering that he talked about how welfare is what caused him to not die, and also talked about the GI Bill that allowed him to get into Yale. So what are you talking about? Like, what conversation are we having? Anyway.
About
how's the Dr. Pepper? It's actually pretty good. Tim Walz apparently called him out on this.
What I know,
which I'm very excited about. We'll talk about Tim Walz today because he's also on the VP list of hopefuls, VP hopefuls, VP potentials. Anyway, there was also another John Don Vance moment. Obviously, the Diet Mountain Dew one. We have to cover that one as well once again because it was uniquely uncharismatic. Like a shocking display of being a charisma suck. I tweeted about him as well. I said, this fake ass yokel has never tasted the sweet nectar that is Diet Mountain Dew. He ain't a real Dew boy. Let's take a look at what he had to say about this Diet Mountain Dew, his tight five.
it is the weirdest thing to me. Democrats say that it is racist to believe, well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good. I love you guys.
He's really doing crowd work here. He's killing it. I love you guys. I love you guys. Diet Mountain Dew. I drink it.
I think about
just like you yokels do. You country bumpkins. Is he more of a charisma suck than Ron DeSantis, though? No, of course not. I don't think he's as bad as Ron DeSantis, but that's like really bad. I mean, that's pretty fucking bad. That, I mean, he didn't even do fucking like please clap there, but that's basically a please clap moment. And by you know, the one clap is worse than none. Yeah. Like
it's good. I love you guys. I do yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
It's good. It's good. Yeah, he's like, you know, your whole demeanor has changed since Biden dropped out. You sound so excited again. I mean, I am excited because it's a fucking clown show that's like actually at least a little bit more interesting. But as a Dew boy myself, let me just explain something, okay? My love for racism and my love for Diet Mountain Dew are two entirely separate things. Okay? I just want to make sure that people understand. I am racist and I love Diet Mountain Dew. These are two separate things. Do not pair them with one another. My racism has nothing to do with my love for Diet Mountain Dew. Hasan, normies are in here. Lamau, it's fine. I think everyone understands. I'm joking. One Mountain Dew versus 33,821 Mountain Dew. Who's the real patriot? Yeah. So, as someone who is a big time Dew boy, first of all, why did he say Diet Mountain Dew? Why did he say, oh, I tried a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday? It's like, bro, you are so fucking fake. You are so goddamn phony. You're so fake. You're so phony. You suck. Okay? You got no riz. No riz whatsoever. Anyway, let's hear what J.D. Vance says. Kamala Harris should be more grateful.
And when I think about Kamala Harris, who I guess is our vice presidential candidate officially, but I guess she's going to run for president now because Joe Biden dropped out of the race. You know, when I see... I'm going to take bets here. We're going to start a betting pool.
It's just so bad. It's bad. Dude, how did Donald Trump who is like pretty fucking good at figuring out what works in terms of marketing himself, actually listened to his disgusting freak cokehead son, Donald Trump Jr., in terms of who he was going to select as his vice presidential candidate. Like, that is crazy. You know he's a fucking loser, dude. Your son, I mean. Donald Trump knows his son's a fucking loser. He knows it. He can't even hide that he knows it. He can't even hide that he feels it in his heart. So the fact that he actually listened to him and thought this is a great idea, and that's why he went with J.D. Vance, a guy at a time when the Republicans and Donald Trump himself has tried to like moderate his positions on abortion, talking about like, oh, well, maybe, you know, it's a states' rights issue or whatever the fuck, right? Like talking about all this shit at a time when he's trying to moderate his own party on abortion and control his own party's messaging on abortion, turned around and went with the fucking guy who's like incredibly restrictive on abortion, who has no charisma whatsoever, and went with the like based Groyper pick, who is with a mountain of opposition, with a mountain of oppo research that liberals can immediately launch against them. It makes no sense. It makes no dang sense. Yeah, Mr. No Fault Divorce, like, what are you doing, brother? What were you doing? What a throw. What a massive fucking throw. He can't string 2 cents together and he's not even 80 years old. No, I mean, he's fine. He's definitely a communicator, chat. That's not the issue here. I mean, he's done TED Talks and shit. Problem here is that, like, this dude is so extremely online. One, liberals made him, so he has a lot of anti-Trump sentiment that will be used against the ticket over and over and over again. Two, he is like, when he restructured his entire like persona, he went with like the Groyper memes, right? He went to Tucker Carlson. He was constantly on Tucker Carlson. Constantly, every night. You go on Tucker Carlson and be like, Kamala Harris is a cat lady who's barren and doesn't have children of her own. Like weirdo shit. Do you feel me? His political instincts were awful. He did the Ron DeSantis shit. Really leaning into the right-wing memes, right-wing populist memes. And that in and of itself, was awful. What is this? Address it? The top of the hour ad break, you mean? I will address it in the next couple of minutes, as a matter of fact, in a timely manner. Don't worry. I will. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. I'm addressing it. For $5 or $6 now, Brandon's America, or for free with a Twitch Prime, you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Her Felines, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's a weird name, but I'll allow it. What's also funny about the J.D. Vance situation is this Atlantic article came out from Tim Alberta 2 days ago. This is exactly what the Trump team feared. A campaign that had been optimized to beat Joe Biden must now be reinvented. They locked in J.D. Vance as the VP, and now they're stuck with him. And he fucking sucks. Not only does he suck. Wait, what? I think you're coping pretty hard when you say J.D. Vance doesn't have charisma. He's so perfect for Republicans. No, he's not. No, the fuck he's not. Donald Trump is already the perfect guy to captivate the fucking weirdos, dude. He already has. That's his entire base. He was supposed to go with someone that can, one, secure a state for him, and two, actually moderate his positions. JD Vance is like the Groyper pick with a shit ton of opposition research on him. He was, if you want to understand how fucking stupid this guy's political instincts are, he was in chat rooms with teenagers, dude. He was talking to fucking Groypers in chat rooms, like straight up. Like young conservatives. He was literally until yesterday following an out and about Nazi. He unfollowed him yesterday. Like, what are we doing? Think about that. And now he has a fucking blog post from 2005 and people are pulling all of his other shit. JD Vance's blog from 2005 tells of an emotional day where he felt more like a female than I ever have or ever will, and explains he can't watch Zach Braff's Garden State because New Jersey's landscape is so much like Ohio's. The music's so relevant to my life right now. He was libbed up for so long of his life. That's an angle of attack. Like, this was wild to me. JD Vance is no longer following Steve Saylor. He was following Steve Saylor. It's wild to me. And this is like doubly bad because now you're also showing that you're a coward. You're a pussy. Like, you're not the based Groyper that they all thought you were. And it's precisely, that is precisely because this man has no convictions whatsoever. He's just like trying to go along with whatever he thinks is going to help him win. He's like Pete Buttigieg. But even Pete Buttigieg is smarter than JD Vance, let's be real. The only thing he brings to the table is actually tech bros. He's a hedge fund guy. He's Peter Thiel's blood boy. And that's precisely how, that's precisely what the Trump team thinks is going to happen. And it is kind of happening. You got like all the venture capital tech bros in Silicon Valley, which Americans pretty much fucking universally despise. They're all on his, they're all moving on his team. Steve Saylor is a white supremacist. Order my new anthology, Noticing. What the CNN article fails to note is that in addition to writing columns and movie reviews for American conservatives, Saylor is the founder of the Human Biodiversity Institute, a neo-eugenics online discussion forum where right-wing journalists and race scientists have promoted selective breeding of the human species. He also writes frequently for, obviously, VDare, which is also a neo-Nazi platform, named for the first white child born in America, and runs a website, isteve.com. Saylor's website is rife with primitive stereotypes. Honest Saylor mocks professional golfer Annika Sorenstam for having well-developed muscles and claims that Asian men have a hard time finding dates because they look less masculine than other men. Last January on the hate site VDare, Saylor labeled Obama a N-word with a W. He's a remarkably exotic variety of faux African-American, but a bleep nonetheless, Saylor wrote. Even genetically, Obama, whose East African descent is apparent in his unusual features, has only a distant relationship to West Africans who are the ancestors of almost all African Americans. To illustrate his point, Saylor used photos of Obama side by side with Jesse Jackson and the rapper Ludacris, both of whom have conventional West African features. Assessing the tragic aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in September 2005, Saylor wrote, the plain fact is that they, black Americans, tend to possess poorer native judgment than members of better educated groups. Thus, they need stricter moral guidance from society. Keep reading Opie's thread and replies is even worse than he cited Steve Saylor in a Senate letter. Letter from J.D. Vance to the new president of his alma mater, Ohio State University, on the research of John Saylor in the Wall Street Journal. Wait, what? No. Mr. Walter Ted Carter Jr., incoming president. Dear President Carter. Wait. Oh, this is him? He wrote this? J.D. Vance once called Richard Hanaya, a racist blogger who used to write for a white supremacist site under the pseudonym, a friend and a really interesting thinker during an interview with right-wing YouTuber Dave Rubin. Like, you guys need to understand something, okay? A lot of Americans are obviously kind of racist to very racist, okay? It's a byproduct of having a society designed around, you know, fundamental values like white supremacy, a country that was built on indigenous genocide and the maintenance and continuation of, you know, black people. So, like, everyone's a little racist to, like, very racist, right? The problem is, this is gross racism, like nerdy racism. Americans don't like nerdy racism, okay? Most Americans are like, oh, I see a black person, I lock my doors style racist. They're not like, let's analyze the skull density of black people to make think tank arguments about how they are genetically servile racist. Most Americans look at that and go, oh, that's gross. Yo, what the fuck? What the hell are you saying? Do you get it? That shit pops off online, especially on Elon Musk's Twitter, right? But that shit ain't moving the needle in the suburbs, okay? Everyone has, I'm sure people have some older relatives that have these kinds of attitudes, these kinds of opinions. But when they look at this kind of stuff, they go, that's weird and gross. What are you talking about? I don't understand. You get it? Like when you try to scientifically justify your racist beliefs, you reach a new territory. This goes back to Republicans being chronically online that will actually lead to their demise. They've lost interest in trying to appear normal. They've lost interest in trying to code their actual sentiment, their actual desires. They think it's a positive when you come out and try to outflank others on race realism and shit like that. Okay? And I don't think there's that much appetite for this kind of thing. And as a matter of fact, a lot of people go, oh, that's kind of gross. Do you get it? Like they are objectively being abnormal. Okay? Like, look at this. This is gross. Like this isn't just like, oh, that's just sexist, right? Because it is. But it's also like a gross kind of sexism. Like you're not to say that all sexism isn't gross, by the way, for all the fucking liberals in the chat that are going to yell at me. Like, people have the capacity, if they're humorous, to make like tricky and maybe even sometimes edgy jokes about certain things that you're not normally supposed to say. But that requires some level of understanding of the target audience and some level of understanding of the groups that you're trying to make fun of. This kind of shit, on the other hand, is just like objectively nasty and will cause a negative polarization. Yeah, exactly. Women are too emotionally unstable to be president is like within the confines of like permissible sexism in the eyes of the broader electorate, right? You might even have your mom agree with that kind of sentiment because internalized misogyny is very real. But when you say women are whores and they suck dick to get to this position of power, then you've leveled up your sexism. You've leveled up your misogyny to a degree where like your mom is not going to be on board with that. Do you see what I mean? And if they continue along this, through line and just really lean into these like unimaginable takes, like these really fucking insane takes, they will lose. This happened in 2022. Okay? Worse instincts. They have completely dropped the ball. They've forgotten what like normal people in the fucking suburbs are interested in. This is not interested. This is not interesting to them. This is actually very gross to them. Okay? You will either A, at the very worst, cause people to literally go and vote for the other party because of how insane this shit is, or at best you'll cause them to stay home. Every post polling her has comments like that are implying that she went to power sucking D. Yeah. Nope. Same goes for the overt racism. It won't play well. I love seeing Hasan say the same thing as me, not joking. Yeah, that's what I mean. When it comes to racism, you can't literally say black people are genetically inferior due to their skull density. Okay? That is so fucking nerdy for like the average suburban Hitlerite that they're going to be like, no, dude, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't say that. That's just gross. At the end of the day, something you have to remember is that, like, even Nazis know Nazis are bad. Okay? Even a Klansman knows being called a racist is bad. So you can't drop the fucking game and openly try to outflank people on Twitter with how fucking racist you are or how sexist you are, because you're running a fucking campaign. Like, you're supposed to be trying to win this thing. This is the other side of the equation. Laura Loomer. It's time for the Republicans to start talking about Kamala Harris's sexual history and the reason why she likely doesn't have any children of her own. I'm willing to bet she's had so many abortions that she damaged her uterus. A woman who has no biological children of her own should not be allowed to make decisions in the White House for your children. We must investigate Kamala Harris's pussy. Every Republican has to be talking about this. Phenomenal. Phenomenal stuff. This is surefire a winning message in what will be an abortion election, okay? Saying that, by the way, in a country where like 55%, 60% of Americans are divorced, okay, and they have stepchildren of their own, is insane. Also, Laura Loomer herself is childless, but that's besides the point. We're not even going to get into that. At least they haven't said she's trans yet. I don't think they have. I don't think they've held themselves back on that front too. They just haven't come to the forefront yet. It's far too common and often accepted, unfortunately, to be sexist than it is to be racist. Racism will get checked in Republicans here and there, but blatant sexism isn't even checked. With Dobbs and Kamala, hopefully women and non-misogynists show up at the booth. No. You're misunderstanding me. Women themselves will oftentimes say, well, if she's a woman, she doesn't have the balls to fucking go up against like world leaders. Or women themselves sometimes in the Republican Party or even in the Democratic Party go, I'm not too excited about the prospect of a female leader. Females are too emotional, right? Internalized misogyny. That is like within the confines of acceptability. But when you start saying you're a barren woman who has not followed through on the biological conditioning of being a fucking cow that must bear children, all of a sudden you've lost the sauce. You're not hiding. It is completely outside of the confines of permissible. It is completely outside of the confines of like permissible sexism. You're doing too much. That's the easiest way to describe it. You're doing way too fucking much. And Republicans can't fucking help themselves, okay? They are doing too much. It's legitimately crazy how not a single one of the new alt-right female influencers actually live up to the standards they foist on others. No children for Loomer. Lauren Southern is a single mom. Just Pearly thinks is unmarried in her 30s and spends her time saying women have an expiration date. Yeah, I mean, of course. They're trying to get their bag. It's not true that 55% of Americans get divorced. 55% of marriages end up in divorce, but a huge amount of that is made up of people who get divorced multiple times. A less extreme version of how 10% of people are responsible for 90% of alcohol sales. I mean, I don't think the percentages is 10% of Americans are doing all of the divorces, though. Americans have stepchildren. There's plenty of Americans who have stepchildren. There's plenty of Americans who have been divorced. It's fucking ridiculous to just be like, oh, if you have stepchildren, you're fake. Plenty of Americans also don't have the capacity to give birth. You know what I mean? Like, you're still alienating an entire segment, multiple segments of society. You feel me?
The presidency is a man.
This is pretty funny. House GOP leaders urge members stop making race comments about Harris. Panic. This is panic. They have one speed, and immediately they had like a bunch of fucking, a bunch of Republicans in the House come out and be like, oh yeah, she's a DEI candidate. She's a DEI candidate. So now they're like, oh, we shouldn't do that. Good luck. This divorce rate is number of currently divorced people and not yet remarried as a percentage of all individuals. What the fuck are we looking at here? This doesn't show what you think it shows, though. Deep strategy. Dems waited until the VP nom before officially promoting Kamala. Vance wouldn't be the selection if Kamala had already been tapped. No, I agree. I don't think it was strategy, though. It was kismet. I think like Biden's resilience and stubborn attitude towards not coming off the ticket actually worked in the favor of the Democrats, but it still would have been significantly better not to risk it at all and make a swift exit way before this point. I don't differentiate between nerdy or casual racism as a black American because it always ends up in the same place. Yeah, of course. But the difference is we're not talking about it from the framework of like upholding or at least turning a blind eye to white supremacy. We're talking about it in terms of the election. And there's a level of racism that you cannot fucking move past if you want to maintain like even white voters on board. Like we're not talking about how it makes black people feel or what kind of impact it has on black people. We're talking about like white people who objectively have racist opinions and racist attitudes, or any American that has racist opinions and racist attitudes that won't feel comfortable signing their name off on something so overtly and nerdily racist that they're like, oh, I'm kind of grossed out by this. So yeah. Yeah, 4chan style, 4chan racism versus Twitter racism. No, 4chan racism is Twitter racism nowadays. Do you hate any race? If so, which one and why? That's a weird ass question. No, I do not hate any race. So, yeah, the one race is cops. The only type of phrenology we allow in here is the cop dome, cop skull. ACAB actually means assigned cop at birth. So yeah, JD Vance is very compromised. Republicans across the board are also like very weird right now. They're in a weird space. They're kind of swinging for the fences in a state of utter panic, trying to figure out like what avenue of attack they can launch against Kamala Harris, because they were just completely fucking unprepared for a very likely scenario where Kamala Harris takes over the ticket, something that they demanded for a very long time. And now that they got it, they have no way of fighting back against that sort of thing. And it blows my fucking mind. It blows my mind how utterly incompetent these guys are. I think they've gotten too comfortable with their victories in general. The Republican Party used to operate on the boundaries that they are, you know, genuinely toxic to the average person. Their policies are bad. Their policies harm the broad majority. That's why Ronald Reagan was such a pivotal figure in the Republican Party, because he was able to communicate actually harmful policy positions to an audience that would be receptive to it. Working class white voters were like, oh yeah, no, I like that guy. He's a real one. This motherfucker was a movie star from Hollywood. And was doing ads for like GE and shit. When he came into office, he was able to at least try and convince. When he came into office, he at least tried and successfully, as a matter of fact, convinced white Americans, white working class Americans, that tax cuts for corporations and the wealthy was good, that destroying labor unions would be improving their lives, right? But he actually messaged it appropriately. Anyway, let's continue.
The weekend quote, now we have to start all over again. Now his running mate, J.D. Vance, taking on the traditional role for a vice presidential nominee, a tack dog, in his first solo campaign appearances.
History will remember Joe Biden as not just a quitter, which he is, but one of the worst presidents in the United States of America. But my friends, Kamala Harris is a million times worse.
Vance also going after Democrats in his hometown of Middletown, Ohio.
They say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
Later, focusing on Harris's path to the ticket.
Democrats are the ones who want to throw out 14 million ballots and not elect Kamala Harris, but select Kamala Harris. With a bunch of billionaires and Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi.
It's like, bro, who is this for? Who is this for? Every single thing that they've launched against like the new ticket has been so bad. Demanding that they get a fucking refund on the ads, crying to the ref, being just like a funny ass sore loser about it. These guys used to want to win. And I think they've grown weak in their success. Like trying to cut into the Biden camp when objectively the entire Biden camp, like everyone who was riding with Biden, immediately swapped to Kamala Harris and were very excited. When 83% of Democratic Party voters polled said that they were excited at the prospect of a change in the ticket, when Kamala Harris had a fucking insane amount of individual small donors in the first 24 hours. Like, all of this spells that people are very excited at this decision, at this swap. Just, like, I don't understand. Just talk about how you're going to cut taxes, man. Like, what the fuck? I can't believe I'm saying this. Talk about how you're going to cut taxes and how Kamala Harris is responsible for the border. Like, not to give you guys pointers on this, but, like, what are you doing? Like, actually, what are you doing? How is this happening?
Making the decision instead of Democrat voters.
The language from some in the GOP turning apocalyptic. Introducing Vance at his first stop, Ohio State Senator George Lang warning of violence if former President Trump doesn't win the election.
I'm afraid if we lose this one, it's going to take a civil war to save the country.
Lang later apologized for the comments. For his part, President Trump, who had previously warned of a, quote, bloodbath if he didn't win, in a newly aired interview taped before Biden's announcement, saying he's ready to face any opponent.
Look, they have bad policies. Forget about the people. The whole thing is a mess. Our country, if we don't win this election, we...
By the way, when people are saying, like, bro, you're giving them advice, what the fuck are you doing? You know some of them watch you. Yeah, it don't matter. You want to know why? Because they can't help themselves. Okay? They can't help themselves, dude. They literally... It's like, you know how Nazis inevitably always have to reveal that they're Nazis? Like, they just can't shut the fuck up about it. Luckily for us, you know, that's a good thing. But Republicans are in the same vein, oftentimes for Nazi shit, but they just will not be able to dial it back. Their instincts are rotted. They have forgotten how to campaign for, like, they've forgotten how to campaign against, like, a normal Democrat, a normal candidate. They've forgotten how to, like, win votes from normal people. They just literally keep fucking ripping it over and over again. It's wild.
We may never have another election. I'm telling you, this may be our last election.
Now, covering both of those Vance events yesterday, you could see the Republican VP nominee step up his attacks on Kamala Harris in real time, with a dramatically darker tone setting in between his first event in Ohio and that second one in Virginia. The Republican message...
I mean, another thing I called was, like, I don't think Trump is, you know, I was, like, worried for 3.5 seconds that Donald Trump was actually going to be maybe a little bit moderate. And, you know, he immediately was like, nope, not even a little bit. Okay.
Of trying to unify the country, so prevalent at last week's convention in Milwaukee, now seems very much a thing of the past in this new presidential race.
Hey, thanks for watching. There's no photo of the moment. He may have not even written the letter.
Did Kamala and other Democrats make a deal with Joe?
Did Joe step down in exchange for...
Do you think Kamala could have won in 2016? Fuck no. Absolutely not. And I don't think Kamala would have won in 2020 either. Absolutely not.
Hunter getting no prison.
They all assisted, interestingly, in this whole, quote, coup.
The entire Biden presidency was a cover-up. I think Michelle Obama is not off the table.
Okay, the conspiracies about Joe Biden and the unfounded rumors about a serious medical event, they are ping-ponging all over the internet and apparently on Fox. Here is the other thing that you can't miss if you're on social media tonight. Donald Trump in an ongoing meltdown, it seems, over running against Kamala Harris instead of Joe Biden. In a new memo that is out tonight as well, the Trump campaign is painting Harris as dangerously liberal. My panel is back with me, along with CNN political analyst and New York Times senior political correspondent Maggie Haberman, who is our special guest in the fifth seat today. So Maggie, this one from Trump on Truth Social really struck me. He says, to turn, quote, dumb as a rock Kamala Harris from a totally failed and insignificant vice president into a future great president, no, it just doesn't work that way. He seems to be having a tough time coming to terms with the fact that this is real life. This is happening.
It's very confusing why Trump seems so unprepared for this, because it's only been clear for 5 weeks that this was probably the direction that this was heading.
All anybody's talking about.
Right. Number one, all anybody was talking about was that President Biden was unlikely to be able to continue into November, and that number two, the likeliest replacement was the vice president on the top of the ticket. So, you know, Jonathan Swan and I did a story over the weekend about how the preparations that had been going on, and they've been going on for a while, but they seem unsettled on exactly what message they want to run against her. Some of that's not surprising. She's liberal. I'm not surprised to hear that. I expect that they will do a lot of that. But calling her dumb as a rock, I don't think is...
House Republicans are now making this their main talking point. Speaker Johnson has urged Republicans to stay away from this talk. Instead, they're doubling down.
Well, I think she's one of the weakest candidates I've ever seen in the history of our country. I mean, intellectually, just really kind of the bottom of the barrel. And from the standpoint...
Dude, you can't try to lean on, like, how stupid Kamala Harris is when Donald Trump is running. Okay? What are we talking about? Like, you can't literally say that this person who was like a career prosecutor, attorney general is like so stupid. No, it's supposed to be the other way, dumbass. You're supposed to be like, oh God, she's such an elitist. She's such an elitist who doesn't speak to the people in the way that they can like understand what she's saying. What are they doing? Like in a straight ticket matchup, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, ain't nobody's going to be like, yeah, I think the stupid one is Kamala Harris. Just totally racist shit. She was the AG for the largest state in the country, senator and VP for 4 years during a 50-50 divided Senate where she cast more tear-breaking important votes than any VP. What are they even saying, Lamau? Yeah, it is also especially stupid to say this. Like, you're saying this against Kamala Harris, who has, like, you know, a solid track record in terms of, like, her intelligence. That's one thing. But she's not running against Mitt Romney. She's running against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, objectively, is a fucking dumbass. He doesn't know his ass from his elbow. Like, what are we talking about? Like, he's just good at marketing. He's good at reading the room, but that's it. The only guy that Donald Trump, who is objectively a weak candidate, okay, very toxic and a very weak candidate, the only guy that Donald Trump could have potentially defeated, okay, easily, and even then it wasn't that easy because, you know, again, he is incredibly weak, was Biden, whose brain had deteriorated, okay? In a fucking straight matchup, you have to literally have demonstrable brain disease, okay? Like an actual diminished cognitive function to be able to look like you're, you know, not as intelligent as fucking Donald Trump. Donald Trump's appeal is that he is not super intelligent. Donald Trump's appeal is that he's saying what everybody thinks. Feel me? So saying this about Kamala Harris when your guy is Donald Trump is crazy.
Of just who she is and the policies, the positions that she's taken, her failure to do anything in terms of the border, that sort of thing. I think it's just a failure from top to bottom. I think she was a DEI hire, and I think that that's what we're seeing. And I just don't think that they have anybody else. I just think that they're in real disarray.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's the Democrats that are in a state of panic and a real disarray. No, definitely. It's not the person who's like directly and it's not the person who's like directly going against what their fucking speaker of the party is saying and their wishes to be like, please stop saying Kamala Harris is like only in this position because she's black and inferior and dumb and a slut or whatever. Please, this is like gonna look bad. This is gonna look really fucking bad. Can we just take one more moment to laugh at everyone who thought Biden should stay in? Lamau Jesus. This has completely flipped the race. I wouldn't say completely flipped the race, but trends are looking pretty fucking solid. Having said that, however, it's also largely a consequence of the Republicans being in a state of panic currently and not having like an immediate response to this change. What is this? RNC research.
Unknown Wisconsin.
Like, what is happening? What, dude, this is not a good line of attack. Kamala Harris brought her cackle to Milwaukee. Good afternoon, Wisconsin. Wow, I can't believe she's laughing. What are they doing? Dude, what are they doing? Just say she's the border czar and say she wants to tax everybody out the ass. What is going on? Tort reform would be a better fucking a better point to advocate for than this. You gotta admit her laughing is disturbing to watch. No, she's goofy. For sure. She's definitely goofy. But like, this is not one of those moments. It's goofy when she's talking about how much she loves Venn diagrams, but that alone is not going to be a good line of attack. Okay, that's one. Like, and two, this isn't even a moment where it's like weird. Like, this is what I was trying to talk about when I was making this comparison between like Hillary Clinton and the attacks against Hillary Clinton, and how attacks against Hillary Clinton were successful because Hillary Clinton had bad press for like 30 fucking years leading up to the 2016 election cycle. Like, you cannot try to do Hillary Clinton shit to Kamala Harris. People don't know who the fuck she is like that. They don't know her like that. It's just not going to work. I mean, that's not stopping the Republicans from trying to do it, but I think it's, again, a bad idea. Not a successful idea. I think it's a bad idea. Please stop flexing your perception right now. You're writing next week's scripts for all of Groipertube, man. Yeah, your most milquetoast Republican believes Hillary Clinton has hit squads on speed dial. Like, that's, there is like so much. There's so much on Hillary Clinton. And like I said, some directly warranted and some even unwarranted. That's how fucking manic the Republicans were on the Clinton name.
Is in a strategy memo. I think that's just Donald Trump talking, and he has a habit.
Bro just gained 10,000 viewers. What the fuck? No, I didn't. When I serve ads and there's a middle of the hour 1 minute ad break is a secret one, the view count jumps up. I don't know why. And then it goes down a lot. And then Yeah, and then it turns around again and normalizes. I don't know what it is.
We're all well familiar with what he did to President Obama and the birther lie. He tried a version of that. It's spreading conspiracy theory about the vice president and about whether she is eligible to serve, which is completely unfounded. He consistently has the same types of attacks against women. It is, mentally unstable or weak or not up to it and so forth. And so there is a real risk for him. Look, some of this is priced in, right? I think a lot of voters know this is the case with him. But there is a risk that he is going to go too far and that there will...
Botting, you can just type in /chatters and see the number of active chatters in the chat. Like people who are not lurking, people who aren't watching on their TV, people who have actually typed in the chat. The current chatter count is 37,633. Oh, it doesn't work if you're not a mod? Okay. That means that out of I don't know what the actual number is right now. It's probably 40,000 because like I said, in the ad, it spikes. Someone view bouting your ass to get you wrecked? No, dude, no. That's not what it is. Maybe it accidentally double counts the ad watchers because it has a pop-out view on the stream ads. I don't know what it is. But it's always been that way. It spikes up, it spikes down, and then it goes back to whatever the number was before the ad was served. Bibi, leave us couch-dwelling chatters alone. Benjamin Netanyahu in the chat. I'm just kidding. Benjamin Netanyahu, 4-month subscriber. Anyway, let's continue.
Will be a backlash effect, and so we'll see what that looks like.
Look, I have to say, the unity thing. Do you remember that? That was
It was a brief moment in time.
3 days ago?
Yeah.
Where did that go? What happened?
No, that still exists because unity to Donald Trump means everybody unifies behind him, right? And so he's still holding out hope that can happen. But, to Maggie's point about their unpreparedness, I'm surprised by it as well because, the research department at the RNC always have been, always will be very skilled pros. And
Yeah, that's why I'm shocked. They are. For better or for worse, those motherfuckers are ruthless, okay? They are. Because think about it this way. They get Republicans elected on policies that are genuinely bad for the people voting for the Republicans to get elected. And right now, they are not that way at all. They were not that way in 2022 either, by the way, which is weird.
Clearly for 4 years been focusing on Kamala Harris, Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom too over recent weeks. But over the past 5-6 weeks or longer, they've been building a real solid book, what we call a research book on Harris. Dumb as a Rock is not page 1 of that. It's not even page 45, and it's probably a longer book than 45 pages.
Okay, but who's in charge here, right? Like who's robbing the train?
Yeah.
Mr. Jesse is the one robbing this train. You can write a book. I mean, that book served me as much purpose as it served him if he doesn't read it. You know what I mean? So I can only imagine the level of frustration you would have if you were prepared for this obvious circumstance that was going to come up, and then you hand it to him.
Well,
but you hand it to Chris Lasavita, you hand it to Susie Wiles.
But he goes off book, because even at the convention, think of his speech. The whole build-up to that was machismo. It was Hulk Hogan. I'm a millennial.
I'm genuinely surprised how I went from despising Kamala and everything she stood for in 2020 to actually kind of excited about her now. Well, there's a lot of wear and tear when you're a political watcher. Also, this is the general, so obviously it's a little different. The Democratic Party has also been, in power for the past 4 years, and some of the attempts that they've made in terms of policy have been in a positive direction when it comes to domestic policy. Certainly not foreign policy. I'm not saying that at all. Okay. In 2020, you also had Bernie Sanders, like an objectively better progressive option. it's context. You were comparing her to Bernie as a real possibility versus now, which was Biden or Trump. Both hold wide races to her right. Exactly. In terms of Kamala Harris, like, she is, her track record, no matter how much you want to, no matter how little you can point to her track record in the Senate, because she was a senator under Trump, where, you know, Democrats make moves like they're fucking radical socialists themselves. It still shows that she wanted to present herself as a progressive person. Her track record is objectively more progressive than Joe Biden's is, right? This doesn't mean that she's a great candidate. She's far from my first choice. I don't think that she would have won in 2020. I don't think that she would have won in 2016. And I think that personally, putting her on the ticket for Biden was because she was not exactly a bright, shining star in the Democratic Party. Donald Trump is objectively a good candidate. What are you talking about? Brother, 2 years of negative real wage growth led to massive L's for Trump-backed candidates in the midterms. Trump is so objectively weak and so despised that the Republican Party saw that and were like, we have to replace them. And because they're bad, their only replacement was Ron DeSantis, who was literally the least charismatic individual, like so much worse than Kamala Harris. I think Kamala Harris is a charisma suck for the most part. Obviously, she is, better than Joe Biden because she's not a corpse. But there are very few individuals in American politics as uniquely uncharismatic as Ronald McDonald DeSantis. Okay? He has failed assassination buff. What? No, he doesn't. He has actually failed the assassination buff. The polls didn't even move in his direction after he got fucking domed. And not only that, but the polls have now moved in the opposite direction because the Democrats replaced the carcass with a younger, more vibrant, more dynamic candidate. That should literally tell you how despised this person is. I have not seen that. I don't think you've seen much of anything. Doughboy Douglas, thank you for the 10 tier 1 give to subs. The narrative that the 2020 elections were Trump versus anti-Trump elections and he lost. What are the people thinking? What are the people thinking Trump's a good candidate? They just like Trump. That's it. Like, Americans are usually pretty scared about openly talking about political violence. It's a liberal tendency, right? That a lot of Americans have. And I'm actually kind of shocked. At how openly people are just like, yeah, no, the shooter shouldn't have missed. Like, how openly people have been saying shit like that. You used to be a fan of Trump too? Yeah, totally. I mean, I still am, but I was back then as well. The thing is, they tried to be like, oh, how dare you criticize the president? How dare you criticize the president? He just got shot at, right? And Americans are like, what do you mean? There's a school shooting every week. The fuck are you talking about? Like, I think we are spiritually a broken nation. Okay? Not to get all libbed up on that aspect, but I think like we are so dull. We're just like entirely too neutral on violence in general. And Republicans are absolutely the worst party to try to make an argument about violent political rhetoric. Yeah. Trump fires up the Republican base, but the problem is that normal people find him distasteful. This is an example where the stark divides of the country are exposed. Like, we just don't give a fuck about violence at all, and to unhealthy degrees, in my opinion. Yeah, we are utterly desensitized. And like I said, Republicans are basically the worst people to try to fucking be like, how dare you guys do violent sentiment? What's the violent sentiment? Calling Trump Hitler? Your fucking vice presidential pick did that, dumbass. What an insane flub. All they needed to do after the fucking shooting was basically fucking hard reset and just be like, listen, I think our country is too divided. Everyone's played a role in this. I am going to be the great uniter. I'm going to fight for America like I did for the past fucking 4 years when I was the president. Look at how divided this country has become under Joe Biden. His policies are objectively awful. And I'm going to run on policies. I'm going to be the moderate pick. Like, try to fucking moderate his opinions. Try to moderate his position. He didn't do any of that. He just immediately went, I'm going to unite the country, and then started talking about how fucking gay and Hispanic the Democrats are, and the gay Hispanic migrant murder rate is 100,000 a day or whatever the fuck. It was crazy. Obviously, he can't help himself. He was never going to fucking do that anyway, but like, would Trump face call him a pussy if he calls for reunion? Fuck no. Dude, Donald Trump could turn around and say, we must deliver the means of production to the working class, and that the international workers of the world must unite and for a proletarian revolution. And his fans would be like, oh, I love him. He's so sick for saying that. What do you mean? He has like a lot of appeal in his own base. It's basically a fucking cult. So because of that reason, like, think about the Nazis online that you encounter on a regular basis on twitter.com, okay? They're still like very much America first and very much love Donald Trump. And in their minds, they're thinking like, no, Trump doesn't dick ride Israel. Trump is not the most popular politician in Israel. They hate it. Those Nazis hate Israel because, you know, it's a Jewish nation, right? It's supposed to be a Jewish ethno state, but it's not like they don't hate it because of Israel's objective fascism. They hate it because they hate Jews, right? Those guys still demonstrate this very weird cognitive dissonance where in their minds, like, Donald Trump actually is like secretly based and is not like unconditionally pro-Israel. Why are they doing that? Because they like Trump. They like all the other racist shit. Do you see me? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? People make up their own minds once they like are invested on a candidate. That plays a pretty significant role in the way that people go out and vote. Problem is, you can't do that when you have a cadaver like Joe Biden. People couldn't make up their minds on Joe Biden doing the right thing, actually, or whatever corresponds to their own personal motivations and own personal ideology. They couldn't fit that to Joe Biden because Joe Biden was too busy going, and, you know, most people can't make sense of that. They can't be like, oh, when he said, we beat Medicare, that actually meant like he wants to do more Medicare.
Didn't even get that, but it was meant to make him look tough because he was contrasting Joe Biden. Now you're running against a woman. It looks kind of silly. It looks kind of ridiculous. Like I would be frankly pretty pissed too if I did my whole convention. You don't get another shot at that, and you're running against a completely different candidate. He put out on Truth Social something along the lines of like, we want a redo. They said he wanted his money back for this because they're realizing they missed their best and biggest opportunity against her.
Yeah. Trump defeating Hillary Clinton means that he probably thinks he can say whatever he wants. But I remember working on Richard Burr's Senate campaign in 2004. We ran against Erskine Bowles. And after the campaign, I got together with my counterpart on the Bowles campaign, Carlos Monje, great guy. Shout out to Carlos. And we talked about why did you do this and why did we do that? And we waited for Erskine Bowles to attack us first. He had more money.
Dude, there's nothing funnier than the Republican Party basically trying to make everyone remember January 6th. I've often talked about how like not a lot of people give a shit about that. Okay? Like Americans are not voting on January 6th, right? They're not. They're just not. Like it was bad. People think it's crazy, and you know, it's a reminder that like at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And there was still a 3-minute ad break on January 6th. And of course, just like with January 6th, I was providing wall-to-wall coverage. I'm doing that now. And if you want that to be uninterrupted, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, right? Where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, but here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, I also, dude, why are people sending me this 2024 election watch? What the fuck? This has no likes, dude. Twitch streamer and journalist Hassan Piker lays out why Pritzker may be the slam dunk choice of the 2024 VP nom. Like what? There's like multiple people in a Discord that sent me this link. I don't understand it. Anyway, where the fuck was I? A bunch of people have sent me that tweet, and I don't know why they have. But, like, January 6th is not this ever-present threat that the Democrats are thinking about constantly, no matter how hard MSNBC should have hit that angle. Here is the quickest way. Here is, however, the quickest way that you can actually remind Americans that you're a sore loser, and also simultaneously all of like the weird legal battles that you tried to fight and lose when you were attempting to overthrow the elections and the outcome because you didn't like it. Doing January 6th style initiatives to try to make sure Biden stays on the ticket and to try to get the FEC to like not allow Kamala Harris to use the fucking war purse that was developed under the Biden-Kamala Harris ticket. You're just basically trying to do whatever like legal trickery that you can do instead of fighting a fair race. And that will absolutely, like any fucking smart political analyst should look at that and go, well, they did this. Remember when they tried to do the fucking, false electors scheme that Donald Trump should be getting criminally prosecuted over, as a matter of fact, right now? Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, Donald Trump's going to win in November, and we will be rid of all this DEI woke culture bullshit nonsense. I won't use the word that America's been subjected to. Wait, what? What word is he saying? Look at this fucking loser. Who is this person? I'm blocked by them. Yeah, they're trying to do articles of impeachment on Kamala Harris, which I think is pretty funny. They're just trying. They're just trying their very best, you know? Good luck. Good luck to the Republicans.
I think he could write his own checks. And he never did. And he said because Bowles ran against Elizabeth Dole 2 years earlier, and he attacked Dole first. And that defined his candidacy as being negative and misogynistic. And so he wouldn't attack Richard Burr, a man. Republican men, if you're running against women, you have to be a little careful on how you do that. Donald Trump isn't a careful person.
He will never do that. But I also, you know, it's not just Donald Trump. I mean, I want to play what's been going on over on Capitol Hill. This is how they've been talking about the vice president.
We are in the fight for.
Biden said, first off, he said he's going to hire a black female for vice president, and that he just skipped over. What about white females? What about?
This is so bad. This is so Reddit, bro. Yo, this is too Reddit. What about white females? Like I would never expect that kind of accent to say those words, okay? What about white females?
Any other group. It just when you go down that route, you take mediocrity, and that's what they have right now as a vice president. 100%. She was a DEI hire. Her record is abysmal at best.
First, it's the DEI hire part first, and then it's the record. But they can't help themselves but going at the race part of this.
Let me just say something here.
Please do.
This is going to work out badly because they worked very hard to attract black men into the Republican Party. They worked very hard to attract Latin men into the Republican Party. And they were getting a little bit of momentum there. There were a lot of black men.
No, they didn't. They did not work very hard. They literally kept saying, Donald Trump is a convict and was shot at. He's just like the blacks, am I right? Like, that's it. That's literally it. That's all they did over and over again. No. The real problem was on the Democratic Party side. Yeah, or who could forget when they said black people love $400 sneakers? Yeah, they worked really hard to get black men on board when they made a pivot to Forgiato Blow. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I thought I had that link here somewhere. Yeah. Look at their sick pivot to black men.
It's the mayor of Magaville, baby. Hey, you know who we voting for? We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Red pill poppin', swerving in the Trump truck. Republican 4G, Antifa knows what's up. Red, white, and blue, MAGA nation, throw it up. Black, white, and brown, all about a vote for Trump. Democrat Party gon' take your freedom. Indicting our president cause they can't beat us. It's a two-tier justice system. Put America first, we the victims. FJB, 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 FJB.
Like, even this song, FJB, fuck Joe Biden. It's just, yeah, he's not on the ticket anymore. Who you talking to? You know what I mean? Outdated. This was at the RNC, already outdated. Oh, too late for the edit, dude.
FJB, let's go, Brandon. We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voting Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy. Now I'ma pledge allegiance to vote for Trump. There's a red wave coming, you gon' surf for what? And God I trust to take the devil away. Lock Joe Biden up and throw the key away. Your propaganda ain't gonna work on me. Bidenomics is like you working for free. I demand reparations from every idiot that voted for Joe Biden, boy, period. Period, Sleepy Joe is a fraud. And the bloodbath in the Oval Office. The media is the enemy of the people. The Democrats and the fake news always cheat. FJB.
Dude, Amber Rose gotta be so broke, dude. It's crazy. Like, this is when you are in a dire situation. Like, you have to be so fucking broke. Like, you're done. Like, you're done tomorrow. Like, you might actually lose your housing tomorrow, and that's why you had to do all this. Look at this hog.
Balcony, and they don't like me.
A campaign ad filmed on the speaker's balcony where campaign politics are explicitly prohibited.
And neither in Jefferson City, but I don't give a fuck. I speak.
Oh, this is my favorite. Valentina Gomez. She's awesome. Isn't that the chick who, like, isn't she the one who was like doing like weird podcast adjacent like fitness tips and like cum retention or whatever? She's awesome.
I am at the speaker's balcony, and they don't like me here, and neither in Jefferson City, but I don't give a fuck. I speak the truth, catch pedophiles, and I will be Missouri's 41st Secretary of State.
What the fuck? Yo, dude, the modern Republican Party is awesome. Just fucking awesome. Oh, she was the one who said, "Don't be weak and gay." That's the one, right? Yo, she's my goat. What? What does that have to do with anything? What? Why did she put what? Just put that in there for no reason. Like, look at. Oh, that's so funny. I mean, you know, I don't know, man. Is Missouri like that's like, I don't know. That's the type of shit that like only appeals to dudes on Twitter who live in Staten Island, right? That's the type of shit that that's the type of campaigning that only appeals to like the psycho Republicans living in like a deep blue district. I don't know how much like Missouri Republicans are like, "Yo, that's my shit." Like, I love that. Amber Rose filed bankruptcy to dodge credit card debt 6 months ago. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That actually, well, there you go. That's not surprising at all. Like, this is what you do when you're in that predicament.
FJB. Let's go, Brandon. We voting Donald Trump, baby. America needs saving. America needs saving. We voted Trump, baby. November 5th, we going crazy. November 5th, we going crazy.
Oh my God. Two-way Kamala Harris 44%, Donald Trump 42%. Three-way Kamala Harris 42%, Donald Trump 38% with RFK Jr. on the ticket, which, by the way, was crazy. RFK literally said he would endorse Donald Trump if they gave him like a position in the White House, and Donald Trump said no. So now he's just staying in the race as a spoiler for him. It's awesome. That's awesome, actually. Vance says, oh my God, physiognomy. I know. Vance says wartime physiognomy. Yeah, why do you think the Democrats have like not actually talked about? What is this? China is working on a unity government with Hamas and Qatar. We haven't yet reviewed the so-called Beijing Declaration, as we've made clear for months. Before October 7th, Hamas is a terrorist organization. They can't play a role for a terrorist organization. Oh, damn. They're so mad. They're so mad. Other big boys are at play here.
Men are saying, no, the Democrats don't do anything for us, and Biden's weak, and they're starting to look over there at the Republican Party. You start insulting black women, you're going to see something you haven't seen before. Black men are not going to put up with that. I want to send a warning, as clear as I can. I was on a phone call with 20,000 black men. The word protect came up about 1,000 times. Protect this sister. Protect this sister. We're going to protect her. Protect her. You're about to see something you haven't seen before. Look, people messed around with Hillary Clinton and said a bunch of mean stuff to her. Black men set that out. We won't set this out. So I don't think that the Republican Party understands that all the work that they did trying to get us over there, two more days of this, it's going to be a problem.
Look, and the strategy is in part also to draw a wedge between black men and black women, which if you listen to Van, he's saying that's not going to work, but that is the strategy, is to say, oh, they're so focused on women.
Like, I don't think it's like that holistic. I think it's just simply off-putting. That's it. Like, black people know what racism looks like when it's a microaggression or a macroaggression, right? Or it's just an aggression. And every single moment that you're like, yeah, no, she's stupid, she's dumb. When you're talking about like a fucking attorney general for California and you're like, oh, she's like a stupid, dumb bitch who sucked dick to get to her position. Yeah, people are gonna be like, seems a little weird. Like, that's it. It's just a reiteration of like how racist your side is. You need to hide that if you want to win over any kind of voters of color. Or with Latinos, you don't really need to do that. You need to angle it in a different way. Some Latinos. Like with Cubans, you have to be extra racist. Then you just need to be out of control, anti-brown.
Black women, they're not focused on you.
Let me ask this question, though, because the people on this call that you're talking about were a subset of the population, and one could argue were a subset of the population that you didn't have to worry about in the first place. Because these margins are so crazy. Democrat math requires you basically to get 105% of black people to vote for them in order for them to get elected. So if this goes from 90% of black men voting for the Democrats to 80, which is still 4 out of 5, which is still overwhelming, you still got a problem. So I agree with you that there is a significant portion of this population that is doing that. The question is really more so the people who are tied into the YouTube algorithms that tie a little bit too much in these notions of masculinity. How are you going to reach them on this one? Like Stacey Abrams in Georgia, I think, is the great example.
I love Bomani Jones so much. For the record, this is the first time I've heard someone actually like bring up this angle when talking about like potentially like black voters and their point of radicalization. And it is 100% correct. And it is one that I've never heard on CNN nor any other mainstream media platform. And he's a sports commentator. He's brilliant. I love Bomani Jones. He's great.
About what was the black male support for her or the lack thereof when it came down to it?
I think this is going to wind up being a little bit different because I think that when you see black women moving the way that they're moving, you had 40,000 on a phone call last night. I think the level of social pressure on black men to stand up this time, because this is not against some weirdo, governor. This is about Donald Trump. And so I think, there will be some black men who peel away, but I think that motion is going to be frozen. I think to the extent that if it just stayed Joe Biden, I think you're just seeing a big flow of black men. I think you're going to see black men freeze and begin to move back because the despicable Joe and his hoe That stuff that's starting to bubble up, that is not going to work.
And there's a women angle to this as well, because every woman is familiar with mediocre white men telling them you didn't earn this. And that's what they're saying about a woman who's an attorney general, a U.S. senator, a vice president, a federal prosecutor. The resume's there. You're going to hear a lot of that come up. And I think that there is something that a lot of these women in the suburbs who don't like Donald Trump but were gravitating toward him because they felt like Joe Biden was weak could see this and be like, I'm going to be with her. Yeah, that's a resume I'm impressed with.
There is the double haters issue, right? I mean, at the end of the day, at the path the Democrats were on, there was a very likely loss with President Biden. Voters had made up their mind on where they were. The class of double hater voters, and I know pollsters who hate that term, but there are a group of voters who didn't like either candidate, Donald Trump or Joe Biden. Kamala Harris is a different messenger. And the other thing, too, that I think just hasn't been factored in yet, there's so much we don't know about the next 3.5 months. But one thing we don't know, and I think this gets...
Yes, double haters, dude. People who hated Joe Biden and hated Donald Trump. They are it is infinitely more commonplace than you would think. I mean, I was a double hater. Many people in this fucking community are double haters. I said it. I was like, I'm not voting for Joe Biden. I don't give a fuck. People are freaking out at me. I'm double Portuguese.
It's overlooked is President Biden was delivering a sporadic at best message against Donald Trump. He was not really campaigning. He would give an occasional speech about democracy. He was not out there doing very much. Frankly, the last few weeks have been the closest thing to a campaign that he really did in a sustained way, and it still wasn't enough. So when someone is framing the argument against Donald Trump in a sustained way, that could have a very different effect on the polling than what we've seen so far. It may not, but there's just been an absence of that.
The blocking and tackling in politics really does matter.
And so over the next
Explain double
106
Portuguese? I don't know.
days, we are going
I don't know
to
what that
take
chatter meant.
our case to the American people, and we are going to win.
From the presidential headquarters in Delaware, Vice President Kamala Harris taking over the campaign office from Joe Biden.
We are deeply, deeply grateful for his service to our nation.
Who called into the event while recovering from COVID after stepping down from the race.
Joe, are you watching? You hear this clapping? Can you see it?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
I knew it.
Voters reacting to the news.
I think for her to carry the torch makes sense.
My biggest thing is making sure that Trump doesn't get anywhere else. But I really want to know, too, what her policies are. That's the big thing for me.
Harris preparing for her biggest moment yet, as she seems poised to become the first Black woman and Asian American to lead a major party ticket. She's been a trailblazer throughout her 30-plus years as a public servant.
I will be the first, but I will not be the last. You know, I was raised by a mother who said that to me all the time.
She's now racked up endorsements, including former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The newly launched Harris campaign raising a record $81 million in the first 24 hours. As she steps into the spotlight, Harris will face criticisms of her past from both Republicans over issues like immigration and Democrats, wary of her time as a prosecutor and her sometimes bumpy public persona.
I love Venn diagrams. It's just something about those three circles and the analysis about where there is the intersection, right? Yeah, I see people that you agree with me, right? We did it. We did it, Joe.
Some may think of Harris in the context of her memorable moments and comments that have gone viral.
My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
This moment, once again, flooding social media.
That clip being on Nightline is exactly what I mean when I say Twitter is not real life, but has the capacity to become real life by getting shit in front of mainstream media producers That is an entire Twitter op, the coconut tree shit. It went from Twitter to TikTok, and it blew the fuck up. And now it's like a salient position. It's something that's getting coverage from Nightline. That's crazy.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Pop star Kesha even releasing a remix of her song Blow featuring Harris.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Dance. She's famously been portrayed by comedian Maya Rudolph on SNL.
The Democratic Party needs to stop taking black women for granted. Specifically one black woman. Me.
To her husband Doug and stepchildren, the 59-year-old political veteran is Mamala.
And I've had a lot of titles over my career. And certainly, vice president will be great. But Mamala will always be the one that means the most.
Her story began in the San Francisco Bay Area. A first-generation American born to an Indian mother and a Jamaican father who divorced when she was 6. For Harris and her sister Maya, their mother, Shamala, a breast cancer researcher, was their North Star.
Our mother was fierce in her belief that you will be judged based on your actions, not your words.
Her mother raised her and Maya as black women, because that's what they were. And it was a very intentful upbringing, and Kamala really, was proud of it.
A formative experience was being bused to school, something she talked about during a 2019 debate.
There was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools.
Oh my God.
And she was bused.
Joe Biden's fucking face looks so different in 2020. Bro. I know that's not the point here, but god damn, bro. 2019, sorry, not 2020. Bro, what did they do to him? They cloned him. Now I believe it. I'm a clone guy now. They cloned him and they put an objectively worse version, an objectively worse clone.
To school every day. And that little girl was me.
Every school day of the year in Berkeley, the buses move almost 3,500 children across town.
To be able to be bused and go into this other environment, it transports you into a whole nother little, universe. It just expands your mind. If the bus driver needed to say something and the kids were talking, Kamala would make sure, people tamped down so that everyone can listen to what the bus driver was saying.
Is it gonna be on TV? Yeah. Is we?
I recall her saying that she wouldn't be senator if she hadn't had that opportunity.
She went on to study at Howard, a historically black university, where she was on the school's debate team, preparing for her law school at UC San Francisco.
She did the work. There was nothing given to her. And it was hard. She was one to not let anyone tell her who she was.
She worked her way up the political chain, first as deputy district.
Chat, you already know it's ACAB, baby. Assigned cop at birth. Fuck you think that means, bro? You get cop instinct. Yeah. Exactly. At the age of 6, she was already a cop.
Attorney in Oakland in the 1990s, prosecuting gang violence, drug trafficking, and sexual abuse. In 2004, she became the first woman in San Francisco's history to become district attorney. She was later elected California's Attorney General, the first female and person of color in that position, before going on to join the U.S. Senate in 2017. At the time, she was only the second black female to become a U.S. senator.
I intend to fight. I intend to fight for Black Lives Matters. I intend to fight for truth and transparency and trust.
Harris became known for her work on the Judicial and Intelligence Committees with a strong stance on civil and abortion rights, which she grilled future Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh about during his nomination hearing.
Can you think of any laws that give the government the power to make decisions about the male body?
I'm not thinking of any right now, Senator.
In 2019, she too ran for president.
Sick of this? Well, think about this.
Taking aim at Donald Trump in this campaign ad.
He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together.
On the debate stage, she got tough with Joe Biden.
It was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country.
Joe Biden then tapping her as his running mate in August 2020. Harris's debate skills were put to the test against Vice President Pence.
Joe Biden has been very clear. He will not raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000
He said he's
a
going to
year.
repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
Her 2020 victory, another first.
And to the children of our country, regardless of your gender, our country has sent you a clear message. Dream with ambition, lead with conviction, and see yourselves in a way that others may not, simply because they've never seen it before. But know that we will applaud you every step of the way.
As Vice President, Harris has taken the lead on the abortion rights.
Here's the other shit, though. Like, she literally hemorrhaged her staff throughout the entire 4 years and objectively was like goofy as fuck and routinely had issues with that. Routinely had issues with staffing. And I genuinely don't know. Like, I don't know what her actual ideological positions are. I don't know what her, like, what the staff looks like around her now. No, the demon is Klobuchar.
Rights issue following the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade.
America must trust women. America must honor individual choice. America must defend freedom.
In 2021, President Biden tasking Harris to lead diplomatic efforts with 3 Central American countries to address the root causes of migration. The White House praising her work, but Republicans have hit her hard on the immigration issue.
Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country.
In 2021, after Harris was criticized for not visiting the southern border yet as vice...
Bro, they really cooked her. Like, God, Joe's such a piece of shit. Like, I can't believe the fucking missions that they put her on as vice president. They were like, what's our least strong position? That's right, the fucking border. All right, Kamala, you're responsible for the border. Like, the side quest they sent her on was so humiliating. But beyond that, it was like objectively bad for her future career prospects.
Vice President, she remained cagey in her response to NBC.
At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border.
In her very first overseas trip as vice president, she told Guatemalan migrants to not come to the U.S., drawing criticism from immigration advocates.
Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border.
While Republicans had previously hammered Biden for his age, the script has now been flipped. At 78, Trump is now the oldest presidential nominee in history. Trump reacting to the campaign shakeup on his Truth Social, posting a series of seething messages saying he will now have to start all over again. Trump himself was once a supporter of Kamala Harris. He donated $6,000 to her 2014 campaign for re-election as California Attorney General, including this check for $5,000. Harris heading to Wisconsin to campaign on Tuesday.
We have doors to knock on. We have people to talk to. We have phone calls to make. And we have an election to win.
Ready with her own message.
And are we willing to fight for it? And when we fight, we win.
President Biden returns to Washington, D.C. tomorrow.
We're going to begin this hour with a look at the surge in donations for Vice President Kamala Harris. Her campaign reports it has raised more than $100 million since President Biden stepped aside on Sunday and endorsed her. Top donors in Hollywood and on Wall Street have signaled their support. But can she compete with former President Donald Trump's ever-growing war chest? Remember, at one point, Elon Musk said he was going to donate $45 million a month. That's a lot. So Jolene Kent has been crunching the numbers. Jolene, good morning. Good to have you in the studio. It seems like there are a lot of numbers to crunch.
There are so many numbers to crunch, Gail. Good morning. And since Vice President Kamala Harris received President Biden's endorsement on Sunday, we've been hearing from some deep-pocketed Democrats.
She's a close supporter of AIPAC, spoke there multiple times. Israeli far-right people are not displeased about this. Dude, there are less than a handful of American congresspersons who have not spoken to AIPAC and are not like unimaginable ultra-Zionists, okay? And if you think the Israeli far right is actually stoked on a black Indian woman, I don't know what to tell you. I feel like you've never met the Israeli far right. No, they want Trump, okay? The Israeli far left wants Trump over Biden. Even they are like, what are you talking about? Do you not remember what happened when Obama was president? Obama gave him $38 billion. And they still consistently kept saying that he was dumb and black and Muslim. And that's why he did the Iran denuclearization agreement and also was a Jew hater. Like, that's how they talked about Obama. Obama gave him $38 billion over the course of 10 years.
Democratic donors hoping to make up lost ground in the fundraising battle against the former president.
Pretty crazy, yeah.
The cash and the calls are flooding in for Vice President Kamala Harris.
I had over 400 texts, emails, and phone calls from people saying, I want to raise money, I want to donate money, I want to be involved, let's go win this, how can I help?
John Hennis is the former finance director for Harris's 2020 presidential campaign.
And I actually see this short amount of time between now and the election to be a good thing, because we are all coming together as a party.
Former President Trump has a massive war chest. Can Vice President Harris catch up?
Yeah, there's no question.
Since Sunday, the campaign says it's raised more than $100 million, the largest one-day haul in presidential history, plus $150 million donated to Super PAC Future Forward, with more than 500,000 grassroots donors giving for the first time this cycle.
We are seeing everyone from the $10 donor to the $1,000 donor showing their support for the vice president.
What are you hearing from women donors?
There's just excitement across the board.
She's never backed down from a challenge.
Harris has also inherited $240 million that's been controlled by the Biden campaign.
We trust women to know what is in their own best interest.
She and her running mate can use Biden's campaign funds because she was already running with the president.
From the moment we take back the White House from...
And the pressure is on. The Biden campaign fell behind Trump in cash on hand for the first time last month as the former president drew the support of...
Imagine having this much support with zero charisma. I can't imagine it. The last time this happened was in 2020 when the dude was a cadaver. And by the way, you need to understand something. I think that played a big role in why Republicans were so insane afterwards. Like, they were spiritually so shattered by that reality where they were like, how could this cadaver defeat my God King Trump? It must have been cheating. There must have been like serious cheating going on. I think that actually played a role in why they became so nutty. It must have been the deep state. It must have been cheating. I could not comprehend how my God King Trump would ever lose to a fucking dead man. Okay? Because in 2020, and just like in 2024, this is a pro-Trump or anti-Trump race. That's it. That's it. This matchup would have looked really bad if it was a pro-Trump, anti-Trump matchup, and the guy still leading the ticket was genuinely dying. Now there's actually a race to begin with. There was going to be no race by the time November came around. That's the reason why they're fucking panicking.
Of some Silicon Valley billionaires like Elon Musk.
I think that you're seeing a lot of money pouring into Trump's campaign because they want deregulation on, for AI, the internet, and all that stuff.
Hollywood director and Democratic donor Rob Reiner.
What are your colleagues and friends in Hollywood telling you about what they think of Vice President Harris?
Well, they like her. I mean, I hosted Vice President Harris a couple of weeks ago here at our house. Billy Crystal and a number of other people said, wow, I mean, this is somebody I haven't seen before.
Now, some major donors who regularly give to Democrats, they're still sitting on the fence. They're calling for an open convention, a mini primary, if you will, where Harris can still be challenged for the nomination. The group reportedly includes Netflix co-founder Reed Hastings and former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg and a few other powerful deep.
Yeah, good luck, bitch. Suck my dick. It's like donors do get a lot of play here, okay? They do, right? But make no mistake, if their wishes were completely antithetical to what people were demanding on the ground, I would have told you that in this previous media cycle. Okay? Like, it was a unique moment where, like, maybe some donors had their own aspirations and their own goals and their own agendas, but overall, everyone aligned in this very weird moment where people like Cenk, people like myself, were completely aligned with Nancy Pelosi, right? And the donors were aligned with the actual popular interest of the Democratic Party, or the Democratic Party's base of support. That doesn't mean that big ticket donors get to sway or big ticket donors get to like change the nominee, for example. Like that's not how this works at all, and it won't work that way anyway.
Pockets in Silicon Valley.
Those are big names, but there are definitely bigger names on the other side. It feels like they're spending more and more money to reach a smaller and smaller number of persuadable people in the middle.
Yes, exactly. Persuadable people in certain swing states, and a lot of money you're going to see funneled in that direction. But what's so interesting is that you're seeing most of the big guns and the deep pockets coming off the sidelines within the moments after President Biden endorsed Harris.
So far, can you tell, is it a lot of small donations from people who have never donated before, or is it the big pockets?
So of the $100 million that's been raised by the campaign, according to the campaign, a majority, 60% of those are small donor people who've never donated before. So that's what makes up most of these donations.
And more people volunteering. I think it's interesting how quickly she seems to have caught people's attention and got people excited.
And what's interesting here, too, is the momentum. Can they maintain that momentum, continue raising those dollars?
See, we're going to be watching.
We're going to be watching.
Jolene, thank you very much.
Democrat mega donor and Florida personal injury lawyer. John, I know you donated $1 million.
Oh, my God. I hope this is one of those mega donors that's pro Joe Manchin.
To the Biden-Harris campaign. And I know they'd like your money now that Harris is likely to be the nominee. So what's next for you?
Well, what's next for me is I'm out. When all this happened, I wasn't upset about it. What I didn't like was a coronation instead of a convention. I didn't like the idea of 2 or 3 people picking the nominee, because I believe a convention would have provided perhaps a stronger candidate, or it would have made her stronger.
Famously, the vice presidential position doesn't ever have like an electoral contest attached to it. As you guys know, presidents become president and then they appoint who their vice president is going to be after they become president. So I like that idea that like he's mad that the swap out occurred between the president who stepped down and then made his vice president the actual nominee for the party. I guess he forgot the fucking 2020 election. I don't know what's going on here. He's like, oh, well, what do you mean? Nobody knows who this person is. Nobody's voted for Kamala Harris. It's like, bro, what? Like, I agree. If you're saying like she's untested, right? In a major battleground, that's correct. She is. She is. Because when you're VP, it's not like you are withstanding like a lot of fucking damage, right? But having said that, you can't argue that like nobody voted for her. Her name was on the fucking ballot, dude. Like, she got a historic amount of votes alongside Joe Biden.
That didn't happen. And so I said, I'm just going to take my money and go home. And guess what? They're going to raise plenty of money without me. They're not going to need me one bit. But for me, it was a bridge too far.
Well, they've raised a lot of money, $81 million, they say, in the last, 24 hours or so, 30 hours or so for Kamala Harris. But the question remains, I mean, she said today, late today, that she's going to win the nomination.
It's also especially funny to say this about Kamala Harris, who I don't think is the best VP pick for Joe Biden. And that was a bad move from the campaign at the time. However, with Kamala Harris, and this part is actually kind of shocking, she, unlike any other vice president, actually had the capacity to become president during Joe Biden's administration because he's old as fuck. Like, so I don't get it. I don't know why he's like, you didn't think about this at all? You didn't consider this prospect?
Well, what does that mean right now, win the nomination? I mean, it's pretty much they forced Biden to drop out. He didn't want to drop out. He's been in Washington for 51 years, and they threw him to the side pretty quickly when they decided the numbers didn't add up. Do you think if she flames out in a similar way over the next 2 weeks, Lord knows what's going to happen. It's been a crazy news cycle. Will she survive?
Well, she's in it forever. And once Pelosi endorsed her, that was the end of the convention, because Pelosi had called for a mini convention. That's over. It's Kamala Harris, and they're going to live and die with her. My thought was, if you could pick.
Oh my God, AOC was right. Oh my God. I mean, what he's saying kind of tracks. What he's saying kind of tracks with what AOC was like saying on Politico literally before Biden dropped out, the day before Biden dropped out. I remember us joking in 2020 that we were voting for the VP because Biden was going to die in office. Yeah. This is Morgan and Morgan attorney. I litigate against them all the time. They are notorious assholes and their attorneys suck. Fucking psychos are tripling down on this.
Pick anybody. Don't you go and pick the two strongest people to win. I don't think they did, but guess what? It's not my decision. My decision is you all go do what you want to do. I'll stay home, because I believe to raise millions of dollars, you have to, number one, be enthusiastic. You have to believe in the person, and you have to believe they can win. And if you don't have those things, you're not gonna have me. So I'm
well, you
okay
make
with
bets,
what
John.
they've done.
John, I was an old defense attorney. I was a criminal, white collar defense attorney. So, but you have a big law practice. So you make bets on cases. You make big bets because you have to put in an enormous amount of time to think you're going to get a payout at the end with a lot of contingency cases. And if you don't think that case is going to be successful,
Like, just the worst kind of lawyer.
are you going to put all that money in up front and litigate that thing to the end? I mean, you have to make that calculation. Is that the type of thinking that you're engaged in
The
now?
type of thinking I'm thinking, Laura, is this, and by the way, my son Matt said to tell you hello. He met you at Make-A-Wish. But
oh, nice.
the way, years ago, but what I'm thinking is this. I owned a lot of racehorses. We just had one running the Royal Ascot. When you go to the racetrack, you see who you think can.
Yeah, ambulance chaser versus fucking corporate defense attorney is just like bottom of the pile in terms of lawyering, okay? Just absolute monstrous pieces of shit. Ambulance chasing is based? Okay, dude. Ambulance chasing is still objectively better than the corporate law aspect. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, what is Fox News doing right now? They have like a fucking massive libtard mega donor on who donated $1 million, who's like talking about his fucking racehorses. Like, what is happening? That's right. I own a lot of racehorses. Oh, thank you, man. I want to hear more about the fucking everyday experiences that you have. Also, my son says hello. We were at Make-A-Wish together at the foundation dinner. He met you.
Can win, and you bet on the horse that you think you can win, that will win.
What? Still more morally bankrupt to prosecute than white collar defense? No, you're wrong. That is like the one aspect of prosecution that is. No, I'm sorry. Like when I say ACAB, I think a lot of people misunderstand me when I say this. No, I still think that's like objectively good to prosecute corporations. I think it's objectively good to have regulations and hold companies to account and make them abide by the law.
And in this case, I don't believe she can win. Now, does that make me a bad person? They want to make me a bad person for saying that.
Yes, defense attorneys across the board are better than prosecutors, though. If that was the point you were making, King Leopold, then you are correct, yes. Of course.
They want to say, well, my God, you're not. No, I don't think she could win. I think a combination of Joe Manchin, Andy Beshear, Josh Shapiro, Mark Kelly, I got 1,000 different scenarios that I think make more sense to win. But what I
John,
really
that
think
party's gone. John.
Wait, what? He just hates, bro just hates women.
That's to win. Different scenario. Josh Shapiro.
He said Joe Manchin, bro. Shut the fuck up. Hey, suck my whole ass dick, bro. Get the fuck out of here. I mean, I like Andy Beshear more than Kamala Harris, but he's just hitting every avenue. He's literally just saying, you know what I like? Man. Like, that's what he just said. He literally just said, you know what I want more than Kamala? Man, a white man. Because, like, he brought up 3 different Democrats with 3 unique perspectives, okay? Like, you have a regular, like, somewhat socially somewhat socially progressive, somewhat fiscally conservative governor in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. You have Andy Beshear, who is like pretty fucking progressive across the board. You have Joe Manchin, who was like a spoiler and not even a Democrat. So he's just like, I don't even care what their background is. I just want a man, a white man.
Mark Kelly. I got 1,000 different scenarios that I think make more sense to win.
But John, that party's gone. John, that party's gone. I hate to tell you. I mean, you're super successful. You don't need my political advice, but that Democrat Party has sailed. That's gone. I mean, Manchin was going to run for about 5 seconds, and then he's out. Like Manchin's always threatening, like, I'm going to be the guy that comes in and challenge Biden. Now he's going to challenge Harris. But he's all talk and no action. He doesn't.
Well, they're never going to.
He's not going to take him on.
They're never going to pick Manchin for a lot of reasons. They're never going to pick Manchin, but there is Josh Shapiro. There is Gretchen Whitmer. It's like this. Which person?
Oh, he mentioned Gretchen Whitmer. Okay. Maybe there's another aspect of Kamala Harris that he doesn't like. Because I thought it was odd. He didn't mention Big Gretch, who's, pretty solid and my preference over Kamala as well.
Person or persons do you think can win? If you could pick any, my thought is this, and I represent some people high up in the Trump organization.
What is going on? Bro got the thumbs up.
For some cases. If they had to pick one person to run against out of the whole lot, they just pick one. I think they pick her.
I think you're 100% right. John, we have a mind meld, Democrat, Republican tonight. Because if I'm trying to pick someone, it's either Newsom, who's a disaster in California, or it's Kamala. All the other ones would be much harder to campaign against.
How about this? Andy Beshear and Josh Shapiro. Andy Beshear won twice in Kentucky in a red state. Trump won
but the
about
progressives
40 points.
hate him. Yeah, that's a party that doesn't exist anymore. That party hates Beshear.
Don't forget,
Kentucky
Laura,
likes him, but that's about it.
Well, but he knows how to win in difficult situations. Shapiro can win in a swing state. Whitmer can win in a look. It gets.
She's like, all right, shut the fuck up. Stop talking. Like, we were in agreement when you said Kamala Harris is weak, and that's why you don't want to give money to the Democrats. Now you're talking about like Kamala Harris's potential VP picks as like, solid choices, and maybe you should shut the fuck up now, dumbass.
It's down to this: Michigan and Pennsylvania. If you don't win those two, it's over.
Well, but John, if you are one of those characters and you think you have a political future in 2028, my God, I would run from the invitation to be on Kamala's ticket. I would run as fast as they could.
Yeah. Definitely. Don't run. Hey, those 2 guys you brought up that are objectively good for different reasons on the ticket, you should run away. Hey, guys, if you're listening, all of the good candidates that this dude brought up, hey, if you're listening, please run away. take my advice, run away. It would be really bad to be on Kamala Harris's VP slot. My dad used to work for him, and I have an adopted black little sister, and he called her my dad's little monkey. He's Old South Plantation money racist. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Like a 10 plus DUIs too? Damn, okay, I'll take back everything I said. He must be a great fucking lawyer. If this motherfucker has 10 plus DUIs under his belt, that's how you know he's a great lawyer, though. You know what I mean? Like, who else? Bro, who else, dude? Who else is allowed to get their license back 9 fucking times? I guess it's Florida. He low-key is. Florida scumbag lawyers are goated. Technically, it is Florida. I think, like, they don't even give you, they don't even pay attention to you as, like a solid political pick until your 5th DUI. They're like, oh, you got 5? This guy's going places. Places he's going? The Capitol. We're going to make this guy a state legislator. Florida lawyering is easy mode. There are no laws. True. He can practice law, but he can't drive law. He doesn't have a license. He has hired drivers. Wait, oh, now he doesn't have a license? 10 DUIs. They finally took it away from him on the 10th one. What's he doing? Is he making his drivers drive drunk too? He's like, listen, it's like if I was driving drunk. Listen, just drink this beer, okay? Stole my joke. I was typing it up. Yeah, well, you know, how about you get better jokes? Just like my ad break segues are bad. Fuck! I did IT work for his building, always had a hired driver. Why are there so many people who worked with this guy in the chat right now? Fuck! I gotta get drunk on the job. I'm getting cooked out here, dude. That was my worst segue I've ever done. At the top of the hour, there's still a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. You can also get gifted a sub. I fumbled it. Calm like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer... He's like one of the largest employers in Orlando behind Disney. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Except those folks are thinking about name ID. What's the name ID?
There's going to be a long memory. If you can't beat Trump, with everything they've thrown at Trump, and you go down in flames against Trump, you're going to be the next roadkill for the Democrat Party. They should run. John, we got to roll. It's great to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining.
Yeah, totally. Hey, guys, please, no matter what you do, don't run. Don't run alongside Kamala Harris because you're going to lose, I promise. Like, why do you care about the career prospects of solid Democrats, solid presidential nominees? Who are you? Who is this for? Yeah, thanks, Laura Ingraham.
So
I'm sure people will be paying attention to what you have to say here because they really think you have the best interest of oh my God, 162. 300 chatters rated this ad segue an average of 1.62. Yikes, Hossie, unpoggers. That is an all-time low, man. That is an all-time low. That is a career low for me. Holy shit. You still had Simps in the chat giving 10-10, so it's even worse. Oh my God. That. The 5 on Mamala.
How these memes actually help her because they speak to the truth that she's an unserious person.
Oh, come on, Greg Buttfeld. You're literally Greg Buttfeld. What do you mean unserious person? Says you, motherfucker. You literally can't even reach the floor when you sit there with your ugly ass sneakers and you fucking twiddle your toes like a little child. Okay, get the fuck out of here, Greg Buttfeld, king of late night, by the way.
Laughter is the thing that people will immediately go, please make this end. So, sorry to pee on your coconut parade, Jessica.
Wow. All right, that's what I expect from you. So, Dana, one of the great things about the internet is
anybody can get it.
Anyone can get it, and
unless you live in rural America. Thanks, Joe Biden.
No.
What? Unless you're in rural America, thanks, Joe Biden? Are you serious? You are a Republican on The 5 at Fox News Television. Did you just say that Democrats are holding up infrastructure spending? Are you fucking insane? Do you know what party and ideology you represent? Okay. Listen, dude, I fucking hate the Democrats, okay? I shit on them all the goddamn time, but that's a bridge too far, okay? If we are objectively speaking, there is only one group of individuals that are pathetically resistant, just uniquely abhorrent in terms of infrastructure spending, and that is the Republican Party. What the fuck? Dude, that's disgusting. That's the type of shit, like, dude, under the Hassan regime, you're going to jail, okay? Like, lying to that degree, lying at that level, you're going to jail. If you're a Republican legislator, well, under the Hassan regime, you don't exist anyway, but like, let's say I'm forgiving and I'm all loving and I let a couple of them slide. If they vote no on a fucking infrastructure bill and then go home to their town hall and be like, I brought you money. I brought money to Missouri. Jail. Directly. Okay? Directly going to jail. 100%. Nope. You can't vote no. You can't vote no on infrastructure and then take credit for it, dude. That's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. They're also literally doing infrastructure and slapping their name on it. Biden is putting his name on economic progress, but will voters just drive right by? No, that's like, this is solid. This is solid campaigning. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. They should do that. It's very Trumpian, and I think it's smart. Biden-Harris admin announces $401 million for high-speed internet access in rural areas. There's only one fucking party that is like genuinely opposed to this shit. Okay? And it is absolutely, it's the Republicans. Sorry.
Oh, they have expanded broadband. I don't need to do it, but you know how much broadband's been there. The awkwardness is an asset.
Like, Greg Buffel's just laughing because he knows she's lying. Like, that's so annoying to me, man. That's so fucking annoying. He thinks it's so funny that she just lied. He's like, yeah, got him. Like, dumb fucks believe that shit, though.
On the internet, and you are seeing that.
All right, well, I'm just saying that, like, if I was going to be the first woman president, I would really want to be taken seriously. I'm for memes. I think that the whatever, but if you're too online and if you're just focused on the too online audience on both sides, you're going to lose a whole bunch of people are saying, can we?
Yeah, maybe you should tell that to the fucking dudes following like Groyper rapist Hitler and shit or whatever. I know that that was a meme. JD Vance didn't actually follow that account, but you know, he follows accounts adjacent to that fake account.
We just have somebody normal.
Do you really want brats to run this country? They already do enough damage.
You don't understand the essence of Brat Summer.
I stand corrected.
Katie, millennial it up.
I think the white boy summer memes are going to take over. Like the Hulk Hogan memes beat out these memes. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Myself. Oh my God. Anytime I hear old people talk about this shit, or anyone really, like, no, you can't do serious analysis on memes. Oh my God, please. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Myself. Oh my God. On this moment, I am Brian Kill Me.
It's hard to out-meme the Hulk Hogan.
So she's already up 25, 30 points with Gen Zs.
I'm going to color myself uncool. Brat means, they say it means you're just like a girl who's a little messy and likes to party, and maybe some dumb things sometimes. I'm just trying to catch up to this. How does this help her?
Right.
Well, it makes
That's embarrassing, actually, that's what they're putting on her.
Okay, well, it's because Charlie
That's what you do, though. 30, Lamau. Thank you for saying I'm 30. I'm about to be 33 in 2 days. But, no, I think this is cringe. Like, CNN doing it is cringe. I think memes like this and leaning into it from, like, a professional setting is cringe as fuck. That's why when I saw this shit, the first thing I said was, like, I really hope they don't try to, like, lean into this meme. Oh, my Lord. I don't think Americans that actually... I don't think that Americans that actually fucking vote give a shit about this. Like, I think that it annoys them.
CX said that about her. It isn't embarrassing. You're not the target demo. Let's just...
So attack me.
Thank God these
I'm not attacking you. They do vote. One more thing, Max.
The Zoomer K-Hive content, the triumphant comeback of the Kamala Harris meme. Yeah, I'm gonna throw up. Van says, yeah, see, don't be too online, I say, to those who are listening to the five. Vance has wartime physiognomy. He looks like every Civil War general who got promoted after their first few battles happened and people figured out who was good at war. Frankly, he looks like the coomers you find in college hostels. Coomers? I haven't heard that in a fucking long ass time. Your job is to be too online? Yeah. You know what's funny about that? My job is to be too online. And a big part of what I try to do is like exist in the real world outside of the moments that I'm online. And I try to bridge the two worlds regularly. I try to explain to people through various different rhetorical mechanisms that like they are perhaps being a little too online with their analysis. Time and time again, I repeat myself on those issues. Okay? Good luck with that, champ. I just opened TikTok and I swear to God, this was the first thing I saw.
Governor Westmore.
I'm Brian Kill Me. Oh no, Brat Summer is over, dude. No. It's time for Bottom Autumn. It's done. Brat Summer is done. It's canceled. We're out. Gets funnier every time. Yeah, we're going to talk about Ben Shabibo. Elon is backing out. Elon backs down for $45 million a month, says he doesn't subscribe to the cult of personality. Yeah, it's because he's a fucking charlatan and an asshole. And he literally said he's pledging 45 million. And then Trump the next day did an entire RNC speech where he said, if you drive electric vehicles, you are a homosexual. I am going to make it illegal to drive electric vehicles. That's it. No, it's because Tesla earnings report came out and it's dog shit. I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but I mean, don't you think that that plays a role? If Elon is the key man for Tesla and he's like openly pledging donations to a fucking president, a presidential candidate who's saying, I'm going to tackle the electric vehicles problem. Don't you think that that would actually also hurt Tesla's stock options? Like, I don't get it. He's so fucking stupid. Genuinely one of the stupidest people. Oh my God. Guess we know where he lands on the bell curve. Ugh. Make America greater again. Dude, you're 58 years old. Why are you posting this meme? Why are you posting any memes? Go take care of your like 11 children. Speaking of his children, by the way, here, let's get to the other Elon Musk story. What a fucking freak he is. Elon Musk discusses puberty blockers and says, I lost my son due to what he calls the woke mind virus. Elon Musk went on Daily Wire and was interviewed by Jordan Peterson. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, it wasn't explained to me that puberty blockers are actually just sterilization drugs. Anyway, and so I lost my son, essentially.
He's also, like, misgendering his daughter. Just a sick freak, dude. Can you imagine? I think this, like, I'm not kidding. I think this type of shit is, like, maybe somewhat appealing to, like, the most brain broken people in the Republican Party. But this honestly is like, it's so ruthless and gross. Like, I don't think you want to be coming out and being like, I abandoned my trans daughter. Like, I literally, like, it's just demon shit. Like, you should be embarrassed.
They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
all right, so the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead. So my son Xavier is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
I'm sorry to hear.
Killed by the woke mind virus. We are an utterly unserious country filled to the brim with utterly unserious sociopaths. You have the richest man on the planet until recently. Okay? The richest man on the planet until recently, fucking with not even a shred of irony, like not even a little bit like joking, saying the woke mind virus killed my trans daughter. Talking to Jordan Peterson wearing the worst suit you've ever seen. Like, these are such ridiculous people, bro. I'm sorry. These are such unserious, ridiculous, brain broken people. How are these people respected?
About that in relationship to sacred images.
Okay.
Okay, well, the sacred image of masculinity in the West is a crucifixion. but a man who's crucified. But the sacred image of a woman isn't a woman. The sacred image of a woman is a woman and an infant, right? It's a dyad and not a monad.
Sure.
Right. And in the Christian view, those two images, they vie for supremacy, right? I mean, obviously, Christ is the superordinate image, but Mary, as the mother of God, is the female equivalent. And so one of the things I've been playing with at an axiomatic level is the notion that unless the feminine is conceptualized as the combination of female and infant, then the culture has lost its attachment to the traditional sacred images and is probably on its way out.
Yeah.
So
yeah. He can even fake it. I have a lot of Zennial friends that fall for this type of shit, and I think it's a bad mix of lead and online poisoning. What? What is he saying? Xavier is born gay and slightly autistic, 2 attributes that contribute to gender dysphoria. I knew that from when he was about 4 years old. He would pick out clothes for me to wear, like jacket, and tell me it was fabulous, as well as his love of musicals and theater, but he was not a girl. Just all clips from this interview are fucking insane. 80 gloriously unhinged seconds in which Jordan Peterson tries to sell Elon Musk on the carnivore diet. Dude, this interview is awesome. I kind of want to watch this fucking thing now. Every part of this is like a genuine shit show. What the fuck happened?
That, although the final thing that caused some back and shoulder injuries was me foolishly fighting the world champion sumo wrestler and charging him at him at full speed to knock him over, which I did succeed in doing, but
you paid a price for it.
A very, very high price.
Carnivore diet will fix that.
The what? Sorry.
The carnivore diet will fix that.
Look, I like meat. I'm pro meat. I don't think a carnivore diet is going to fix this particular issue. I think
my wife had an injury of 40 years, and it resolved in 2 years on a carnivore diet.
If you just eat steak or something?
Yeah.
I mean,
all beef.
Sure. I'm a pro. I like meat, but I think this is I think I'll probably need an operation or something. But anyway.
I'd try the carnivore diet first.
Sure.
Anyways, that did happen to her.
Okay.
She couldn't lift her left arm above here. It took 40 years, and in 2 years it resolved.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was something to see. It also rejuvenated her physically in a variety of different ways that were quite miraculous to watch.
Yeah.
And that hasn't stopped. So that's a weird thing, and I would have never believed it if I hadn't seen this because it's so preposterous.
Sure.
Anyways,
okay.
I'm not going to proselytize about the carnivore diets.
Yeah.
Honestly, if Elon is your dad, you're lucky to get abandoned by him. Shitty dad to reactionary weirdo pipeline has never been stronger. I mean, it's never gone away. It's always been there. And it will continue to be there. You know what I mean? This was the heyday of like the weird conservative guy who presents himself as an intellectual is so funny.
Sure.
Why does anyone respect Jordan anymore? I could have maybe seen it 7-8 years ago, but now man has completely lost his marbles. No, he always had his marbles lost. It's just he was better at like framing himself as an intellectual. He certainly used to moderate his positions and like sometimes even say that he was a liberal, and he was very wishy-washy. One of my permanent locks, by the way, one of my oldest I told you so moments was when I would rip into Jordan Peterson and get yelled at all the fucking time. Technically, he still knows his stuff in textbooks. His personal shit is whack. Degrees, he still has his degrees. Didn't he lose one? No, didn't he lose his like teaching position actually? You have a great video going over all of his old stuff. Remember Jordan Peterson? Yeah, this was in November 2020 when he was like, I think, dying of COVID. But even before then, like I have older videos, much older videos, like when he first came in, when he first became like famous. I had a video. I don't know if I refer to it here. I might. No, it doesn't seem like it. But I have like an older video where I actually talk about his transphobia. I used to have to literally walk viewers off the ledge on Jordan Peterson. 3 Arrows and myself, there was a collab that we did way back in the day. Let me see if I can find that real quick. That was another banger. HasanAbi and 3 Arrows changed Jordan Peterson fans' mind from 6 years ago at this point, not even 5. Yeah. November 30th, 2018. Where we walk him through the steps of Jordan Peterson's like Nazi rhetoric. But let's go further beyond. At TYT, where the fuck is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, here, I think this is it. Oh, here, this is it. This is it.
What do you think?
Jordan Peterson is not a conservative transphobe. December 30th, 2018. Anyway. You misspoke. I didn't misspoke. It was bait, chatters. What the fuck do you mean? I don't understand the logic. Regurgitating what others are allowed to say and believe is not equality, it's tyranny. Hasan has gotten so much better with his Peterson impression in the last 5 years. These are from 5 months ago. Watching Hasan's TYT vids reminds me of 90s news anchors. Problem is, even from a psychology perspective, this guy has no clue what he's talking about. His entire playbook is outdated. And the only reason he did so well as a self-help guy / lecturer is because of the confidence that only weird cult leaders have. Yeah. Straight up. I remember watching the Hasan YouTube video when I was like 12. Lamau, Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Ruining the minds of the youth. One step at a time, baby. I will never stop. Feel me? I will never stop ruining the minds of the youth.
Anyways, that did happen to her.
Okay.
She couldn't lift her left arm above here. It took 40 years, and in 2 years it resolved.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was something to see. It also rejuvenated her physically in a variety of different ways that were quite miraculous to watch.
Yeah.
And that hasn't stopped.
That video collab with 3 Arrows was the first video of yours I ever saw change my life's trajectory. That's crazy. That is like a thing.
So that's a weird thing, and I would have never believed it if I hadn't seen this because it's so preposterous.
Sure.
Anyways,
Okay.
I'm not going to proceed.
Okay, come on, move on. What is he wearing? I just noticed. That's Mary on his jacket. Yeah. Trump just lying. Wait, what is this? I don't know who said it or where it came from, perhaps the radical left, but I never discussed or thought of Jamie Dimon or Larry Fink for Secretary of Treasury. A future Trump Treasury Secretary, he is somebody that I would consider for sure. He was at the meeting. Tim Cook was right next to him. You know, we had everybody. He's talking about Jamie Dimon. But I would like to get it down to 15 if we could, because that would put us in the absolute lowest terms of incentive. That meaning we had, I don't know, 70 all CEOs, the top guys. That was a love fest. I will tell you when I'm not loved because I feel that better than anybody, but that was a love fest. And it was reported by some people so wrong. Actually, CNBC called and apologized to me because they found out, but we had a great meeting. Jamie Dimon was there. I have a lot of respect for Jamie Dimon, a future Trump Treasury Secretary. He is, referring to Jamie Dimon, somebody that I would consider, sure. All right, let's do the Ben Shabibo thing first, and then we'll dive into Jordan Peterson talking to fucking Elon Musk, because I want to, and then we'll do the VP tier list as well. So Kamala Harris's first day of campaigning did not go well is the title of Ben Shapiro's video. However, in the real world, I would say raising $80 million just by raising $80 million without even saying your first word as the presidential candidate is pretty solid, I think. But let's see what he had to say.
Kamala Harris did a campaign event. It was really for her own staffers. And she led off by praising Joe Biden. This, by the way, is going to be the chief vulnerability for Kamala Harris. We'll discuss all of her vulnerabilities in a moment. She is not a strong candidate. But her chief vulnerability is she's the vice president of a wildly unpopular administration. This administration does not have a list of accomplishments Americans like. It is amazing to watch all these people come out of the woodwork and declare that Joe Biden actually has been an amazing president. Now, a minute ago, they said he was really bad at presidenting. Then he dropped out, and suddenly he's an amazing president. Why? Well, they have to flip the narrative. If it turns out he's a crappy president and that Kamala Harris is his crappy vice president, well, then probably she's not a very good candidate. So here is Kamala Harris at the campaign event last night suggesting that Joe Biden has a legacy of accomplishments, which is wild since his main accomplishment is just beating Donald Trump. And then his secondary accomplishment, apparently, according to Democrats, is dying in a debate and dropping out of the race. Here's Kamala Harris.
Our president, Joe Biden, wanted to be here today. He is feeling much better and recovering fast, and he looks forward to getting back on the road. And I wanted to say a few words about our president. Joe Biden's legacy of accomplishment over the past 3 years is unmatched in modern history.
You people are mean? Wait, why are we mean? What do we say?
Oh, boy. How'd you like 4 years of that? Maybe.
Okay, if I'm Ben Shapiro and I sound like I have to be shoved into a locker at any moment, I probably won't be making fun of the way people, sound all too much. What's really interesting about this is it's basically like Ben Shapiro making fun of someone for their height. You know what I mean? Oh, that person is objectively too short to be president. It's like, bro, have you seen yourself? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Like, that's crazy. Oh, I can't wait to hear 4 years of that.
8 years of that. Would you love that? Would you love 8 years of that right there? By the way,
solid attack, Ben. You got this.
His accomplishments are burning the Middle East to a crisp, lighting Ukraine.
Yo. No, you're not allowed. Dude. Someone should send this video to Joe Biden and be like, This is what America's #1 ultra Zionist thinks about what you had to do in terms of the active genocide that you facilitated in Gaza. Okay? Just saying. I bet he means like, you know, Tel Aviv got drone striked or something, and that's somehow Biden's fault. Well, I guess it is, because he didn't stop Israel too early.
Rain on fire, destroying the economy via inflation, destroying whatever possibility there was of building of social fabric through radical social policy. I mean, truly, name the magical accomplishments of Joe Biden other than elevating Kamala Harris to the nomination via proxy. Because again, she has received 0, count them 0 Democratic primary votes ever in her entire life.
Yeah, but she was on the ticket that won the election. You know what I mean? You could say she's untested, but that's a fear for the Democrats. That's not a concern, or shouldn't be a concern for the Republicans, because, you know, you should be excited at the prospect of going up against someone who is so untested and possibly so bad.
And now she's the nominee for the president of the United States. So what is her campaign against Donald Trump going to be? She says that she's going to prosecute Trump. Honestly, like, really, this is all you got in the can? Seriously, this is what you got? So Democrats have been trying this crap since 2015. Since 2015, the idea has been Donald Trump is an out-of-the-box criminal, and we are going to prosecute the case against Donald Trump. Okay, guys, good luck with that. Seriously. Kamala Harris, they are trying to make fetch happen by selecting Kamala Harris. And she is trying to make fetch happen by going after Donald Trump on a prosecutorial basis. This is the kind of stuff that jazzes up a very, very small wing of the Democratic base and literally no one else. Here's Kamala Harris.
In the days.
No, I think Donald Trump being branded a convicted felon definitely makes a lot of people in the margins, especially in America, who are incredibly fucking reactionary when it comes to criminal justice, go, I'm never voting for a felon. Straight up. I would absolutely vote for a felon, by the way. I don't give a fuck about that sort of shit at all. But I wouldn't say that I'm the average American voter.
Days and weeks ahead, I, together with you, will do everything in my power to unite our Democratic Party, to unite our nation, and to win this election. You know, as many of you know, before I was elected as vice president, before I was elected as United States Senator, I was the elected Attorney General, as I've mentioned, of California, and before that I was a courtroom prosecutor. In those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
By the way, this is why I say it's like the lane is wide open for like a charismatic right winger. Because like, this is it. This is the best you get. That's why I always say it's like fucking ridiculous that people are like, oh, you're a leftist grifter. It's like, dude, I would fucking clean house. If I wanted to grift, I would grift on the right. I wouldn't grift on extra difficulty mode, okay? Like, this is 3 minutes and 34 seconds, and all he's done so far is like, ah, like he's just made these weird noises to be like, that's how Kamala sounds like. That's horrible. You are a fucking nerd, brother. What are you doing? You're not supposed to be out here making fun of people's voices. I do that shit, okay? You're supposed to be the intellectual, not the fucking himbo, you know?
Is she, though? I mean, she was a really bad prosecutor, by the way. If you don't believe me, go watch episode 1 of our series, Scamala, which is all about Kamala Harris. You can go watch that over at Daily Wire Plus right now when you use that 47% off and become a subscriber. Again, it's everything you need to know about.
Damn, they must be on hard times.
Kamala Harris. We were prepared for Kamala Harris to be the nominee.
As a Jewish person, I'm annoyed he can't write proper jokes. Brother, that's like his point of radicalization, literally. Like, you're just describing why he became a right-wing guy. He was a dude in Hollywood, like living in Los Angeles, that tried to make it in Hollywood, failed because he was an objectively bad writer. A failed screenwriter who then, you know, took all of that animosity that he felt towards Hollywood and turned it into like right-wing reactionary sentiment.
Full on 2 weeks ago, which is why we cut that series. Okay, that is not, okay, try it. Seriously, try it. You're going to prosecute. Donald Trump has 100% name recognition. 100%. No one's perception of Donald Trump is going to change from here on out.
True. And that's not a good thing for Trump. That's a very bad thing for Trump.
The question is, can Kamala Harris generate any enthusiasm? And honestly, I haven't seen so much fake enthusiasm for anything in American public life.
Bro, what are we talking about? Dude, you say facts don't care about your feelings. It's literally a sticker on your laptop. Obviously, tracking enthusiasm is a rather difficult thing to do. Except there is so much fucking momentum in that direction that you immediately saw, okay? Not a Kamala Glazer, not coconut pilled or whatever, just stating facts here. $250 million total raised, with 80 million of that 250 coming straight from small donors through the Act Blue portal. 60% of those donations are first-time donators. Okay? 80 million. Donald Trump got shot. He couldn't raise that kind of money. 80 million in one fucking day, just because, before she even said anything, just because it wasn't Joe Biden. Okay? That's it. The Democrats were like, oh my God, thank God. 83% of Democrats, after this decision was made, said they were excited at the prospect of the ticket changing. 83%. What are we doing? What are we saying? Is the media routinely lying about how much of a carcass Joe was and tried to keep him in the race desperately till the very last moment? Or are they lying now about the momentum? Which one is it?
Since Beyonce dropped her last album. The amount of fake ersatz enthusiasm Democrats are trying to gin up, and you can feel it. You can feel it's not real. You can feel they're trying to whip themselves into a lather over Kamala Harris. But there's a phrase that's historically been used about politics. Which,
you say, so Ben Shapiro isn't smart? I don't think Ben Shapiro is stupid. I just think he's bad as a propagandist on this issue. I don't like Ben Shapiro. I don't agree with Ben Shapiro. I don't think he is a good person. I don't like his worldview, but I think he's a smart guy. I think he's a smart guy who is very dishonest. And that's it.
Which is that Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. In this election, it's precisely the reverse. Republicans love their candidate. Overall, Republicans love Trump. They have loyalty to Trump. Democrats are falling in line. No one loves Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has run for president before. She was such a terrible candidate that everyone, including Politico, ran full pieces on how awful her candidacy was. Then she was such a terrible vice president that half her staff quit.
Yeah. He's not wrong about any of this stuff. All of this stuff is correct. Except it doesn't matter because she's now the candidate and Democrats love falling in line. Okay. People say Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line, but fuck no. Democrats also love falling in line when the general election comes around. Okay. And the general election was here. And in spite of all of the attitude and the motivation that the Democrats demonstrate on a regular basis, okay? Yeah, also, staff turnover is pretty funny when talking about Trump on the other side of the ticket as well. You're not wrong. Trump's staff turnover is 92%. Half of them are in jail, and the ones that aren't in jail are fucking actively in witness protection, speaking out against them. Sometimes they are both in jail and also speaking out against them, like the last court case that happened in New York. You know, Any thoughts on anti-Kamala discourse on leftist Twitter? Do you think she's a more progressive candidate than Biden, or do you think she's gonna do genocide but girly pop? I mean, I think she is definitely more to the left of Biden, at least like with the way that she tailored her political career. Having said that, however, genocide but girly pop is probably the likely scenario. But if she wants to win, she can't do that. If she wants to win, she can't do the genocide but girly pop shit. Also, liberals are so funny, or not liberals, sorry, leftists are so funny on Twitter where they're like, oh, dude, I can't believe it. Like, Kamala Harris is a cop. It's like, yeah, I know, dude. Also, the last president and the current president right now, as a matter of fact, is a fucking segregationist, dude. What are we talking about? Like, he's not personally a segregationist. Yes, he was the VP of a black president, which did a lot for him in terms of like the way he is looked at by everybody. But he eulogized the segregationist, and he actually wrote pro-segregation legislation, and on top of that was responsible for the crime bill. So, you know, he was Jim Crow Joe for a reason. So, you know.
She's truly bad at this, and we shouldn't remember how bad she is at this. So all this sort of desperate hope that you're seeing in Democratic circles, reality will set in, I believe, soon enough, because Kamala Harris is not a good candidate, and she has proved that repeatedly. Remember, Kamala Harris, she's only run effectively one competitive race in the last 20 years, and that was for Attorney General of the state of California. She won by 1 point. By 1 point. Then she ran a completely non-competitive race in the California Senate for the Senate seat in California against Loretta Sanchez, a fellow Democrat. And then she ran the worst presidential campaign since Rick Perry.
That's weird. You're talking about how she's like never won anything. You're talking about how she only won something against a fellow Democrat. And then you're talking about her primary defeat where she ran against other Democrats. So like, the fuck? Yeah, she lost the primary big time. Okay. And I don't think she is I don't think individually on her own, I don't think she's the type of person. She's the type of person to be able to like successfully win a primary and then go to win a general election. But we don't have to make those political calculations at this moment because she is the Democratic Party's nominee.
Listen, Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate, but then again, she was also a terrible DA. She was a terrible Attorney General of the state of California. Things got less safe under Kamala Harris. Speaking of safety, as social unrest escalates and as people begin to fear crime more and more, securing the safeness of your family is more crucial than ever. Now, listen, I'm a big Second Amendment advocate. I own a variety of it. Here's Kamala Harris again, trying to make the pitch. We are not going to go back. We're not.
He and his extreme Project 2025 will weaken the middle class and bring us backward. America has tried.
Ben Shapiro is literally the poster boy for Project 2025. I don't know why he's saying come on. Ben Shapiro directly regurgitates Heritage Foundation talking points. Like that's what his job is. That's what his entire career is. Why the fuck's he acting like Project 2025 is a problem? I know he doesn't think Project 2025 is a problem.
These economic policies before. They do not lead to prosperity. They lead to inequity and economic injustice. And we are not going back.
God, she is so awful. I mean, even her juxtaposition right there of prosperity with economic injustice is truly amazing. Because, again, the opposite of prosperity is poverty. It's poverty. Right? When she says that we are going, they lead us away from.
Wow, dude. You're really killing it. Just say she has no riz. Like, you could say that she is not very energized on that speech, and she's basically repeating the exact script that Joe Biden would have read, but he was unable to read it because he couldn't read anything at that point. Like, you don't have to be like, oh, well, the opposite is prosperity. The opposite of prosperity is poverty. You're stupid.
Prosperity and toward economic injustice. Notice what she's doing there. She's doing the equity routine. You know what Americans don't like? the racialized equity routine that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have been pushing nonstop since they entered office.
What?
Her campaign, if she's actually in control of it, her only hope here is to delegate this thing.
Bro, these guys are so perma-stuck in 2016. Absolutely zero people think about like equality versus equity narratives anymore. Like the IDW died out. That's not a real thing that most Americans are like aware of. You can't just say DEI. That's the new meta, dumbass. This is very 2016 coded to just be like, Americans want equality. They hate equity. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, they don't. They don't. Just say DEI. Just say DEI. That has equity in it. Okay? DEI literally has the word equity in it. But when you try to make these inferences into like equity being a bad thing because it's not equality or whatever, you know, it's not going to work.
To the Obama team. That is really her only hope here. She already got rid of the Biden team. It's not going to be Tom Donilon. It's not going to be Jen O'Malley Dillon. It's not going to be the people who got Joe Biden there because they don't like her very much and she doesn't like them. And it better not be her 2019 presidential campaign team because they were truly awful. Her only hope is to basically sit down and be quiet and let Barack Obama's people run this thing. That is her only hope. So far, that doesn't seem to be the case. So, for example, according to BBC, Kamala Harris has overhauled her campaign's online presence by embracing a social media trend inspired by pop star Charlie.
Yeah, she's not really talking about race at all, but he like injected race into the conversation, which is like weird too.
Charlie XCX's Brat album cover. The presumptive Democratic presidential nominee has scattered references to the album across her campaign's account, renaming her profile Kamala HQ. Her rebrand comes as...
It's funny how some chatters were treating you like you sounded like this yesterday. Yeah, it's because chatters are on the Kamala train, okay? Chatters are just excited for anybody but Biden. A lot of chatters in this community, a lot of people in this community are just like, they want to be hopeful. It's not going to happen for me. I've been doing this for far too long to be hopeful like that, okay? That's why I've been saying I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch. I'm not going to fucking jump to like hope and change. Like I just have no confidence in that at all. Let's continue.
Charlie showed her support by treating Kamala is brat shortly after President Joe Biden announced he was stepping out of the race. By Monday morning, Harris had seized on Charlie XCX's backing with the account sporting a new lime green photo in the style of the Brat album cover. So for those of you who have no idea what exactly brat means because, you know, you're over the age of 15, here's what brat means, according to Charlie XCX. You're just like that girl who's a little messy and likes to party and maybe says some dumb things sometimes, who feels like herself, but maybe also has a breakdown, but kind of like parties, though it is very honest, very blunt, a little bit...
I was trying to do wet ass pussy again, dude. Wet ass pussy 2.0. Chatters, remember, as a professional, this is my third election cycle. Okay? Like, I've always been a nerd and been really into politics. But, like, you have to remember, this is my third election cycle with the Democrats. Okay? It's going to be very, very hard for me to feel confident or feel hopeful about America's prospects in the same way that, like, you guys might be, because maybe this is your second election cycle. You know? Maybe it's your first election cycle. And I'm saying as a professional commentator, it's my third. It's like, obviously, I've been paying attention to American politics for much longer than that, but...
volatile, like does dumb things, but it's brat. You're brat. That's brat. Okay, that is the campaign that I desperately hope Kamala Harris continues to run. Kamala Harris as brat. Says dumb things, does dumb things, get drunk sometime, but has fun. Also, can I just explain? No one above the age of 25 in the United States knows what the F brat means. When we think brat, we think like spoiled brat, like some of our children. No one thinks brat is something good. But Kamala Harris is so terminally online, so disconnected from the general public, that she believes that Charlie XCX, who, again, most people above the age of 35 have never heard of Charlie XCX. She thinks that embracing the branding of Charlie XCX is somehow good for her. That's how disconnected and terrible her campaign is. Now, for his part, Donald Trump slammed Harris as dumb as a rock on his Truth Social page. Now, again, I think he's going to have to do better than this in terms of the nickname. This is pretty... Here's what he posted. He said, wow, just watching the fake news, they're doing their very best to turn the worst president in the history of our country into a brilliant and heroic leader. He was heroic because he quit.
Dude, that's 10 minutes now. And he did not even once mention the polls that came out immediately after Kamala Harris was announced as the presidential nominee that showed 83% of Democrats saying that they were excited about the decision. Nor did he talk about the historic record-breaking fundraising from small donors, 60% of those donors being first-time donors to the Democratic Party. Like, that's data. That's the closest you can get to data in terms of enthusiasm. Okay? 250 million total with like the super PACs and big donations. But 80 million specifically on small ticket donors. Like, that's enthusiasm. That's not a bad day of campaigning. That is a phenomenal day of campaigning. As a matter of fact, if Trump had a day of campaigning like that, you would literally cover it with incredibly positive terms. You'd be like, this is the most amazing thing that just happened.
Quit and turned dumb as a rock Kamala Harris from a totally failed and insignificant vice president into a future great president. No, it just doesn't work that way. He's been trying out a few different lines on Kamala Harris. So he has called her Laughing Kamala, which, again, I recommend scam.
Made up numbers? This motherfucker spitting? Wait, you think I made those numbers up? Like, you think we're just lying about everything? Like, what? So would you, because you're honest? Yeah, like, I don't like Donald Trump. I will always tell you that I don't like Donald Trump as a president. I love him as a person. I love him as my lover. I love Donald Trump as a father. I love Donald Trump as a father, as a paternal role model. I love him as a sex icon. Okay. But as president, I don't love him. Okay. He should be never anywhere near power. Okay. He should not be anywhere near offices. It's just bad guy. Bad guy overall. Sex icon, question mark. Yes. I love him as a sexual being, because you don't understand. He's a fucking dynamo in the bedroom. I know it because I've had sex with him. He's a cum-hungry power bottom. Anyway, let's continue.
Kamala. I think that it is the best term for her. Also, I think Kamaliar would probably be good because she is deeply, deeply dishonest. Just a few suggestions for the president if he is taking suggestions. He did call her this morning Lion Kamala, which again, he used lion's head, but then he also called Joe Biden Crooked Joe. So Lion Kamala is pretty good. Again, I think that's probably, and it seems like he's settling on that because he's used that multiple times this morning. He said, Lion Kamala Harris, the Biden-appointed border czar, who never visited the border and whose incompetence gave us the worst and most dangerous border anywhere in the world, has absolutely terrible poll numbers against a fine and brilliant young man named Donald J. Trump. Love that Trump calls himself a fine and brilliant young man. He's 78. Be careful what you wish for, Democrats, MAGA 2024.
There's something really unsettling about watching this fucking demon laugh or fake laugh. He's just so gross. He is like, he's just like such a robotic man. So when he tries to demonstrate any emotion that's not anger, you're like, that doesn't feel normal.
So yeah, pretty solid stuff there from President Trump. Are you tired of the lies and the twist of...
Yeah, that was not exactly a great take.
Project 2025, the 920-page policy manifesto by the conservative group, the Heritage Foundation, highlights a wish...
60% numbers for first donations this cycle, not necessarily first lifetime donation. Oh, sorry. Did I say lifetime donation? My bad. First donation this cycle. That's still pretty significant. What are we talking about? Is a first donation that like a shit ton of people made. As in they didn't donate to Biden, but they were excited about Kamala Harris.
List of economic and financial plans under a potential Trump second term. While Trump has
I don't care about their I don't care about them talking about it. Anyway. Israel's Netanyahu in Washington, D.C. as Gaza fighting escalates.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in the nation's capital today ahead of a series of high-stakes meetings. Netanyahu is set to meet with President Biden and the likely new Democratic president.
How do we know those donations are real? Chatter, I don't know if you know this, but like political contributions being made to a person running for president is some of the most well-documented and publicly available information that you can personally sift through if you would like to. It's just that's it.
Presidential nominee Vice President Harris this week. He's also
like you can figure that out on your own if you wanted to, if you have the time.
Slated to give a formal address to Congress in the days ahead. His visit coincides with Israel ramping up its operations in
Asmus said that on stream. Now he's offline. Am I gonna? Okay, well, I mean, I don't mind it. I don't mind it if you guys have these sorts of questions because you heard it somewhere and you're like confused by the process. I can be a voice of reason here. That's crazy though. That there are like people who are literally, like, oh, well, I heard that somewhere online and now I think it might be true. No, dog. Political contributions are like, it's illegal to go above a certain number. You know that, right? Like you can't pay more than $2,700. I believe now it's $3,300 potentially. I don't know. Last time I maxed out was $2,700. Like individual donations are public. You could literally search my individual campaign contributions right now and find out how much I've donated to whichever candidate, which is why a lot of people that don't know any better will oftentimes say stuff like, oh, Hasan has only donated $2,700 to Bernie. What political contributions has he made? And it's like, hey, dumbass, it's called fucking being able to max out. That's it. I can't do more than that. It's illegal. Actually, I gave more to Bernie than that, and they had to refund my donation. But it's public. I saw a tweet from a guy who was like saying he gave $71,000 to like the Trump campaign or something. No, he didn't. He can't do that. That is illegal. Like he would not be able to do that. The campaign would be in trouble. He would be in trouble. That would be an FEC violation. Campaign would have to refund it. But why can Elon Musk give $45 million? Elon Musk is not giving directly to Trump as an individual donor. He's giving to a super PAC. Okay? That's the difference. You can do whatever you want with a super PAC. A super PAC technically does not communicate with the campaign. Directly communicate with the campaign.
Southern Gaza. The Israeli military reportedly conducted several strikes in Khan Yunis in areas previously designated as safe zones. They were carried out shortly after evacuation orders were put in place. CBS News Chief White House.
Also, by the way, as of today, Elon backed out from his Trump donations.
Correspondent Nancy Cordes is with us now for more on the visit. Nancy, Netanyahu announced this trip before, as our colleague John Dickerson has described, decades of politics in a week's time.
Dude, come on. You guys are not allowed to use that, okay? You guys are not allowed to use that terminology. You guys are not allowed to use those words and act like you came up with it on your own. That's fucking bullshit, okay? Bitches.
No question. And certainly the political ground has shifted under his feet here in Washington. And frankly, Washington's a bit distracted at the moment by the huge, tectonic shift that we've seen as President Biden basically hands the reins of his campaign over to his running mate, Kamala Harris, and she hits the campaign trail for the first time. And yet President Biden, who has been recovering from COVID at his weekend home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, is expected to come back here to the White House this afternoon. So we'll see him for the first time in nearly a week. I anticipate that there will be an outpouring from White House staffers and aides as he arrives, because, after all, when he departed, he was the current and future nominee, and that has now all changed. So it's a bittersweet moment. But we understand that he is going to be sitting down with Prime Minister Netanyahu on Thursday to discuss the latest in the war. It's a rare face-to-face meeting for these two individuals who have not always seen eye to eye on Israel's handling of the war, and President Biden has not been shy about saying that publicly.
Nancy, what do we know about Netanyahu's meetings with crucial leaders? And is it safe to say he has to hedge his bets a little bit when it comes to American politics?
Absolutely, because President Biden, while he had been critical of Netanyahu, always stressed that Israel was a long-standing ally of the United States and that its security was paramount. Kamala Harris, his vice president, who's now the nominee, has taken a slightly different tack, and she has been more full-throated about her concern for Palestinian civilians first and foremost. And so that is something that the top brass in Israel, all the way up to the prime minister, are certainly well aware of. And you have seen some Republicans on Capitol Hill argue that Vice President Harris is slighting Netanyahu by not being here.
Dude, yes, this is great. I really hope that the Democrats see this and recognize, because they love getting negatively polarized. They love getting negatively polarized by what Republicans are doing. This is such a great narrative, dude. You're being mean to my favorite foreign leader. What are we talking about? Republicans running around being like, you're not sufficiently dick riding Israel. Are you kidding me? That's a gift. That's a fucking gift. You're not giving full-throated support to my favorite foreign leader is an unimaginable gift wrap narrative, okay? It's phenomenal. Please lean into it. Please lean into it. Fucking Israelis don't like Benjamin Netanyahu. Nobody likes him. It's so easy. Liberal Zionists don't like him. They act like they act like he's, an awful person, and then they immediately fucking fall in line when the ICC is actually trying to prosecute him. But still, that is such a phenomenal opportunity. You know what I mean? It's great.
In Washington to receive him today. She's out campaigning in Milwaukee, then she's going to go to Indianapolis. They argue that this White House has...
They don't like Bibi, but they like Trump? Yes. They think Benjamin Netanyahu directly failed them. And also he's corrupt too, but he's corrupt domestically. They think Donald Trump is God's gift to earth, though, for Israel.
Let Israel down in a variety of ways. But that is simply the political reality that, the outlook on Israel here at the White House is mixed. A, they're distracted, and B, they recognize.
Yeah, just one bar. Oh my God. Someone in the chat said it. Easy line. Exactly. I'm running for the president of America, not president of Israel, and I'll put America first. Dude, That's some fucking Republican ass shit right there. That gives my dick hard. That's the exact type of Republican ass sentiment that you need to be bringing to the table. Be like, yeah, I'm running for president of America. What are we talking about? That's giving me anti-Semitism vibe. Yeah, well, you know.
That many progressives within their own party are very angry at the way that Israel has conducted itself in this war. And this is a White House that has an election to
Replace Israel with Ukraine? Phenomenal. Are you kidding me? Incredible. Like, even then. Dude, if you think Americans would be like, wow, like that would be ridiculous because Ukraine is an ally and is also objectively in a defensive posture against a larger foreign adversary versus Israel as an ally in this equation, but they are the ones in the wrong. Okay, Russia's the one in the wrong. So obviously the dynamics are a little different. But even then, Americans would be like, oh, great. Okay, fine. Do you think that Americans are like, no, we love that there is like constant war going on and we're giving money to foreign countries? They don't. They don't. They don't care. At best, they don't care. At worst, they do care. And they're like, what the fuck are you doing? That's the reason why Trump constantly runs on that narrative. Trump is always like, yeah, I'm going to end these wars. I'm going to end these wars. I'm going to end these wars. Of course, he's not going to do that. And he is very much a psychopathic reactionary neocon repackaged into like the modern era. Okay. But what about the Jewish vote? What are we talking? Stop saying the Jewish vote. Okay. Please. Like the Jewish vote is 75% Democrat historically, and it's in fucking the top of the hour. Okay, that's a fucking perma. No double baits. No double baits. Oh, come on, dude. Don't try to bait me with fucking weird ass like possibly anti-Semitic sentiment here. Anyway, yeah, you got me. Top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break. I'm running it now. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Americans benefit from the wars. They get access to cheap foreign-made consumer goods like Intel CPUs and gasoline. No. They don't think about it like that at all. A much easier thing to explain to Americans. You think Americans are aware that American imperialism makes commodities more affordable for them? No. Also, CPUs is pretty funny. No. The much easier argument is every dollar that goes to Israel or every dollar that goes to maintaining like American military bases at the global level is a dollar that you can spend on the roads, is a dollar that you can spend on healthcare, is a dollar that you can spend on education, free college.
win. So they're not necessarily going to be rolling out the red carpet for Netanyahu on this visit.
That said, President Biden is set to deliver an address from the Oval Office tomorrow night. What more do we know about what he is expected to say?
We know that President Biden said a couple of days ago that he wants to address the American people to be able to explain to them in person why he has made this unusual decision to step aside and hand the reins to his vice president. And he also wants to make the case that he's still in charge. He is still president of the United States for the next 6 months, and he is aware that Republicans have argued that perhaps he should step aside from the presidency altogether, and he is looking to put that kind of talk to rest.
Nancy.
ABC News. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle resigns in the wake of Trump assassination attempt. DEI has been perished. Okay. They destroyed DEI. Congratulations. Okay. We have Sonia Massey. Can I break 50 with President Donald Trump? Bryson DeChambeau? What the fuck is that?
Turning out.
We're going to be talking about this as well. But before I get to that, here, I want to hear this. I want to hear what the most astute political observer, perhaps the most brilliant mind that we have ever encountered, okay? Barstool's very own. This guy. One bite, that's all it takes. Dave fucking Portnoy, baby. Stool Presidente. Let's see what he had to say.
Okay, I got to do another rant here. And I'm going to get, hey, pizza man, stick to pizza. Hey, sports guy, stick to sports. People are sending that. Hey, shut up, you're dangerous. Ironically, I'm sure the same exact people who were so outraged when, I think it was Laura Ingram's told LeBron to shut up and dribble a basketball. They were so outraged by that. But now, when I'm talking, they don't like what I'm hearing.
Yeah, LeBron was making a statement that was like about police brutality as a black man. You are just a rich guy talking completely outside of your field of knowledge. Like, what the fuck? Unless he talks about, like, you know, as a man with a business. What? Epic/X resubscribed for 7 months and said, you keep saying this, but you don't have a plan for spending on healthcare, education, or college. Structural problems won't be fixed by throwing money at them. Okay, we fund colleges and healthcare. All this does is bloat. Like filling water in a cracked fish tank. What the fuck? Bro, why have you subscribed for 7 months? And you got this kind of attitude. I'm not even saying in that conversation, I'm not even talking about the funding mechanisms, which chatters misunderstood. That's why they're talking about like tax the rich. We're specifically talking about where the money that we're spending currently, we could be spending elsewhere. Okay? When I talk about like our gross military spending and how the average American would be infinitely more perceptible or infinitely more perceptive to the idea that instead of spending billions of dollars on maintaining military bases all around the world, we should, you know, spend money on fixing our fucking infrastructure. The argument that you put forward cannot be, dude, that's just bloat. Receptive. You're right. The word is receptive. My brain is, I have not been sleeping enough. My brain is kind of doo-doo lately. Motherfucker said potholes are bloat, dude. Yeah. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Like, it's a massive issue. Bridges are fucking falling and collapsing. And this guy's like, that's bloat, man. Why would you fix that bridge?
Stick to pizza. If you're an American citizen, you care about this country, you're always allowed to talk about what's going on in this country. So those people who are telling me, Democrats of all people, who are always the most intolerant, which is crazy, the extreme left, when they don't like what you're saying, it's suddenly shut up, no debate. So you shut up. Now here's this rant. Again, I'm a libertarian. I'm very much pro-choice. I don't agree. I'm not religious really at all. So there's a lot on the right I don't agree with. But I fucking hate the left. I fucking hate the extreme left. And they are reminding me why I cannot vote for them. and I cannot vote for Kamala, because it's not even that they're trotting out Kamala now and they whacked Joe Biden just like I said they were gonna. They trotted him out for the debate. The fact that they've hid for years that he was a head of lettuce from the American public. It's not that they go and say, hey, all these videos that the American people see of Joe Biden literally having a dementia moment and being out of it, deep fakes, not real. And then they just reverse course and literally force him to resign by threats. Who knows what they said to him behind doors or what package they came.
I don't get it. Don't you think that that's a good thing? You can't have both of those positions in your same brain. You can't be like, no, the Democrats lied to the American public about how demented Joe is, but also they really fucked him over by making him drop out of the race. Like, what? What? Yeah, if you think that he's demented, as do I, you should be like excited at the prospect that he's no longer running for re-election, I guess. And he doesn't have a second shot at it.
Up with Pelosi, Obama, Clooney, all pushing this old man down a flight of stairs. Forget all that. They did it fine. They hijacked democracy. No other way to say it. You know, Kamala, newsflash, ran for president in 2020. You know how many votes she got? 0. She was so disliked and such a bad candidate, she didn't make it to the first fucking primary. And I guess she's never going to have to get a real vote because she's been handpicked on purpose by the people who have been running Joe for the last 2 or 3 years. Now they're going to try to run her and trot her out. It's disgusting. It's a hijacking of democracy. They knew Joe wasn't fit before, and they waited. Fine.
So wait, they hijacked democracy by like lying to Americans that Joe Biden was demented. I agree. But now they're hijacking democracy again by swapping the demented guy out. Like I don't. Why is he simultaneously saying Joe's demented and also mad that like he got swapped out? Like they rat fucked my boy who's demented, and it's like he should still be president. Like they didn't have a real primary. Okay, that's it. They didn't have a real primary. They did not have a real primary. It would have been much better if they did, but they didn't want to do it because Joe was kind of demented. Okay? She's unelected. That is true. Brother, her last name is still on the fucking ticket that won 81 million votes. Like, I hate to be this libbed up here, but yeah, ultimately, she's untested as an individual. Okay? But like to say that the American public didn't vote for her at all is fucking ridiculous. Like, she was the VP on the fucking ticket. And not only was she the VP on the ticket, she was the VP on a ticket where she was the most likely person to actually become a P after being a VP because Joe Biden was like 800 years old. And yeah, you can't run another fucking primary cycle this close to the fucking election. It just doesn't work that way. Like, people are talking about an open convention, not understanding that an open convention was not going to be like where people get to cast ballots again. Like, it's not how that works. Delegates would be making these choices regardless at that point. If you guys want to push the elections back and run a real fucking primary, I'm on board. I think that's great. But that's not going to happen. Kamala, sucka. Nobody likes her. I feel bitter. I have to vote for her. The resentment will go to the polls. How are you not seeing this? We having Bernie 2016 all over again? There are nobody like Kamala, dude. We could have had the white guy you had on yesterday be for real. No, dude, it doesn't work that way. Okay? It just doesn't work that way. Like, the reason why Kamala Harris was appointed to that position is because Joe Biden put her on there. Hasan equals blue and on. Yeah, famously, I love the Democratic Party. I'm such a fucking fan of the Democratic Party. I think they're great. I love them. You must not have been here for the past 4 years, or the past 8 years, really, or the past 10 years. Like, what are you guys saying? Are you saying that you loved Biden? Is that what you're saying? No, you sucked it the fuck up and you voted for him. And objectively, many more people would be willing to suck it the fuck up and vote for Kamala Harris over Joe Biden now. That's it. And that is demonstrably true so far. Blue and on. Bad take. There's no reason to even pretend like people went voting last election with a single thought about Kamala being the VP. People voted not for Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They voted against Donald Trump. That's it. That has always been the case. And ultimately, the calculation that people make in the Democratic Party is, or at least those in positions of power in the Democratic Party, was the riding with Biden narrative in another Trump election was not going to work when they couldn't hide how fucking demented he was. That's it. And it's going to happen again, and hopefully Kamala is better than Biden because she's not suffering from dementia, beginning, middle, and end of story. Didn't people think that Biden was going to drop dead 2 years into being president anyway? Yes, they did. They did think Kamala would be potentially the next president, by the way. They did. They probably didn't think much of what she would look like as president. But there was a lot of discourse around Kamala potentially being the president because Biden was very fucking old. Oh. It does seem like an optics problem that the Democracy Party has a very undemocratic primary process. No, it doesn't. It's not. I don't think it's an optics problem at all. It's an optics problem from a guy who's never going to vote for a fucking Democrat, who objectively says he's not going to vote for a Democrat. Like, nobody fucking cares. Democrats just want someone who can win. Okay? Democratic Party voters, not myself. Democratic Party voters, however, want someone who can fucking win. That's it. And they think that the chances of someone like Kamala, who is objectively not a carcass, is higher than the chances of a carcass. In this circumstance, you have a person who won the election, who many people were fearful would not be able to do that again. That's it.
All that, fine, take it with a grain of salt. For the Democrats, like a Rob Reiner, this is the tweet I saw of Rob Reiner that just sent me off. Democracy is saved. Kamala's running. And all these people now, Kamala, AOC, you just said it was a coup 3 days ago, AOC. Now, Kamala. The Democrats.
Like, I feel like chat should feel a little weird at this moment, finding themselves in agreement with this guy, Dave Portnoy.
And the left, the way they shit on our face and tell us it's 80 and sunny is so infuriating. Just admit you hijacked democracy. Just admit you don't care if fucking Mussolini or a head of lettuce was running against Trump. You hate him so much, you're willing to trample on democracy, steal the vote from the American public, the most supposedly.
Like, you should have this smoke for the bullshit ass primary that they conducted. Like, if you want to make this argument, the best argument you can make is you knew Joe Biden is demented and you still shut off the primary for that reason. Like, you ensured that nobody that actually stood a chance could run against Joe Biden. Okay? If you say that, you're absolutely right. Okay? You say that, you're absolutely right. There's truth to that. But he's not saying that because he's a fucking idiot. He doesn't even understand it. He's like, oh, well, democracy actually happened with Joe Biden. He sounds like fucking Jamie Harrison. 14 million primary voters voted for Joe. How are you going to hurt their feelings by taking him out? It's like, who are you talking to? Who are you talking to in this situation? The fucking Biden dead enders? Like, who are you going to change the minds of? 67% of Democrats wanted Joe Biden to drop out according to the fucking polls. Okay? 67%. 77% of independents. 77% of independents wanted Joe Biden to drop out. And then when it actually happens, they're like, whoa, dude, I hate this. Meanwhile, the Democrats, 83% of them approve of the switch. So, like, obviously, everyone on the one side that it actually fucking matters, damn near every single person is excited at this. And the people who are outside the club are yelling. This is why it's so fucking stupid to have this conversation. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, you weren't going to vote for the Democrats. Why are you chirping? It's in the case of Dave Portnoy, I wouldn't even say it's concern trolling. When Tom Cotton or Mike Johnson says it, it's concern trolling because he thinks like this is an adequate line of attack. It's not, because it doesn't fucking matter, because ultimately the Democrats are like the Biden voters. The Biden primary voters are just the biggest dick riders of the Democratic Party. And it's not like Kamala Harris is like an entirely different person ideologically than Biden. But if you're Dave Portnoy, you're doing this because you want to come across like a smart guy, even though you're a very dumb guy. That's it. That's the reason why he's like, oh, I don't get it. The name of the party is the Democratic Party, but what they're doing is undemocratic to me. New Democrat firm Blueprint polled Harris post dropout. Dave Weigel reports weak spots seen as too liberal, bad on immigration. But on one very big opportunity to try with Trump on lowering prices, doesn't seem to inherit Biden inflation. The upside for Harris is huge. Voters do not hold her accountable for Biden's perceived failures on inflation, and she can run hard on economic messaging. This is actually a really good take from Derek Thompson. Shocking, I know. It'll be weird if, in a year where anti-incumbency bias is sweeping the world, Democrats awkwardly stumbled into a potent strategy for incumbent parties to hold power, drop your leader, lose their toxic baggage, voters have less anti-incumbency bias for the new Pez at the top of the dispenser. It is kind of true. They literally awkwardly stumbled into this like universal phenomena and like found a way out of it. Didn't work for the Tories because the Tories literally had the same person running. It's not like there was a different person. Rishi Sunak was the last guy. Not really, though. In normal times, incumbent has the advantage. So what are we talking about? Have you not paid attention to any of the elections that happened all around the planet? Like, this has been an election year for virtually like more than half the planet. India alone. Usually, there are incumbency advantages. There's an incumbent advantage, right? It didn't work with Donald Trump because COVID happened. And then post-COVID, there was a lot of inflation that struck the entire planet, and there was a global anti-incumbency bias. It happened in the UK. It happened in France. Anyway. It did not happen in Mexico. But regardless, why are you voting for Kamala or not? Do you support Kamala Harris? What is happening here? Like, why are so many people asking me this question? I'm riding with Jank, okay? Jank Uyghur all the way. Do you guys look to me to like make your decisions on who to vote for? Is that what it is? Like, do I need to handhold you? Do I need to hold your hand every step of the way? Anyway. Yeah, I'll just come with you to the polls and write it for you. That's why people come in confused from Asmongold. They don't know which streamer to blindly follow. Yeah, I can't imagine a worse decision to make. Where the fuck is where is the video that I was watching? I lost it. Oh, here.
Important right an American has, the right to vote. You have stolen it from the Democratic Party. You have said you don't get to choose who runs for president. We do. A group of elite, small people are going to handpick and shove down your throat who you vote for. Just admit that. But this democracy is saved, and America is saved. It's the lowest point for democracy in my lifetime. Just say you hate fucking Trump so much you're willing to do whatever it takes to beat Trump, and it doesn't matter what rights you steal, stomp on, or whatever, you're willing to do it. If you say that, at least I'll have an ounce of respect. But this democracy is saved when you've absolutely done the worst thing for democracy. It's like we're a third world country now, the way this thing's being run. Just say that, and at least I can have an ounce of respect. And for all the people who are being, Dave, you're dangerous. Dave, shut up. Dave, what are you talking about? Stick to pizza, stick to boards. You know not what one person who has sent me a message or tried to explain, you know not what one of them has done? Explained how I'm wrong about any of it. They're just like, shut up, shut up, shut up. If one person can explain how anything I've said is wrong, I'll fucking buy you a fucking boat and be your captain.
Go debate this guy. Portnoy have pizza after fire stream content. I can't. He's not going to do it, bro. Are you kidding me?
Okay.
I want a new boat.
You're willing to do it. If you say that, at least I'll have an ounce of respect. But this democracy is saved when you've absolutely done the worst thing for democracy. It's like we're a third world country now.
Yeah, we're a third world country now. Bro, you live in Florida. Florida is the closest you can get to a third world country. Constantly underwater, dog shit infrastructure, unimaginable amounts of wealth with like some of the worst poverty you've seen side by side. Okay, as a matter of fact, California, kind of similar. Most parts of America are kind of similar, but it's like the most glaringly obvious situation in the state of Florida. Also, even the rich people's buildings are built out of fucking toilet paper. Okay, so the idea that like he's like, oh, we're a third world country now. It's like, bro, literally what you are describing. You live in India of America, okay? In terms of like unimaginable wealth, surrounded by fucking unimaginable poverty with dog shit fucking infrastructure, constantly in a state of disrepair. What do you mean? We are a third world country. Pretty sure he lives in Nantucket. He has a house in Florida too, I remember. Pretending not to get his point, Lamau. No, his point is fucking idiotic as far as like, this is what made America a third world country. Are you fucking stupid? The first time the Democratic Party actually acted like a fucking party is not necessarily anti-democracy, nor is it like a third world country. This is the first time the Democratic Party has actually got their shit together and behaved like a goddamn party. I had tears in my eyes thinking about the prospect. That's precisely why you see Republicans flailing around right now, losing their fucking minds, saying, oh, do over. This is a cheat. You cheated. What do you mean? Democracy is about to happen. Are we acting like it's not going to happen? The fuck are you talking about? In November, if you have an issue with the way that the Democrats arranged the ticket, then don't fucking vote for them. Why are we acting like this is identical to what like the Trump administration and the Republican Party tried to do with their like fucking false electors scheme and shit? Like that's objectively different. So if you personally consider this to be the most undemocratic thing you've ever seen, oh boy, I got a lot of stuff to show you. Republicans love saying we're a fucking constitutional republic. There is no democracy here, by the way. Within the confines of the undemocratic structure that is the electoral college system, that is the Senate structure, that is the American political duopoly, one of the two major parties, for the first time ever, in an unceremonious manner, actually did something that is objectively what good parties do. Okay? That's what they do. You got a candidate who is falling apart and is not going to win. You look at the fucking polls, you see all of the people in your party that are like voting for you saying, please change this guy. Please change this fucking guy. And then they do change the guy, and everyone's like, oh my God, we're so excited that they changed the fucking guy. Okay? They're like, oh, thank God. They changed the guy. They changed the guy just like we asked for them to change the guy. And then dudes that are outside of this equation are just chirping about it. I've yet to hear from a single fucking Democratic Party voter, a single primary voter, turn around and be like, well, I feel disrespected right now. I was riding with Biden, with the exception of the DNC chair. Okay. Motherfucking Jamie Harrison. No one is riding with Biden. Biden isn't even riding with Biden. He's just riding a fucking wheelchair around because he can't walk normal and good. What are we talking about? Yeah, it's the consent meme. Literally, it's like voters consent, party consents, Joe Biden consents, and then there's a third person that you had to ask for. And that third person is like Mike Johnson, Dave Portnoy, Donald Trump, and the Republicans. Like, why didn't we ask the Republicans what to do here? Come on, dude. Wow, I can't believe the Democrats aren't playing fair and just like keeping the demented guy on the ticket. The sole purpose of a vice presidency is literally to be like, hey, if the president dies, we have another person to swap them out to. What the fuck? Most voters understand that, even if they're not directly voting for the vice president. And that is precisely the reason why Kamala Harris was probably the safest way to swap out the ticket. For that reason alone. That way, you are not destroying the past 4 years of accomplishments that you have to run on in this reelection. Okay? Now, obviously, I personally think there's not a lot of accomplishments in terms of what the Biden administration did. There are some, and I've been very honest about it, right? Infrastructure, the infrastructure bill, obviously, great work from the agency, the federal agencies. There's some good stuff in there. Biden is also objectively more pro-labor than other Democratic and certainly Republican Party presidents and the parties in general. Okay? Low bar in terms of like being pro-labor, but the Biden administration was more pro-labor than all prior administrations in our lifetime, at least. Having said that, there's also a lot of stink on the candidacy. There's also a lot of stink on Biden. Negative real wage growth is something that they experience under Biden. Inflation is a massive problem. The economy is a massive problem. Seemingly, it doesn't hurt Kamala's chances for some reason. I don't know why. On the issue of immigration, I personally think the Democratic Party has completely dropped the ball. Went with the worst possible outcome. That needs to change. On Gaza, if you want to win over Wisconsin, Minnesota, and most importantly, Michigan, you have to change course on at least communicating what must be done with respect to America's relationship with Israel. Okay? Also, Philip DeFranco, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Kamala Harris could do that if she has at least a little bit of political courage. Well, it's not even a little bit. You need a lot of political courage to be able to change American foreign policy in any way. But having said that, Biden isn't the most pro-labor president in Biden's lifetime, born 1942 before FDR died. Okay, that's fair. But I'm talking about my lifetime. What are you doing? What are you doing, cutie pie? Oh my gosh. She's like, come on. Come on, Dad. I'm bored. Give me a pet. But it is very odd. It is very odd overall for someone like Dave Portnoy to be like, oh, dude, this is not democratic at all. It's like, bitch, there's still a fucking general election. What are we talking about? There's literally a general election coming up. What do you mean there's no democracy? Then fucking don't vote for the Democrats. Like, okay. Kaya 1 year ago? That's crazy. How on earth did that post have 130,000 likes? It's Twitter. Twitter is not real. Twitter is the most surreal, not real place on the fucking planet. It's so incredibly right wing. Yeah, the USA didn't even have any primaries till the early 1900s, and the primary system didn't even reach its current form until the 70s. 1968 is the last time that like the Democrats actually had like open conventions. They would pick the party. They would pick the candidate at the conventions. I swear, man, people would rather vote for someone who would cause them to live in the slums as long as Trump ain't in there. What? Okay. I think personally, that's how much people hate Donald Trump. I guess that's the argument you're trying to make. I'm really not understanding the point you're trying to make here, but I'm a returning viewer, so I don't know what your opinion is on the alpha male stuff that the Republicans are running on. You don't have to talk about it now, but I'd like to understand that more. Trump is literally one of the zestiest presidents that we've ever had, and we've had bisexual presidents before, like Abraham Lincoln. Okay? So I don't know what the fuck this like macho man, cishet, alpha male shit that we're talking about here, because Republicans think that that means like masculinity and also not gay. Trump is the zestiest motherfucker out there. He loves Broadway musicals. He's a messy bitch who loves drama. J.D. Vance's running mate literally wears guy liner. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about there either. Okay? Anyway, let's get to Tim Waltz.
Oh, he is.
Who is also one of the VP nods here.
What I know is that people like J.D. Vance know nothing about small town America. My town had 400 people in it, 24 kids in my graduating class, 12 were cousins, and he gets it all wrong. It's not about hate. It's not about collapsing in. The golden rule there is mind your own damn business. Their policies are what destroyed rural America. They've divided us. They're in our exam rooms. They're telling us what books to read. And I think what Kamala Harris knows is bringing people together around the shared values, strong public schools, strong labor unions that create the middle class, healthcare that's affordable and accessible. Those are the things. You look what they're talking about. They went right to division. They did not give us a plan on healthcare. Donald Trump talked about infrastructure. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris built bridges, built roads. So I think this is going back to the bread and butter, getting away from this division. We do not like what has happened where we can't even go to Thanksgiving dinner with our uncle because you end up in some weird fight that is unnecessary. and I think bringing back people together, well, it's true. These guys are just weird. And it's, you know,
Bro, your
they're
uncle,
running.
what is he, like 800 years old? Fuck you mean Thanksgiving dinner with your uncle? Come on, Tim Waltz. I like him, but like, how old is your uncle, big dog?
For He-Man Women Haters Club or something. That's what they go at. That's not what people are interested in. And there is angst because robber barons like J.D. Vance.
Yeah, I know. He's the same age as Kamala Harris. He's 60 years old, but he's so fucking old-coded.
And Donald Trump gutted the Midwest, told us we didn't do that. They talk about private schools. Where in the heck are you going to find a private school in a town of 400? Those are public schools. Those are great teachers that are out there making a difference and gave us an opportunity to succeed. That angst that J.D. Vance talks about in Hillbilly Elegy, none of my hillbilly cousins went to Yale, and none of them went on to be venture capitalists or whatever. It's not who people really are. So I think that message doesn't resonate. You saw it yesterday. The energy out here exploded. We all broke fundraising records, but that's not what I look at. Door knocks are full. Phone banks are full. People are talking about what's possible. We are finally on offense about an America where we're all together. So good. Have Orban down to Florida. The vice president will come out here and stand in a Planned Parenthood. She stands in a Planned Parenthood clinic in St. Paul. That's what people want to see.
Kaya, you are too heavy. My arm is falling asleep, Kaya. I know. She's too comfortable with this. She's like, she's not moving. She is not fucking moving, dude. All right. Let's talk about another solid pick. Okay? In my opinion. Edinger Mentum puts him at C tier. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. How much does Kaya weigh? Like 100 pounds, I think. Bro, this is nuts. Look at this. This is nuts. She ain't moving. She's like, this is where I belong. Big old lap dog. Oh, fuck. Oh, she didn't like that. Okay, she's moving now. Nope, she's not moving. Kaya, this is not. No. Ow. Oh my God. All right, I'm stuck. I'm stuck like this. Kaya. Baby dog. Is Tim Walz a bad candidate? No, he's actually pretty good. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is another like pocketbook, kitchen table issue governor. He's also pretty popular. I've covered a lot of his accomplishments over the course of the past couple of years. He's the sock them regime enjoyer, Tim Walz. Okay. Edinger Mentum says he's the oldest, possibly the oldest looking 60-year-old on the planet. He represents the start of the biggest body on the list, sitting white male governors and senators, and it speaks greatly to their collective strength that he sits this low in it by himself. There's nothing wrong with Waltz. Oh, fuck. Are you all right? What's wrong with you? I don't like him personally, but he's done so much in Minnesota. I love it. I love living here. Waltz represents the start of the biggest body in this list. By himself, there's nothing wrong with Waltz. He's a popular Midwestern liberal who has won 2 statewide elections in a semi-competitive state and passed a great number of great bills while in office. Doesn't surprise me at all to see someone of his profile in the reporting for prospective Kamala VP's list. If he were the only one on it to fit this bill, he'd be near the top of this list. He's far from the only one to fit this bill. Of the Midwestern liberals we are yet to go through, he's one of the more mediocre electoral records, only provides a boost in an electorally unimportant state, and brings no extra qualities, whether it be identity or money, to help his case. While I wouldn't be despondent over a Harris-Waltz ticket, I would definitely feel like it's a missed opportunity. As such, he finds himself in the middle of something of a do-no-harm pick for a campaign that could use and could easily find a spark. Okay, so Tim Waltz. What is this? Press releases. Historic gun safety measure. Past the what is this? FEC exposed, bro. Dude, stop linking my FEC donation data. Okay, I know. Yes, dude, you got me. Okay. Oh. Vance is the least liked VP candidate since 1980. JD Vance, Trump's running mate, is the least liked non-incumbent vice presidential nominee since 1980 and the first to have a net negative favorable rating. That's awesome. Dude, banger after banger, baby. God, the Trump administration. The Trump re-election camp is making really, really bad decisions, dude. It's awesome. What is this? Kamala hitting over 30% with white voters is big, would likely result in a win, assuming typical splits with black voters, which even Abrams managed to get. Apparently, Kamala was dodging New York Governor Kathy Hochul's calls. Oh, that's phenomenal. Smart. That is great. That's great news. Kathy Hochul is poison. That poll is Trump up only 1 point in Georgia. What? They hate you so much they hear you say objectively true things and put it on their list of things to never do. Abraham Lincoln wasn't bisexual. What? Bro, Abraham Lincoln wasn't bisexual. People pushing that just because he was comfortable in his sexuality and shared a bunk with other men is lame, in my opinion. At most, he kissed his bunkmate, which isn't gay. It's purely platonic. He was straight as fuck. It was simply a show of affection for his friends. This is dangerous misinformation, in my opinion. No, dude, Abraham Lincoln was absolutely gay. He was bisexual. He was bi as hell. That's a pretty funny thing to, like, that's a pretty funny hill to die on. It's Abraham Lincoln, dog. Misinformation harms nobody. No, yeah. This guy went to the fucking Vampire Hunter Abe Lincoln premiere and was like, You need to shut this down. This kind of dangerous misinformation cannot go on. Abraham Lincoln objectively did not fight vampires. Okay? How dare you? Yeah, found the guy from the quote from the Poynter Institute. Anyway. Yeah. So as we were saying, wait, hold on. I'm going to retweet this. I just tweeted hype for the boys. Said now I got to find a different podcast to listen to tomorrow morning since I was on this episode. Oh my God, chat. I'm not comfortable spreading this misinformation. You guys have to stop spreading this misinformation in the chat. Chat, stop spreading misinfo in the chat. I'm not comfortable with that. Chat's getting ripped. Chat, this misinformation is dangerous. The Poynter Institute is going to say I'm spreading misinformation like right-wing Republicans do. Yeah, New York Times was right. I spread misinformation. Abraham Lincoln is straight. There's nothing more straight than kissing your homies.
It's in negative net territory. Look at that, -6 points. I will tell you, Aaron, I have gone all the way back since 1980. He is the first guy after immediately following a convention, a VP pick, who actually had a net negative favorable rating. That is underwater. The average since 2000 is plus 19 points. J.D. Vance making history in the completely wrong way.
I mean, it's amazing. Plus 19.
Brilliant, sir. Brilliant move, sir. Again, another thing I fucking called. When I found out, I mean, I always thought that J.D. Vance was a shitty-ass VP pick anyway. But when I found out that it was Donald Trump Jr. that convinced his dad to pick him, oh my God. Oh my God. It's so good. A conspiracy theory, though? Wait, what? No.
And I know people talk VPs don't usually matter, but they're.
That's not a conspiracy theory. That's just what happened. That is objective fact. It's not like they hide it. Donald Trump Jr. literally went on television and was like, I talked to my dad and I told him I love this guy and he chose him and I'm really proud of JD. We listened to him. We listened to him talk about it. Fucking soda boy, fake soda boy.
History in the completely wrong way.
I mean, it's amazing. Plus 19. And I know people talk VPs don't usually matter, but they're usually
Usually
at least
they're
not
pretty
a negative.
popular. Usually they're popular. In this case, he's dragging Trump down.
All right. And then there's also Ohio, which I, have been around long enough to have been there on an election night. And the reason I was there because the person who wins Ohio wins the White House.
Right.
Ohio's a red state now.
Yeah.
So what does the J.D. Vance pick do for Trump? Obviously, he is senator from Ohio.
There's this whole idea, J.D. Vance is, going to help out in Ohio, perhaps help out in those Rust Belt, those Great Lake battlegrounds.
JD Vance literally underperformed Trump in Ohio, by the way. Remember, Donald Trump didn't just pick an Ohio senator. He picked someone in Ohio that actually polled worse than him. So, again, objectively a bad take, but it is pretty funny to go with someone who isn't even as popular as you are in Ohio.
But if you look at Ohio, J.D. Vance won in 2022, but he only won by 6 points. That's worse than Donald Trump did in 2020. It's far worse than Mike DeWine did in 2022. He was the worst performing Republican candidate.
Like, DeWine got 25 points, dude, plus 25 on the same ballot.
In 2022, up and down the ballot in the state of Ohio. He has nothing there.
All right, so Trump does very well.
He has nothing there. He is booty. He's booty cheeks. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, that's so good.
White working class voters. That's one of his superpowers. So what does Vance add?
Yeah, what does Vance add? Look, he won white working class voters. He won white voters without a college degree in the state of Ohio. But pretty much every Republican wins white working class voters. And if you look here, again, the margin that Vance put up was the weakest performance of any major Republican. It's worse than Trump did in Ohio. It's worse than Mike DeWine did in Ohio. The J.D. Vance pick makes no sense from a statistical polling perspective, Erin.
All right. Thank you very much.
What the? It goes back to the same thing that I was talking about. It's because he's fucking fake. It's because he's so goddamn fake. People fucking hate him. People don't like him. Was the Trump camp calculation just take billionaire donors with this pick? Yeah. They're also going for the based, that's a base pick. Like, he's the based Groyper pick. But yeah, tech donors too. They created a new... Oh yeah, here, this is my video on Tim Walz. Sales tax to fund bus and train lines, an enormous victory for the sustainability and quality of public transit. Transit be more pleasant to ride, more frequent, and have better shelters along more lines. What were we doing for shelter and bus stops in Los Angeles? This is what we were doing. Meet La Sombrita, the shade structure that only attracts more heat. This is what we were doing in Los Angeles, baby. That's what we were doing. They passed strict new regulations on PFAS, the forever chemicals. Minnesota Dems passed the largest bonding bill in state history, funding improvements to parks, colleges, water infrastructure, bridges, etc., etc. And Minnesota Dems get the goods, straight up. Like, and that's not entirely on Tim Walz. Like, that's not entirely on him. But I mean, he played a role too. And they're going to build a passenger train from the Twin Cities to Duluth. A wonky but important change. They indexed the state tax to inflation, effectively increasing the gas tax. And they indexed a bunch of stuff to inflation, including the state's education funding formula, which helps ensure that school spending doesn't decline over time. It was very much not on Tim Walz. No, I know. They also made hourly school workers like bus drivers and paraprofessionals eligible for unemployment during summer break when they're not working or getting paid. Minnesota Dems passed a bunch of labor protections for teachers, including requiring school districts to negotiate class sizes as a part of union contracts. Yeah, they don't have a big majority. They just had a majority that actually wanted to do shit. So with respect to like Minnesota Democrats, Minnesota State Legislature, they are a perfect representation of what happens when you actually have legislators that are genuinely interested. Genuinely interested in like getting shit done. Contracts. They created a state board to govern labor standards at nursing homes. They created a prescription drug affordability board, which would set price caps. As a poor person in Minnesota, fuck all of you. What? Bro, as a poor person in Minnesota, you're about to get hit with a top of the hour ad break. Unless you quickly subscribe. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. They brought Pokemon cookies. Yeah, Tenred is correct. All these big legislative wins have probably been in California for a decade. Not all of it, but yeah, I mean. He said, damn. Bitch, you're about to eat the ad break? You don't have a follow-up to this? Yeah, it's this meme. New York Democrats, Rust Belt Democrats, always. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now. HasanAbi ad breaks have 2 speeds and 2 speeds only. Hell yeah. What did this one get? What did this one get rated? Oh my God. Did Matt Walsh do another video? Over a year ago, I embarked on a personal journey into anti-racism and DEI. Now I can finally share with all of you my new film, Am I Racist? The answer is yes.
From the bad white people.
Growing up in the 90s, I never thought much about race. Sure, you noticed, but never really seemed to matter that much.
Oh God, I hate this ugly son of a bitch, dude. We treat homeless people very, very poorly. The MNDFL is a really frustrating as a party, especially if you're an advocate who doesn't have a nonprofit. Okay, let's get back to Waltz. As a homeless teenager in Minnesota, the social program saved my life because of the youth shelter program. That dude is dumb. Okay, but no, that dude might be actually working with homeless people, but maybe wants more. I don't know. Groip Gang AF, America First, Catholic political genius nationalist. This is cringe. Insane account. Bro, we are the insane ones for staying on Twitter. Okay? They are now, this is Twitter. It's Elon Musk and then Elon Musk's alt account, okay? I'm telling you right now, that's the entirety of Twitter. That's for high-cost pharmaceuticals. They created new workers' protections for Amazon warehouse. This is before Will Stansel became a fucking goober. Well, I guess he was a goober back then, too. Workers and refinery workers. They passed the digital fair repair law. He's been wrong on everything. Like this past year. Right to repair, which requires electronic manufacturers to make tools and parts available so that consumers can repair the electronics rather than purchase new items. He says, as far as I can tell, there isn't a single news story written about it, but they also made huge improvements to the state's Public Employee Labor Relations Act, making it far more labor friendly by making staffing ratios a mandatory subject of bargaining. They made Juneteenth a state holiday. They banned conversion therapy. They spent nearly $1 billion on a variety of environmental programs, from heat pumps to reforestation. They expanded protections for pregnant and nursing forcing workers already in place for larger employers to almost everyone in the state. They banned price gouging in public emergencies. They created a new child tax credit that will cut child poverty by a quarter. They dropped a quick $50 million into homelessness prevention programs. And because the small stuff didn't get lost in the big stuff, they passed a law to prevent catalytic converter thefts. They increased child care assistance. They banned captive audience. Oh, this was the one I was going to talk about. They banned captive audience meetings where employers force employees to watch anti-union presentations after they pay $1 million contract to a fucking lawyer to come over and talk to them about how unionization will actually get them to lose their jobs, and therefore you should say no to unions without actually openly stating it. They forced a signal. How do you get CA state legislators to be this based? A lot of the initiatives that they're talking about here in Minnesota are new to Minnesota, but we already have it in California. The unfortunate problem is that California still tries to push the needle in terms of policy, but California politicians are kind of cowardly overall. California state legislators are super based. Already be proud. That's not true. That's also not true. I think for California, we should be significantly, like we should have had healthcare in California already, like free healthcare in California already. State legislature refused to push it. And this is like, there's been 2 times where they've done that. They got a bill for it. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's always, California in and of itself is like a nation state. So obviously, like, we have a lot of political gridlock internally within the California State Democratic Party. And Governor Gavin Newsom is the famous iron vetoer, the iron pen of vetoing everything. My favorite bill right now is the one to force fossil companies to pay to cap their wells. He's Mr. Veto. Priority changes to the Twin Cities Transit. Trains have to wait at intersections for cars, which I can say from experience is terrible. Soon that will change. They provided the largest increase to nursing home funding in state history. They also bumped up salaries for home health workers to help address the shortage of in-home nurses. They legalized drug paraphernalia, which allows social service providers to conduct needle exchanges and address substance abuse with reduced fear of incurring legal action. Minnesota Dems ban white supremacists and extremists from police forces, cap probation at 5 years for most crimes, improve clemency, and mostly banned no-knock warrants. Minnesota Dems also laid the groundwork for a public health insurance option. There's billions of dollars of stuff I'm leaving out. It is truly overwhelming, but I want to Sydney to have the final words on this thread. Good session. There you go. When there's a will, there's a way. When you have legislators who are actually willing to do the job, you can get this shit done. I'll tell you this much. For once, state legislatures actually do a lot of good work in many places, and it often doesn't get a lot of coverage. But this one was such a banger session that like a lot of people were talking about it. But ultimately, the Minnesota state legislature behaved like the Republican state legislature. But how does the Republican state legislature act when they have majorities or super majorities, God forbid? Holy shit. What do they pass? Are they passing bills like this one? No, they're passing the opposite. They're passing conversion therapy bills. They're passing basically bills that eviscerate trans people. They're trying to make sure that you have more than 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. They want it to be longer. That's fucked up. Yo, is that how you guys feel? Oh my God, is that how you feel? I already ran the ad break, but that would have been an absolute banger. Damn, that made me feel bad. That's crazy. I just debated my damn self. Okay. One more. Fuck this piece of shit. What is this? This Chris Tyson situation is disgusting. Dude, we're talking big boy shit, okay? We'll get to Mr. Beast, Chris Tyson shit in a little bit, okay? If we have time. Never been a fan of the debates. You're alone on that. Why would you send me a Nick Merckx video? It's like the worst video to possibly look at. Ava did nothing wrong. I'm not even entirely certain as to what she did. Okay, FYI, she prefers Ava Tyson. Philly D made a video. Like, did he cover Sonia Massey? No, I'm going to cover that one as well. Muda's video is pretty damning. Said no one ever. Her victim said she didn't do it. It's conservatives attacking a trans person as always. Do not defend. It's bad, bad. I'm not defending anything. You didn't address it fast enough, so you apparently canceled again. Yeah, I'm super canceled, guys. Anyway. Groomed person won't realize that they're groomed. What? You watch Ole's video on Kamala? No, I have not. Ava had her own response to it a few hours ago. Okay, let's get back. Let's get back to the situation that we were looking at. So, talked about Tim Walz, talked about his accomplishments, and Tim Walz is a pretty solid possible option, in my opinion. And doesn't seem to be on this list that you made. Oh, no, he is. On that note, he's up here. Okay? Dumbass, you hovered right over him. Okay, calm down, chatter. What the fuck? Okay. Up next is Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren, also like Kamala Harris, couldn't even get to second place in her own damn state in the 2019-2020 election in the primaries. Also, much like Kamala Harris, was the anti-Bernie progressive vote. But unlike Kamala Harris, she stuck it through to really drive a wedge into Bernie's campaign. Okay? To really just fuck him over. And for that, also, much like Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren is a woman of color. 2 women of color on the ticket is probably not something that the American public has enough appetite for. You know, we got to do a little bit of DEI here. Okay. We need a white boy here. But Elizabeth Warren is a technocratic social democrat. But like, not really. Okay. She loves empire. She's a big fan, but she's going to turn the military gay. Okay. She's going to turn the military green. She's going to turn the military gay. All right. But she would be the first indigenous, as far as I know, indigenous vice president. Okay. So I will put Elizabeth Warren in the sure, why not category. Up next is Barack Obama's wife, Michelle Obama. One of the first most prominent victims of transvestigation before the Republican Party became the Transvestigation Party. Michelle Obama is beloved by all liberals. Okay? If she was running for president, Michelle Obama would max out on, she's already maxed out on name recognition. She'd probably get every liberal to vote for her. Like, literally, doesn't matter. She's not a politician. She's not running. So I'm going to put her in the no shot category. Having said that, however, once again, liberals fucking love Barack Obama and liberals fucking love Michelle Obama. Does this change your opinion on JBP at all? No. I already knew that big boy JB Pritzker had been critical of City Hall's Gaza ceasefire resolution. I know that. Warren isn't indigenous. Big dog, please address that for real. That's called a joke. I don't know if you know what that looks like, but like, I'm joking. Okay? That's called a joke. Just like Elizabeth Warren's campaign and Elizabeth Warren's. You're going to get canceled if you keep saying Warren isn't indigenous. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, it's not a joke. Elizabeth Warren is indigenous. I don't want to be canceled. Okay, maybe I'm double canceled. Michelle Obama would be in the no shot category because she's not running. It's ridiculous. Anyway. Actually, someone said, why Shapiro over Kelly? I would put Shapiro over Kelly over Shapiro. I would put Shapiro over Kelly. Okay. Amy Klobuchar. Again, how does your hair fare in a blizzard? That was the message that we got from Amy Klobuchar. Okay. It was clobbering time. Amy Klobuchar is obviously the resilient pick here. She is middle America. Do you understand? Just like Kamala Harris, she has also hemorrhaged her staff time and time again, partially as a consequence of the fact that she was very abusive to them. Okay? Yeah, Amy Klobuchar is in Amy Klobucharge. Is he stroking out? What? Who?
You can do it, baby. I love you so much. And it's bad news. Bad things are happening. Mom, I'm sorry. Mom, I didn't do it.
Wait, what the fuck? Is this new?
You can do.
He's going crazy with that one. I mean, that's a bit. That's a classic Trump bit. He's being transphobic there, I think. But it seems like he's upgraded that bit. He goes longer. Unless it's the old bit. Anyway, let's continue. It's clobbering time. Amy Klobuchar outperformed Biden by like 10 points on the same ballot right now. But once again, there's a much more solid pick that wouldn't take away from the Democratic congressional races. So on that note, obviously she's on the no shot category. Nancy Pelosi. A lot of people have cast aside Nancy Pelosi. They've said she's older than Joe Biden. Okay. And as we know, that means she's wiser than Joe Biden. Nancy Pelosi at the young, nubile age of 84 is the only time where I will use the term buxom appropriately. Okay. California's 11th district Democrat. Nancy Pelosi is ready to thrive. Okay. She's dead. No one cares. No, that's Dianne Feinstein. Nancy Pelosi is very much alive. Not only is she alive. What? Why are you linking me best friend kick on X? Nancy Pelosi is very much alive and well. Not only is she very much alive and well, okay, but she was also victim to an attempted political assassination or potentially a gay lover's quarrel. That's right. Paul Pelosi almost got killed by a political operative. Just like Donald Trump. So she's important to have on the ticket. Like I said, she is a young 84, one of the only top of the line Democrats that happens to be older than Joseph Robinette Biden. I put her in the let chaos reign category. Hasan will defo be canceled one day. I can see it. One day, bitch, you've been a subscriber for 14 months. I have been canceled, quote unquote, canceled like 100 times in that time frame that you've subscribed to me. No, worse than that. Like what do you think? I've like murdered someone secretly? Like what the fuck do you mean worse than that? The only thing that could be worse than that is if I've like literally done a crime. Okay? And not like a cool crime, you know what I mean? Like a really bad crime. I get canceled every other day for shit that I don't do. What? I don't think you know what that word means, Hasan. No, nubile. No, I said she's a young nubile woman at the age of 84. That was sarcasm. Did you not understand what I was saying? I don't think Nancy Pelosi's actually young, chatter. Anyway. Stop trying to make jokes to admin chatters. Anyway, let's continue. Speaking of old people, okay, Biden, surprise, Jack, it's the Mac attack. That's right. Many of you probably don't know who this guy is, okay, but this is Joseph Robinette Brandon, 46th president of the United States of America, been in politics for 52 plus years. He's been running for president since 1984, and for that reason alone, he should run for president again, this time as vice president. Welcome back, Jack. We put him in the let chaos reign category once again. Welcome back to the fold, Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay? Respect. Okay, then we have a person that I'm not too familiar with, okay? But we just watched him dance to Brat. Wes Moore, governor of Maryland, okay? He's young. He's hot. He went to University of Oxford. Wesley Watande Omari Moore. He's a veteran. Yeah, he's born in Maryland, raised primarily in New York, 45 years old, now the governor of Maryland, officially since 2023. I don't really know too much about him. I won't lie to you. I actually don't know anything about him, really. Y'all Maryland bitches wish you were mentioned as often as Nova. That's my governor. Don't let him in. No, don't send me his issues page. I want to see his. I want to see the actual things that he signed in the law. Why Shapiro over Kelly? Pennsylvania, must-win state. Easy answer. I don't even like Shapiro. I think he's all. I wouldn't say he's awful, but I think he's awful on Gaza. And you don't really need that right now. Anyway, let's continue. Oh my God. Okay. agenda. 2024 priorities says make Maryland safer. Cannabis pardons offer, so I guess he legalized weed, right? He has a sexual harassment allegation too. Wait, really? More than $130 million in federal grants to support Maryland's climate goals and green jobs. Create green jobs. He issued the largest state pardon in American history, pardoning 175,000 cannabis convictions. That's pretty sick. Okay, I like that. Mental health assisted outpatient treatment programs. Criminal procedure victim compensation. Center for Firearm Violence Prevention and Intervention. Growing apprenticeships in Public Safety Workforce Act. GAPS. Oh, you're talking about Shapiro. Governor Josh Shapiro's office quietly settled sexual harassment allegation against top aide. Top aide to PA governor was accused of sexually harassing a female staffer. The settlement included a confidentiality clause. Okay, well, he's out then. What? If he's got a sexual harassment allegation, that could be a plus to offset the womanness that America hates about Kamala? That's insane. No, Democrats don't fuck with that, dude. I didn't even know this. It's an aide, not him, but he quietly... It wasn't him. What? Governor Moore also created first in the nation service year option so high school students don't feel pressure to go to college and can get paid to do community service. Yeah, it was 2 staffers. Moore has been really good, actually. I thought he'd be too libbed up, but he is, but is likable. But his policies are good. Rebuilding the red line and is doing a lot for Baltimore, unlike Hogan. Dude, the more I look at governors in this country, the more I realize why governors are always the most popular fucking politicians. And oftentimes you see like red state governors be blue Democrats and blue state governors be Republican. Like, they just, God, like state level office is so significant. Local offices are so significant. This is why I always tell you got to vote. I know this aide and Governor Shapiro. The aide was a Republican too. All the PA leftists hated him bringing him on. What is this? Emma Vigeland had a good VP pick list. Strategically good, hopefully doesn't hate the left. Bashar, Cooper, Whitmer. Strategically good, definitely hates the left. Shapiro. Strategically meh is good for the left. Waltz. Strategically meh, may hate the left. Kelly Pritzker. I don't think Pritzker hates the left. It's not happening. Buttigieg. Yeah, I hope not. I'm glad that we all are in agreement that Buttigieg sucks. Like, Buttigieg is straight up. Yeah, Pritzker has a track record of not punching left. Exactly. I don't think he hates the left at all. Dude, Buttigieg is Buttigieg is like the guy who, like, people with the Ukrainian flag in the bio, or like with a globe in their like a globe emoji in their bio. Like, those are the people who are like, dude, Pete Buttigieg would be brilliant. You know what I mean? Like, that's who he appeals to. It's just like a total collective. It's like it's a 150 person voter base. Okay? Pritzker may hate the left. I just don't trust the billionaire, but I'm willing to wait and see. I mean, I'm sorry. Emma has big boy bias, okay? It's obvious. Boomer shit lips think Buttigieg would capture the youth vote. Yeah, he would capture them and lock them up in a facility to make sure that they're working for the American government and operate in Afghanistan like he did. Saw someone describe him as a gay, not queer type, and is so accurate. Like, I think Pete Buttigieg is one of those dudes who, like everyone always talks about, like, oh, well, he's gay, so that would, like, hurt his chances in middle America. It's like, nah, I don't think so. Because, like, he just doesn't read as gay. He just doesn't. Like, he just reads as, like, a bloodless careerist person. Like, I don't think people know he's, like, I don't think enough people, like, that many people know he's gay even, personally. Like, people are probably shocked when they found out that he had a husband and then they had a child together. Also, yeah, Americans don't give a fuck about gay people that much. I think they are just too hyper focused on trans people. It's like that 2020. Is that like clip from 2020 of his supporters finding out he's gay? For the longest time, I thought you were kidding about him being gay. No, he is. Wait, what? Breaking news. He is healed. Trump's ear miraculously grew back at a speed nobody has ever seen before. It was God. Wait, where's the Band-Aid? Why doesn't he have the Band-Aid? Old video chat, don't be Facebook libs. That's AI. Bro, that's not a real pig. No, I thought that was from the video where he plays golf. I thought that was a recent video though. I guess not. Moore also created an initiative to invest in neighborhoods directly to fight child poverty. He's also bald and jacked and could 1v1 you in basketball. He is jacked and bald. That's true. Anyway. Stolen election claims are starting. They're going to steal the election? Wait, what? Dude, you're such a fucking loser, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. They're already... They're so racist, they're finally admitting Biden was democratically elected. In order to save democracy, we have to remove our democratically elected leader and replace him with a DI pick. Democrats. Dude, do people think, like, this is loser shit? You know that, right? This is because they're afraid. They're afraid that Kamala might actually fucking clobber Biden. I mean, not Biden, sorry, Donald Trump. Like, that's the reason why they're saying this. You understand that, right? Because, like, there's an election coming up. Who are you talking to? Like, who are you talking to when you're like, wow, it's so undemocratic what the fucking Democrats did? It's like, if Joe Biden was not an establishment Democrat, I would understand this sentiment. I would share this sentiment. But Joe Biden was a problem for the establishment Democrats, and they handled it. So I don't really understand why people are just like, why people who are not voting for the Democrats anyway, why are they the ones chirping? Like that argument doesn't make any sense. He's saying, oh, dude, they're fucking replacing the democratically elected candidate with someone that was not democratically elected. But then they're also admitting that the Democrats are celebrating it. So which one is it? Why would the Democrats be celebrating it? The Democrats should be very mad right now if democracy was not thriving, okay? I've only heard this undemocratic argument from fucking Republicans and maybe a couple like PSL voters that were going to vote for Gloria La Riva anyway, but now they're like, why is there no open primary in the Democratic Party? Okay? Like, that's it. People posturing like they're going to vote for the Democratic Party, but they're not going to vote for the Democratic Party. It's fine. But ultimately, the election hasn't happened yet. Okay? The election has not happened yet. So why are they saying, oh, dude, this is so undemocratic? Okay, if it's so undemocratic, we'll see. Who in the PSL said that? No, man. I'm just memeing on people who are, there's like one, they, them Tuesday or whatever. They're always in the chat being like, you know who's on the ballot? What's their name? It's like they, is it they, them Tuesday or they Tuesday or something? They're always chirping about fucking PSL. Because people don't get to vote for the Democratic candidate. But people do get to vote for the Democratic candidate. It's called voting in the general election. What are you talking about? Like, the aspect that the Republicans should care about is November, not the fucking primaries process. Okay? Like 83% of Democratic Party voters approved of the decision to swap out Joe Biden with Kamala Harris. And the only people that are upset with it are people that are not voting for the Democratic Party in November, no matter what. Democrats are like, thank God this happened. We're so stoked. Here's some money. There you go. We're giving you money because we like what you did. Okay? Because we don't get to choose what candidate. Okay, this is a Democrat who's upset. This is the only Democrat who's upset. I take it back. This is the 17% of Democratic Party voters who are upset. Okay? We found it. We found one guy. I don't know if you're a Biden or riding with Bidener because that's what happened in the primaries. So I don't know what you're talking about. Because, like, there was no other option. Are you a Biden or buster? Are you saying you're not going to fucking vote for Kamala Harris because you were a Biden rider? I'm glad Joe's gone. Okay, so shut the fuck up. You're glad Joe's gone, but you don't get to choose who replaces him. Yeah, no shit, dude. Okay, so Joe was the fucking primary. What are you talking about? Like, this is not the time to chirp, okay? The time to chirp was when the primaries were supposed to happen and the Democratic Party packed up any kind of opposition, okay? Thank you. Having an uncontested primary with Biden was significantly more undemocratic than him stepping down and Harris taking over. The decision was at least partially in response to voter pressure. And it's like the one time when they responded to voter pressure. And I'm over here like, thank God they responded to voter pressure and like got this dude out. And everyone is celebrating this decision. Okay. And people are just still like, no, dude, no. I wasn't going to vote in the primary anyway. And there was no other viable options in the primary regardless. But actually, I'm still fucking mad. That makes no sense. People did try to pressure during the primary, but it wasn't enough. It fucking absolutely was enough. No, that was a big part of it as well. Hasan literally just finished saying how the Republicans were acting scared of Kamala. I don't know how you go from that success to no, don't vote. No, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. Remember when he lost delegates to no one in the primaries? I know, that's what I mean. Like, that was significant. That was very significant. It's like one of the it is one of the mechanisms of pressure that absolutely played a role. I'm of Dean Phillips dead ender. What? Can you explain why outside of identity great policies, why any of the picks are viable if they come from irrelevant states except Big Gretch or JB, but Shapiro, whose policies are worse, is like the best bang for buck? No, like Bashar state is kind of useless. Yeah, no, I think I like Bashir because he's like a very charismatic individual who I think like not super charismatic, but he's a fighter. He's a fighter in a red state. He's objectively popular. Like that's exactly the kind of Democrat I do like. Okay? He has appeal in the Rust Belt. He's from that region. He is, I don't know. I think that he could potentially be a perfect matchup and a real contrast to JD Vance, but so does Waltz in some ways. All this outrage operates on the idea that the DNC doesn't always just push who they want into the nomination, Hillary in 2016. All this pretends that the DNC doesn't always have a hand. Yeah, that's the other part of the process, is that the DNC literally won legal battles. Okay? Legal battles that the primary process that they have in place is basically just for fun. Okay? And that they ultimately hold all the power in who they elect as the candidate. Like they legally defended their right to be able to pick whoever the fuck they want to pick as the party's leadership at the top of that ticket. Okay? They did this after the 2016 election. They get to choose at the end of the day. And you get to choose not to vote for them in the fucking general election if you choose not to do so. If you don't want to vote for them, you don't have to vote for them. Okay? Having said that, I understand why they decided to go with Kamala Harris. Okay? I get it. I understand it. You're running on at least some level of like incumbent like momentum, and you drop that entirely. If you drop the ticket entirely, Kamala Harris is a perfect swap out, easy swap, already the VP, already what the P considered to be a P down the line if he died. Does RFK have any play here? And what, the Democratic Party's primaries? Fuck no. RFK's play is staying in the race and just eating away at Trump by much larger margins that he's eating away at fucking Kamala Harris. That's all he does. That's why you don't hear a lot of fucking Democrats chirp about RFK. Especially now that it's no longer Joe Biden and it's actually Kamala Harris. Do you believe the worm thing? What, that the worm is guiding his brain? Yes, I do. Anyway. Yeah. Do you believe the worm thing? He's the one who announced it? Yeah, he did. It's not like, dude, RFK Jr. is a very unique person in the sense that, like, whenever there's any kind of oppo on him, he just reveals it voluntarily. Okay? Like, you don't have to go around. You don't have to go long. You don't have to go, like, seeking out opposition research on him. He will literally be like, yeah, I'm not an angel. Yeah, I sexually assaulted my babysitter. What of it? Like, yeah, I hung out with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. We went on archaeological digs. Like, he will just, like, he's a shocking individual on that front. He not only said he had the brain worms, but then he also said the brain worms probably died in his brain. He did. He said all of those things, which is why I don't believe he ate a dog, because he said he didn't eat a dog. He ate a goat, and people are lying and said it's a dog. So I don't know. I I feel like if you're admitting that you hung out with Jeffrey Epstein and shit, you might as well admit that you ate the dog. You probably would. And I don't know if he ate the dog.
If you thought Joe Biden was radical, just wait until you get to know Kamala Harris. She's dangerously liberal.
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. You know, for far too long.
Whoa. Her pronouns are she and her. That is dangerously liberal. Yo, that's scary. That's fucking scary, dude.
The status quo thinking has been to believe that by putting more police on the street, you're going to have more safety. And that's just wrong.
You're confident this border's secure?
We have a secure border.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals. That's correct.
People who are convicted in prison, like the Boston Marathon bomber, on death row, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation.
Abolish ICE. Yeah. Is that a position that you agree with?
Listen, I think there's no question that we've got to critically re-examine ICE, and we need.
Dude, it's so funny because she's such a fucking politician. She just never answers the question. And so this is the reason why politicians never answer those questions, because you can't cut fucking opposition propaganda on her like this. She literally is just like, well, we should start examining the dynamic with ICE. Like, that looks awful. That's not good at all. That's not a good ad at all. What do you mean? You didn't understand a single goddamn thing from her positions.
Probably think about starting from scratch.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's new darling of the party. She 60 Minutes this weekend proudly calling herself a radical, and she's promoting policies like saying that every single carbon emission in the country, every car, should be eliminated within the next 11 years, everything from a 70 to 80% tax rate. Do you agree that she could possibly, in this ideology of the socialist left, could splinter your party?
No, you know, I think that's fantastic.
Goat. That was actually pretty good. It always makes me like whoever the fuck we're talking about whenever we see Pennsylvania Senate candidate Dave McCormick's ad against his opponent, Senator Bob Casey, takes hits to his support for Vice President Kamala Harris.
Inspiring and very capable. The more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Nonpartisan GovTrack has rated you as the most liberal senator.
I am prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a Green New Deal.
Whoa. Get rid of the filibuster. Damn, dude. You won't. Yo. If there's a guy in Alabama that fucking absolutely is not going to vote for Kamala Harris, they just came out right now and said, this is the reason. What? What? You're going to get rid of the filibuster? Yo, chill. I love the filibuster. I'm a big fan of Senate proceedings. What's next? Are you going to tell me you're going to override the Senate parliamentarian? Excuse me. I am an Alabama resident, and let me tell you, I think about two things, okay? The Senate parliamentarian ensuring that process continues adequately, in the most deliberative body on the planet, the goddamn U.S. Senate, and did Finland and Sweden join NATO? Those are my two issues. Roll Tide, baby. This is what I'm voting on. You better not tell me. You better not tell me nothing. You better not tell me that somebody wants to abolish the filibuster. Okay? I will filibust. I will do January 7, 8, and 9 over this.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
Would you ban offshore drilling?
Yes.
What is the solution for voters in the fossil fuel industry?
Giving the workers an ability to transition. We're not going to treat...
You don't understand it. I'm an AUKUS voter. That's why I'm voting for Joe Brandon. I love NATO. Five Eyes. The Pacific Basin must be protected, brother. You don't understand. Okay. These are the issues I care about. I'm an Alabama voter, and the other two N-words I respect are NATO and NAFTA. I want to secure more deals, more free trade agreements that take our jobs away.
Treat people who are undocumented and cross borders criminals. That's correct.
Raise your hand if you think it should be a civil offense rather than a crime to cross the border without documentation.
Abolish ICE. Yeah. That.
But that is what it is. I mean, that is. It's like, it's a misdemeanor, or was. Did they change it? I think they turned it into a felony, did they not?
A position you agree with?
And we need to probably think about starting from scratch.
Outdated, it is wrong-headed thinking to think that the only way you're going to get communities to be safe is to put more police.
What? Oh, applauds LA mayor's decision to slash police funding. It's crazy because no police funding was slashed. Also, how are you going to say this in Pennsylvania, where the Philadelphia murder rate has been eviscerated, okay? And last time I checked, y'all had a fucking woke ass DA, George Soros DA. Like, this is a Pennsylvania, this is literally a fucking Pennsylvania ad. And like, progressive DAs are just running the table right now in terms of destroying crime. But I guess you can't really have a conversation with Republicans about like crime panic narratives because they just literally won't believe the data. Everything is turned into like partisan misinformation battles where you're just like, yeah, except like crime is down. So how do you explain that? Like the progressive DA is still there. You try to force him out undemocratically, by the way, against the wishes of the fucking, against the wishes of the people. And it's like, you might be delusional though. Yeah, I'm the fucking delusional one. You're right. Overall perspective in PA, especially rural PA, is that crime in Philly is out of control and keeps getting worse. Yeah, crime is down. Across the board. Across the board, crime is down. Okay? The one aspect of crime that was up was actually homicides. And homicides are down too now. So like all crime is down. So what's up? You can't believe the data because prosecutors just let criminals run free, brother. I know. Just like I let the poors run free at the top of the hour when I serve a 3-minute ad break, and then they get to avoid those ads. Not by subscribing, but by illicit means I cannot say. Don't do it. No, seriously, I provided data from Texas that undocumented immigrants are arrested for felony offenses of half the rate of natural-born U.S. citizens. The reply, what about the crimes that go unreported? Dude, I know. It's so fucking annoying. It's so goddamn annoying. You can never have this conversation, okay? You can never have this conversation with a person who is just so invested in this panic because they're not advocating for positive change off of like real issues that they're experiencing. You're now having an argument with what they have imagined in their mind. Everyone loves data arguments. Okay, but I'm sorry. I'm not one of these fucking like, actually empirical evidence suggests whatever, right? I'm not one of those guys at all. I'm not. The problem is, the issue is when we're talking about this stuff, you have to look at the data. What is up? What else is there? Just vibes? Like you're just fucking running on pure vibes? What are you running on then? Like, where did you come up with this narrative? Imagine being okay with your party not allowing you to vote in a primaries. First of all, I've literally already experienced that twice. Okay? Like, especially more so in 2016. But once again, what are you talking about? You're saying your party. Okay? I don't even ride for the Democrats like that. That's number one. But you're openly admitting that you're not a Democrat. So why do you care? Shouldn't you be excited? This is what I don't understand. If you're not a Democrat, shouldn't you be excited that the Democrats are putting an objectively weak, undemocratic candidate? Why are the people who should be celebrating this decision that is objectively undemocratic and unconscionable because now there's a weak-ass person that's on the fucking ballot? Like, what's happening here? Why are people chirping about this from outside of the party? Because no one is pointing that out and there's no true fun allowed. I don't get it. Like, what? I love that the Republicans have collectively decided that the best possible narrative they can run with, is like, well, you guys didn't have a fair process. And it's like, okay, great. Then you should be stoked. Like, what do you mean? That's like a super easy to defeat candidate then, right? Like, why are you chirping? I don't understand it at all. Still stuck on everyone loves data arguments? No, obviously nobody loves data arguments. Yes, that is an issue, but it's not the best possible way to make an argument. Oftentimes anecdotes are way more significant, and that is a real problem. But like, there's not really anything you can do when talking about policy. You have to look at data. It's also additionally funny to have this conversation about the undemocratic primaries when the Democratic Party literally responded to the pressure from the voters for the first time ever. What is this? Joe Biden? What? Retweet if you're on the left? What is going on? Oh, this is from August 9th, 2012. What the fuck? What is this? Yes, the voter, totally organic pressure and not institutional people. Wait, what? Dude, what the fuck do you think polls are? Like, do you think that... Okay, hold on. Do you think that like $88 million were actually funneled through straw donations, which would be illegal, by the way, as a way to like make it seem like Kamala has fucking momentum in the 24-hour time frame that it was announced that Kamala Harris was going to be the nominee instead of fucking Joe Biden? Like, what does that mean? Like, this argument has no fucking legs whatsoever. People were spamming their congresspeople for weeks. It was a hugely popular decision. Exactly. Like, what are we talking about? And that, by the way, is not even because Kamala Harris is like super popular or anything. That's just how objectively unpopular Joe Biden was. It is a testament to how much the Democrats were like, please, please don't make us vote for this fucking guy. We don't want to vote for him. I think Republicans are just jealous because they're stuck with Donald Trump. Biden got over 81 million votes. Democrats raising 100 million nationally isn't even that much as a huge country dude, Lamau. I can't tell if you're making these, I can't tell if you're doing the Republican memes right now. Yeah, in like literally a day. That's a massive amount. Water cooler lib checked this week was entirely positive everywhere, even Canada. Yeah. I'm just saying the idea that this was some sort of straw program is ridiculous. It's totally plausible. Wait, what? Are you saying it's totally not plausible that it was a straw program? Because it is illegal. I'm saying that like 1 million plus people donating individually through Act Blue would be impossible to pull off. Oh, you're saying raising the money is totally plausible. Yes. Okay. Yeah, of course. I'm saying it's impossible for that to be straw donations. Yeah. It's like literally an insane thing that like, it's an insane thing to suggest that it's like potentially fake and staged to make Kamala look like she has momentum, which for the record, Kamala doesn't even have fucking momentum. Kamala simply is just not Joe Biden, and Joe Biden was very unpopular.
To put more police officers on the street.
Would you support changing the dietary guidelines? Yes. The food pyramid. What people yes. To reduce red meat specifically. Yes.
People who are...
Why do they think that that's a bad thing that they're getting upset at? Aren't these the fucking dumbasses that are like, Americans are eating shit? I eat a pound of chicken breast every fucking day, a pound and a half every fucking day. I'm telling you right now, Americans should be consuming less red meat. Like, heart disease is still the #1 killer in this fucking country. God, Americans are so fucking fat and so fucking stupid. It's the very same dumbasses who are like, no, you don't understand. The food is poison actually in this country. And then they turn around and they're like, you will not take my red meat. You will not touch my fucking red meat, Kamala. It's like, no, dude, you probably shouldn't be eating that much red meat.
Convicted in prison, like the Boston Marathon bomber, on death row, people who are convicted of sexual assault, they should be able to vote?
I think we should have that conversation. We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
So for people...
I hate this argument. Yes, everyone should be allowed to vote. Yes, prisoners, convicted rapists should be allowed to vote, okay? What the fuck are we talking about? What are they going to do? Make rape legal? Is that what you think is going to happen? We literally have actual rapists in power. What the fuck? Yes, everyone should be allowed to vote. That's so stupid. It makes me so mad. Oh, you want the Boston Marathon bomber to vote? Yes, I do. What's he going to do? Vote to make more Boston Marathon bombings? Is that what you think is going to happen? Like, what kind of fucking argument? What is this? Yes, prisoners absolutely should be allowed to vote. As a matter of fact, one of the coolest aspects of America is that convicted felons can run from prison. It's like one of the only good things in our it's one of the only weirdly liberal parts of our otherwise incredibly draconian criminal justice system. Of course, this time around, Donald Trump is eligible to run as a convicted felon for that reason, but... Trump is a convicted felon. Yeah, why are they saying convicted felons should be allowed to vote? Trump is a convicted felon who in the state of Florida is allowed to vote. Like, that's such a weird fucking thing to bring up, to bring attention to. Are you sure you want to have that conversation?
We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
So for people out there who like their insurance, well, they don't get to keep it?
Let's eliminate all of that. Let's move on. I'm opposed to.
Yeah, she's talking about Medicare for all. They're clip chimping her so hard. The problem with Kamala Harris is that I just don't think she believes the things she's saying. Not that she doesn't say the right things. She does. She has.
Any policy that would deny any human being public health, period.
The more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
She don't say that shit with her chest. No, she doesn't believe any of this. I mean, her track record as like the most progressive politician is correct. Except those metrics are kind of stupid because those metrics make her more progressive than Bernie Sanders, because Bernie will like every now and then refuse to vote for something because, like, you know, it's like when Jamal Bowman was saying he didn't want to vote for the infrastructure bill because they were trying to separate certain aspects of the infrastructure bill. So that automatically tacks on to, oh, you voted against progressive legislation. So Bernie does stuff like that every now and then. And also Bernie will like, you know, sometimes have votes on gun issues, gun rights. Wasn't it most liberal? Yes. But that means most progressive in America. So that's why those metrics are not the best. Also, the other reason why her track record is not the best is because she was a senator under the Trump administration. Yeah, she only voted for certain progressive things because they were in a Senate composition where those votes would not have been the deciding factors in legislation passing anyways, so she could safely support without it actually being a significant vote. Exactly. That's what it is. Illegals should not have health care and die just like we do for having diabetes. Are you pro-gun? Fuck no. What do you mean? I'm pro-gun control. That doesn't mean that you can't have a gun, but I think that there should be severe restrictions to having a gun. Anyway. People are attacking her for being a shifty black lady. Grow the fuck up. What? Give her some credit. She's a sexy bae. Give her some credit. People are attacking her for being... What? Dude, Kamala defenders are so funny. Like, they immediately say some of the most unhinged, like, racially charged shit. Like that. Like, there's not even breathing room immediately. Like, God forbid you say something along the lines of like, yeah, Kamala Harris is like, you know, someone who I will be watching how she operates. And they'll be like, oh, you're watching how she operates? Tell me more about how you want her to shuck and jive, which is like literally what a chatter said to me yesterday. No, it's over. Like, you have to vote for her. She's a black woman. If you don't vote for her, you are a racist, sexist piece of shit. What? The issue with severe gun control is there's no check and balance on the government. I believe there's a better way to have that check and balance by restructuring the government into a balance of decentralized/centralized powers. But at the moment, more gun control correlates to a more corrupt government. What are you talking about? We have a fucking unimaginably corrupt government. You guys are delusional. I don't see a single fucking person trying to violently overthrow the goddamn government. Okay, get out of here. Like, I can't have this conversation with like 13-year-old libertarian-minded people. I'm sorry. I apologize for popping off, but finish the tier list, I beg. I mean, the rest of them are memes. I read a thread on Twitter of a leftist OnlyFans model getting attacked for having a coconut in her name, even though she was for Kamala. Huh. I mean, the rest of it are just memes, and I don't know. Sure, why not for Westmore? RFK Jr. is the Let Chaos Reign candidate. No shot candidate, Raphael Warnock, get out of here. We're not fucking compromising a Senate. Like, the Democrats are not going to compromise a Senate majority. Roy Cooper, he's fine. He's another person where I'm just like, like, he's not bad. He's all right. I just have more fan favorite white boys who are goated with the sauce. Does that make sense? Like, he's a possible option, but like Walt Bashar and JB Big Boy would be better. Why is Hillary a sure? Just, I'm having fun with it. Polis, fuck no. Okay, I despise this person. I can't explain to you how annoying he is. He is the most Redditor. He is the biggest Reddit guy. I mean, he is like an r/neoliberal moderator. Okay, like every now and then he has sound policies. 49 years old, from Boulder, Colorado. He is an entrepreneur, a businessman, and a philanthropist, serving as the 43rd governor of Colorado since 2019. Colorado's already blue. I just fucking hate Polis. I hate him so much. I can't, like, he is literally a Redditor. He has a Reddit profile. Oh my God, he has a Reddit profile. I thought that was, oh my God. He has 99,000 comment karma. Throw him in jail right now. Wait, is he actually an r/neoliberal moderator? No, he's just a Jared Polis moderator. Bro, he does entirely too much Reddit. Like, entirely too much Reddit. He's an actual mod on the Reddit? He has a 12-year club trophy. Oh my God. He has some wins. Come on. What?
Rights or economic stability. Why can't you have both? You need to pick one. I refuse.
That's the only W Jared Polis has ever gotten. Have we watched the Mormon vid on YouTube? Is a banger? No. Worst congressional style ever? Yeah, probably. Oh my God, he is so fucking Reddit. Oh my God. Oh my God, he just sucks so bad. Oh my God, he is so annoying. He plays League of Legends. Yeah, that's like, no, the r/neoliberal thing is basically like, that right there is just no shot, never. You're not allowed. He posted about himself to r/libertarian. Jared Polis, Colorado's governor, is an unusual breed, a libertarian Democrat. He posted about himself 5 years ago at the r/libertarian. All right. And then, all right, getting back to what really matters. People say Biden is too old. People say Bernie Sanders is even older. But there's a guy out there who's still very much alive and older than both of them. That guy's name is Jimmy Carter. Okay? How old can we go? Jimmy Carter as the vice presidential pick would be phenomenal. Okay? We need a guy who was there when Israel was invented. We need a guy who played a formative role in the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. He was there. He is the crypt keeper. He was there when Moses was alive. Okay? We're not even talking about Israel. We're talking about parting the Red Sea. Okay? He saw that shit happen. Actually turning... Jimmy Carter died today, I think. Wait, what? No shot. No, it's a fake death announcement. Dude. No. He's not dead. You want to know why he's not dead? Because let chaos reign, baby. Jimmy Carter is gonna be the VP. He's gonna get Kamala Harris's VP nomination. Okay. Up next is obviously the governor that has stolen my heart. The governor that will finally unite the Dakotas. North Dakota's very own Doug Burgum. As a Burgumaniac, I'm obviously partial, and I want to see Burgum on a ticket. It doesn't matter what ticket it is. I want to see Burgum finally unite the Dakotas, okay? It needs to happen. He will do it. He will do it. Burgumaniacs rise up. Doug Burgum, let chaos reign at the top of the leaderboard. Donald Trump really fucked up. He actually kind of did fuck up by not having Doug Burgum, because Doug Burgum would be better than JD Vance. Like, that's not even a joke, because JD Vance is just really bad. Not that Doug Burgum is any good, if we're being serious. But, like, one Dakota, 2 Senate seats. Doug Burgum's a billionaire. Kamala Harris needs the money. Okay? Kamala Harris needs the money. Doug Burgum's a billionaire. He's got Bill Gates in his corner. He would be phenomenal. Okay? He would be absolutely phenomenal. He would do the damn thing. He would let America, he would make America great again. He would make America Dakota again. Okay? This way we could, just like Aaron Sorkin once famously promoted and then immediately retracted in the New York Times, this is the way that we could show America as the Democratic Party that we are truly the unity party. You know, fuck it, YOLO. Why not a Republican on the ticket? Okay. Speaking of Aaron Sorkin, we have another dark horse in the race. Mr. Utah, Mr. Mitt Romney. He was the governor of Massachusetts and was a very progressive governor of Massachusetts. He is the guy who famously literally put Obamacare into action before it was called Obamacare. It used to be called Romneycare. Okay? In the words of Aaron Sorkin in the New York Times op-ed, which he retracted, does he care about gay rights? No. Is he good on abortion? No. But one time he was sad when a police officer tased the child. So therefore, he shouldn't even be the VP on this ticket. He should be the P on this ticket. The Democrats should just make sure that Kamala Harris is nowhere near the nomination. And it's actually Mitt Romney himself. Mitt Romney with the vice president, Kirsten Sinema. This is the best way that we could win, I guess, the Republican vote. Fuck it. You know, we're not the Democratic Party anymore. We have retriangulated our efforts so hard to captivate like 35 people in a fucking Pennsylvania suburb that we've decided we're the Republican Party now. We should just rebrand. Fuck it. We should call ourselves the Republican 2. We are also Republican. Fuck it. Put Romney up there on the leaderboard, okay? Right there. I'm going to even put him higher than Doug Burgum because I love Mitt Romney. Wonderful guy. He also looks very presidential, unlike Barack Obama, who's black. I will not elaborate. That was literally that was the argument for Romney. The best part of the West Wing is when the Democratic president appoints a Republican justice to the Supreme Court. Sorkin is very smart. Yeah. Don't care voting for Cenk is obviously the pick. That's not even a question. Again, I'm a little biased in this regard, but yes, despite the fact that he was not born in the United States of America, he's truly the young, dynamic, vibrant leadership that we need. He will arm wrestle Alex Jones. He will get everything done. He's objectively the most progressive. He should be the president and not the vice president. This way, Kamala Harris can basically give Cenk the presidency. Also, Cenk loves being on a ticket with a cop. As you know, he was captivated by the crime panic himself personally. He is he's Mr. Crime is in every corner. We need a Batman style person to finally defeat crime. That's why I'm voting for a Republican. He did say all of those things on this broadcast on our Thanksgiving episode last year. Mr. I'm voting for Caruso himself. Okay. We need this man. We need someone whose brain is broken in the same exact way as Republicans on the issue of crime. And he's the guy. Okay. Everything else, he is far more progressive than the average elected Democrat, okay, on every issue. But when it comes to crime, don't have that conversation with him because he's lost his dang mind, okay? It's just like, I don't know how those opinions and that worldview can be trapped in that same beautiful brain. I love my uncle. I'm going to be writing him in as the president. I don't know what it is. He's just on the issue of crime. He's just like, he's lost in the sauce. Also, Cenk is against people jerking off in the sidewalks of our mansions. He's a man of the people. True. Me, on the other hand, I am very much pro people jerking off on the side of my mansion. Hasan, almost as much nepotism as Bronny James. That's a wild take to have, because in this equation, that would imply that LeBron James is not like a generational talent that has dominated the league for 21 fucking years and, like, you know, has basically been one of the best athletes in the NBA every single year since he started playing. And it's actually Bronny James that has outshined him and is not just dropping 8 shot attempts with like one fucking successful basket. Unless you meant Cenk is the Bronny in this equation, but I feel like the comparison doesn't work here. What's your solution to crime? I want to hear your solution. My solution is more crime. Okay. My solution is I love crime. I love doing crime. I love being victim of crime. Okay. And as a California Democrat, I want more crime to happen. Clipped and shipped. Yeah. Cenk isn't crime pilled. He has become the crime pill is true. Okay. Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, everyone always fantasizes about her possibly being a Republican secretly, but she's like the most tepid liberal, like lukewarm lib. Taylor Swift, obviously, if you want to win literally for the first time ever, like 100% of the white woman vote, which remember, majority of white women vote for the Republican Party up until this moment. If Taylor Swift becomes the vice presidential pick, the Democrats would win Assad numbers. Okay? There would not be a district that the Democrats would not win. 100% of women would vote. 100% of women would vote for the Democratic ticket, creating a previously unheard of Bashar al-Assad style electoral victory. Okay, you don't even know. For the first time ever, we would have a 100% under 35 participation rate. It would never happen again, but it would happen for that moment. Okay, the under 35 voter participation is like what, 20% on a good year? It would be 100%. At least 100% of women. She'd be pulling prime FDR numbers. Yeah, 100%. Taylor Swift is Let Chaos Reign pick. Gonna put her behind Burgum. George Clooney. George Clooney, very hot. His wife is a human rights lawyer, and I think Huma Abedin is, or not Huma Abedin. What the? I'm so fucking stupid, dude. I'm delusional, bro. It's been 8 hours and 25 minutes. I'm so tired. Amal Clooney, not Huma Abedin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, I have such a specific type of brain brokenness. Like, who the fuck thinks about Huma Abedin? Like, why would that be a name that comes to anyone's mind ever? Yes, Anthony Weiner's wife and Hillary Clinton's assistant, Huma Abedin. That's where I went. Okay. A Soros back streamer, that's who? Yeah. Anyway. George Clooney is not married to Huma Abedin. George Clooney is married to Amal Clooney, who's a human rights lawyer and is currently working on the Gaza case. So, you know, he could actually be important on the ticket. I'm gonna put him in possible options. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a centrist, And it seems like he's mired in controversy currently. No disrespect to anything that's going on. Sorry, it just, I know I've been avoiding talking about it. Not because there's a fucking pretty serious election going on, but for some other conspiracy. Mr. Beast, not 35 years old, gonna put him in the no shot category unless, you know, he just does it. He does the thing. He does the damn thing and he changes the laws. He's a centrist. He wants to hear from the left and the right, and that's important. And also, with Mr. Beast in office, I would get to be close to the election, or not the election, sorry, the presidential position. He's the unifying guy. Mr. Beast also is one of the, Creane is right. Mr. Beast happens to be one of the only people on this entire fucking leaderboard that literally does not bring a single person to vote, because everyone that watches him is under the age of 18. Like, that is 98% of his audience. It's mostly international. And also, they're all under the age of 18. So there's not a single person that is eligible to vote for Mr. Beast. Okay? But who knows? Maybe he will change the rules on that as well. Like, Charlie XCX, I'm going to go with no shot, because she already blew her nut, you know? She already busted it. She already gave the game away. She already endorsed Kamala Harris. Or maybe she endorsed Kamala Harris because she's actually, much like Bashar and all these other possible hopefuls, she was, you know, angling for a vice presidential nod. That's what it is. A lot of people are saying she's British. I feel like that's not going to stop us. You know what I mean? Especially because the next person is not even a person, but a Vocaloid. That's right, Hatsune Miku. As you guys know, I'm a big AUKUS voter. I'm a big Five Eyes voter. I'm a big NatSec voter. Like, I care a lot about Biden's legacy on NATO. Sweden and Finland have joined NATO. I think we should let Japan join NATO. I guess Japan technically is a part of it. And Hatsune Miku is a Vocaloid. She's a communist. She's a revolutionary figure in many ways. She's been married to millions of men, millions of very sad, very pathetic men all around the world. She's got a beautiful voice. And I think, like, if we bring her in, even though she is a Japanese woman who is 16 years old, she's important for, you know, China encroaching on American military bases that we keep building near Chinese waterways. So I think that we really need a strong Japanese representation. We really need strong Japanese representation on the ticket, because Japan is going to be very important in our in our Japan, famously not in the Pacific Ocean and a member of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Excuse me. There are plenty of countries that are not even anywhere near the North Atlantic that are in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Okay. Excuse me. I don't know if you know this, but I'm from Turkey, a country that is nowhere near the Atlantic, as a matter of fact. Okay, keep a straight face is on. Glenn Powell, whose career trajectory took a different turn. He's impossible to avoid now that, you know, after Armie Hammer was outed as a cannibal, Glenn Powell was the next up. Okay, Hollywood's it boy. He's got a really weird face. Like, it's like so smushed in. He's almost like a Charlie Kirk face style guy, but like he's super hot, so it somehow doesn't matter. Okay, he's super hot. Thank God that Army Hammer is a cannibal, because now we have Glenn Powell. I don't really know anything about his politics, but fuck it, why not, you know? Pokimane, also not American, actually Canadian, Moroccan, but she speaks 3 languages, you know? She speaks Arabic, she speaks French, she speaks English. She speaks gamer, so it's 4 languages technically. Much respect. She's a titan of industry, an entrepreneur, philanthropist, queen, gaming queen. Yeah, is Pokimane old enough? I mean, who the fuck cares? You know what I mean? She could deliver the simp vote. Shonda Black would vote for Pokimane. Only other problem is she's kind of polarizing because she is a woman gamer. So like a lot of incels would probably try to do like mass shootings at the White House if that was the case, you know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a bit column A, bit column B. So I'd vote illegally for her. Yeah. She'll appeal to the non-broke boy community, so that's cool. I know. If you're a broke boy, just say so. You know, the Democratic Party needs an entrepreneur like that. Also, as a woman gamer Twitch streamer, she has had opposition research on her dedicated, so we already know all of her controversies. So there's no new controversy. Also, her controversies look funny in comparison to like what happens to politicians. So at least she's got like Oppo on lock. You know what I mean? I guess you could say that about everybody, myself included, if you're a Twitch streamer. So if we were to allow Canadians to be on the VP ticket, I mean, I gave someone who's Turkish and not born in America that opportunity. Might as well give that to Pokimane as well. Sure, why not? And last but not least, is America ready for a gay man? Well, considering that I put 2 gay men on the no shot category, okay, obviously I got to put a 3rd gay man on the no shot category. Austin Show goes into the no shot category. He brings no votes. Like what? Oregon? Are we contesting Oregon? Can he even bring us Oregon in terms of votes? Probably not. And is America ready for a gay VP? I don't think so. He can't even show up to his own podcast. Yeah, he'll turn Oregon red. So that's it. That's my final list. Some serious, some not serious. But yeah, this is what I believe is the best pathway forward. This is what I believe we must do to solve America, to fix America. Okay. I've done it. I finished it. I finished this goddamn tier list. You guys were chirping at me. Oh, 3 days to finish a tier list, you said? Well, it turns out I can do it in 2. Okay? I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. I'm going to screenshot this, of course. And yeah, I didn't get to the John Oliver video, no. Austin Show believes in tort reform. Here's my very serious VP hopefuls tier list. Where is it? Where the fuck did it go? I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna post that shit right now. Tag Glenn Powell? No. I put the 3 gay men together. Are you going to address what Squeak says about you?
Oh, I see. Hassan's racist against Indians. Okay, I was gonna see if there was like a commonality there, but of course, Hassan hates Indian people. That's why. Ugh. I guess drama again. Seriously. Like, I'm trying to stay clean. I'm just trying to, like, watch fun, silly clips, but...
I don't...
Oh, I see.
Oh, it's from the last
Hassan's
episode.
racist against Indians.
Because I said you can have him. I bet he clip chimped it and cut it before I started talking about how he participated in January 6th. You know?
Okay, I was gonna see if there was like a commonality there, but of course, Hassan hates Indian people. That's why. Ugh. I guess drama again.
Oh yeah, today I
Seriously.
called
Like, I'm
India,
trying to stay
Florida,
clean.
which is the worst thing I can call anyone. I'm sorry to India for comparing you to Florida. Okay? That was very rude of me. Anyway. All right, everybody. Love you all. I will see you tomorrow. You know, we'll get back to it. We'll get back to the dang thing. Florida derogatory is true. Another banger episode done for the day. Another half day, really. What is this? 8 hours and 40 minutes? This guy is quiet quitting. How dare he do this? How dare he? It's fucked up, I tell you. Anyway, love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Peace.
The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he Along the ways, the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming.